Saints, heroes, myths, and rites. Classical Durkheimian studies of religion and society. Marcel Mauss. Henri Hubert. Robert Hertz. Chapter 1. Myths. Marcel Mauss and Henri Hubert. Chapter 2. Art and Myth according to Wilhelm Wundt. Marcel Mauss. Chapter 3. Preface to Saint Patrick and the Cult of the Hero. Henri Hubert. Chapter 4. The Preeminence of the Right Hand, a Study of Religious Polarity. Robert Hertz. Chapter 5. A Contribution to a Study of the Collective Representation of Death. Robert Hertz. Chapter 6. Saint Bess, Study of an Alpine Cult. Robert Hertz. 1. Myths. Marcel Mauss and Henri Hubert. Introduction. In the 5 preceding volumes of the Annie, a large amount of space has been devoted to the study of mythology, but we never had the opportunity to say what the sociological interest of this study was. We successively examined some questions that mythologists discuss without trying to coordinate them. It goes without saying that we consider myth to be a social fact, that is, a product or normal manifestation of collective activity. This implies that we do not consider myths, in a given society, as contingent and supererogatory, even when borrowed. They are not exotic trinkets. When thinking about myths, we cannot ignore the collaboration of the people who adopted them, who think and repeat them, and who, in sum, believe in their truth. Myths are social institutions. This clarified, we can now study them by using 2 angles of approach. First, by trying to determine the mechanism of the formation of myths, and the usual processes of their creative imagination, which presupposes inquiring about some of the laws of human mental activity in society. Second, by then focusing on the sociological function, and in particular on the religious function, of the myth, by asking what is religious in myth, what place it occupies in the system of religious things, what objects it represents, to what needs it corresponds, and how it satisfies them, by doing, in short, everything entailed by a study of function. The first angle of research is naturally divided into 2 tasks, a study of collective psychology and logic. We have already talked about the latter 2 as a sort of mythological analysis or as a rhetoric of mythology, of which the object would be to show how the fundamental, psychological, or logical, laws of the mind are conditioned in the fabrication of myths. The myth applies to its objects its own processes of analysis, it has particular modes of image association, in sum, a whole specific logical apparatus. Unfortunately, it is not yet possible to pursue these various studies by themselves and in a completely theoretical way. We are still at the stage of preparing the materials of a mythology, and often of simply demonstrating that myths are social phenomena. For now, mythology must above all be historical. But first we must put aside the question of knowing whether myths come from one or several centers of dispersion, and what the latter are. This does not directly interest us. The answer would mostly have an ethnographic interest, the attribution of myths or series of myths to specific human groups serving first of all to characterize them. For us, the critical sorting of collections of facts is simply a good preparation to the study of myths. Moreover, it is always good to know with precision that myths can be passed on while remaining or becoming myths again. One fundamental question concerns the relation between rites and myths. It is frequently stated that a myth corresponds to a regularly practiced rite. The myth provides the reason for carrying out the rite by telling the story of the fact or event that the rite commemorates or simply imitates. One can wonder whether this coincidence is universal or only very general, and to what extent. The definition of the myth, considered as a religious phenomenon, depends in part on the answer to this question, which cannot yet be formulated. It is still more frequently asked which, of the myth and the rite, is anterior and gave birth to the other. We have seen 3 that some mythologists still consider the rite as the dramatic representation of a pre-existing myth. Others argue the opposite. As for us, we believe that the question is not well posed, and we have argued our point elsewhere. Point 4. The myth and the rite, we said, can be dissociated only on the abstract level. The myth attached to the rite is nothing but the representation of the act that accompanies the act. Depending on the case, one or the other member of the pair can be prominent. There exist rites that are very strongly inspired by the processes of representation specific to the myth, as well as myths that are overwhelmed by incoherent details borrowed to the adventitious effects of the rite, supplementary sympathetic actions, and not to its principal action. Moreover, we note that each term follows its own evolution. There exist rites that are almost empty of mystical meaning. There exist myths that are no longer the direct representation of the corresponding rite. Finally, there exist rites that are accompanied by myths of diverse age. Additionally, it is obvious that, while the rite is usually doubled by a myth, independent myths, unattached to any rite, must in turn create rites by analogy. In sum, this question cannot be answered in a general way. The observation and analysis of facts will touch on the mechanism of myths. Supposing that the myth is not empty, the sort of deformation that it imposes on reality can be assessed by the differences that separate the ritual act from the corresponding mythical act. We are therefore led to approach the study of the function of myths by its most accessible side. Not only is their religious nature clarified by that of the acts they explain and of the things they concern, their place is generally determined by their liturgical role since, in a great number of cases, the recitation of the myth is part of the ritual ceremony. Another question that deserves to be studied is the composition of myths. The lack of variety of episodes and combinations is striking. There are a small number of types of myths, and in the multiples versions of each type, parts are presented in an almost constant order. This order is far from always being the one that appears natural. This apparent illogicality of the myth reveals its particular logic, and the persistence of its obscure forms is an index of its function. Conclusion. The preceding studies of myths 5 do not solve the question of their origins. The only progress comes from the ones that concern the material of myths, the way in which it accrued by the doubling up of characters and episodes and by the intervention of various particular features. From a collection of studies, we have seen specific types of myths appear, although their formation cannot yet be explained. The way in which these cycles were formed, and how these frames of collective thought persisted to the point that they imposed themselves upon the novel during the emergence of legend in literature, is all the more unexplained. Thus, while progress is being made concerning a certain number of phenomena, how many, hence, are still unknown. But our work during this year at least provides us with a definition, or rather with a description, of what we mean by myth. Unlike the tale, the myth is not a play of images, it is the object of belief. But this is not enough to characterize it. When the object of belief is a concept, when it can be formulated as a proposition and take its place in a credo, then it is called dogma. Moreover, a narrative of personal experience can also be an object of belief. But the myth is anterior to any possible experience, it is a thing of the collectivity, which imposes itself on the individual as a category of his thought. Hence the narratives relative to heroes, that is to characters that have lived or are supposed to have lived, can up to a point be considered as myths, since they act as such when the event that they tell of is commemorated in festivals. However, they differ from myths in the sense that their action occurs in time, is more or less dated, and is not susceptible to being reproduced. On the contrary, mythical actions are continuous, and either are indefinitely reproduced or are perpetuated by their effects. Placed in a generally undefined past, they are in reality placed out of time. Myths, for instance those concerning cosmology, have as a goal the explanation of eternal facts. It follows, and that is one of its main characteristics, that the myth commands action as sciences does. The representation of the sun riding a boat or as a wheel is a myth because it suggests that by moving a boat or a wheel under special circumstances, one will act upon the movements of the sun. The myth is repeated by virtue of the rite, the gesture, the spell. It can be said to be a prayer. This fully realized fact is observed among the Huichol of Mexico. Thought even replaces action, as Mr. Powell notes in his analysis of the psychology of the savage thinker of myths. 7. That is how the associated rite and myth form an inseparable whole. Let us add to this that the idea of power is not implicated only in simple myths, the ones attached to rites, but in the whole effort of the creative imagination of myths that tends to frame the myths of ritual and to form a systematic representation of the universal and sacred forces manifest in the world. The belief attached to the myth implies that it is representative or expressive, as already noted. It is a system of signs, with its own means it reproduces, as language does, a constructed or perceived reality. But it possesses its own force and autonomy. It often presents itself as a continuous image. The statue of Henri IV, in the memory of a child who often looked at it, advances at a regular pace. The distinction between the immobile original and the mobile image is confused, but it exists. This child's impression is a rudiment of the myth. A perfect myth would transport the cavalcade of Henri IV to the origin, or to a divine world. It would be both temporary and continuous, hence the myth attempts to fix things that are continuous. It frames its objects within time and space. Moreover, the myth uses a special form of the idea of causation. Powell 8 argues that the special characteristic of myth is that it creates imaginary bodies to which is attributed the production of phenomena. He says elsewhere that causality, in the myth, is magical causality, two propositions that are equally correct so long as their consequences are not exaggerated. Myth is essentially vague and multiform. When it is ancient, liturgical redactions are elementary, incoherent, and can be developed and commented on in many ways. Moreover, as soon as a place of worship is well known, there are always several different versions of particular myths. It does not follow that their variability is indefinite. There are a few fixed points. The variation is found in the connections and the filling. Myth appears as a confused and nearly subconscious state of mind, yet common to all members of a group. Moreover, the union of the parts of a myth is not logical, and it cannot be adequately expressed in rational terms. It is given by the material of the myth, or it is emotional. It results that what could be called the meaning of the myth is as wavering as its form. By specializing it, we run the risk of damaging it. In reality, it suggests rather than designates things. As soon as we want to explain it rationally, it dies, or rather it mutates. We will not follow it in these transformations. 2. Art and Myth according to Wilhelm Wundt. Marcel Mauss 1. Mr. Wundt is one of the last encyclopedic minds in Germany. After physiology, physics, and psychology, he is now tackling sociology. His ethic already had a sociological character, which was noticed. The seeds contained in the ethic are now being developed in a monumental Völker psychology. The first part of this work, Die Sprache, which was soon revised, has already been reviewed here too, and we know that linguists agree in recognizing the remarkable intelligence with which Wundt assimilated their methods and the results of their science. Now the two first volumes of the second part, Myth and Religion, have been published 3, and the specialists of the science of religion will bow to the divination shown by the old master in selecting his sources, the range of his information, and the marvelous sense he has of the things he discusses. If we find again in his work the usual flaws of the philosopher: excessive systematization, hasty generalization, multiplied and complicated divisions, philologists themselves will have to take into account this book that shows a great effort to clarify the facts and define concepts too often overlooked by the specialists even though they frequently use them. Art. On opening the first volume, the reader has the pleasant surprise of finding a complete theory of the forms of art, from the most primitive to the most recent ones. There are even ingenious remarks on romanticism and modern drama. 4 According to Wundt, there exists a close relationship between poetry and myth. It is difficult for him even to distinguish one from the other. 5 According to him, in fact, there is no other difference between the mythical image and the artistic image than the collective and involuntary character of the former, and the individual and voluntary character of the latter. The primitive forms of the myth belong, like art, to the domain of fantasy. The two are different manifestations of one and the same activity, Imaginative activity. Point 6. Art emerges from play and constantly returns to it. But it is distinguished from play, first, by its creative character. It does not borrow its objects, but creates them. Second, it has a collective character. Even when confined to play, art supposes a common life shared by the people who practice or enjoy it, and a continuous evolution of thought impossible outside of society. Point 7. This definition of art might seem insufficient and, in fact, it does not permit a distinction of art from other products of the collective imagination. Science also creates, and in the same conditions. However, underneath this notion of art are hidden a definition and a theory of play among children and adults, which are not immune to objection. First of all, Wundt does not give enough space to the games of adults and adolescents, which possess an undeniable social character. Second, he seems to forget that children games, at least after the early years of childhood, are practiced in society, and that early on playing is usually taught by the mother, the nanny, and parents, rather than created by the child who, at most, modifies them. Finally, this theory, because it exclusively ties play to the phenomena of imagination, does not satisfactorily take into account the role played by surprise, expectation, relaxation, emotion in general. In reality, both art and play, in society as much as in the individual, are imaginative means to create emotions. Point 8. But if his general definition of art is quite indecisive, his genetic classification of various arts probably is one of the best ever offered. It is based on the classical division of arts between plastics on one hand and musics on the other. Point 9. The former act through a sort of shock provoked by the created object, painting, statue, etc., while the latter act through the simple expression of sentiments, through the immediate means of speech, chant, poetry, music. 10. Plastic arts, in turn, divide into the arts of ornamentation and ideal arts. In the former, the aesthetic motif is added to an object that, in itself, is not artistic but destined to utilitarian ends. In the latter, the created object is entirely a work of art. This division, we believe, has not been proposed before, and it seems fecund. It is logical, and shows the mental elements from which our fine arts emerged with their mix of idealism and naturalism. This division is also historical, since the artistic forms rooted in matter, and subjected to the thing to which they are grafted 11 have preceded the ideal forms in which the matter itself entirely obeys the artist. The division of ornamental arts into a multiple of others, art of the moment, sign, mark, 12 art of the fixation of remembrance, trophies, wooden or stone monuments, etc., art of ornament, Zierkunst, and art of imitation, will appear, on the contrary, much riskier and excessively refined. But the genealogy that Wundt establishes among plastic arts appears to be much more important. He proceeds according to the healthiest methods of sociology and science in general. He constructs types, links them to one another according to their degree of kinship, and thereby draws a genealogical tree of modern arts. 13. In the same way biologists trace the phylogenesis of living species. It is generally agreed today that ornamental art has preceded all other forms of art. It is also agreed that primitive ornamentation was neither symbolic nor of a geometric origin, for each time the origin of such a drawing could be traced back, it was found to be essentially a reproduction. 14. The scholarship on Dayak art by Foy 15 and Hein 16. The work of Hatton 17 on the art of Papua New Guinea and of Holmes 18 on the pottery of Native Americans, etc. 19. All reduce the most stylistic forms to drawings dominated by the intention, more or less realized, to directly evoke the image of the object represented. But if there is reproduction, it is not a servile copy. A simple choice between the elements of the object, through apperception, is enough to create not a symbol but a sign, and this sign, once created, can evolve on its own towards geometrical forms or towards the symbol, towards style. But this does not tell us what those first represented objects were, and why they were represented. Wundt superbly shows the importance of religious, magical, and totemic motifs in both primitive and already evolved forms of art. 20. Hence, The animal or human nature of the first representations. 21 It is only through evolution that plastic arts did not simply reproduce anymore, but tended to imitate. First, a general type is constituted, for each animal species as well as for the human species, then this type becomes specialized, and each moment in this evolution has a social cause, which the author attempts to isolate. 22. In primitive ornamental arts, it is crucial to consider not only what they represent, but also what they ornament. The most immediate ornamental object is the human body. 23 Temporary paintings and permanent tattoos are the main types of this mode of ornamentation. Furniture objects then became the primary material of ornamentation. Wundt rightly points to the decisive role played by ceramic arts. Nowhere else, indeed, are the influences of industrial techniques, pottery, weaving, 24 more marked. Moreover, the evolution of the motifs is especially easy to follow because the decorated objects have multiple chances to survive, but also because close bonds unite the motif and the material it ornaments, as well as the most evolved and the most primitive motifs. Finally, the laws of ceramic decoration can be applied to other modes of ornamentation, for it is by following the same laws that clothing, arms, and other instruments have been successively decorated by complex and differentiated ornaments. As to ideal art, free art, which creates its object completely for itself 25 and has strictly aesthetic goals, it could have been made possible by architecture alone. The idea of decoration for its own sake could emerge only in the temple or the palace. In the temple, above all. 26 And without any doubts, the ideal plastic arts, sculpture, and painting, are originally essentially architectonics. 27 In Europe, at least, the laws of perspective used by both sculpture and painting were discovered by architecture. 28 But it should not be forgotten that, even today, pure art is still a decorative art. Moreover, the arts of ornamentation have reacted to architecture, sculpture and painting much more than Wundt thinks. Indeed, glazing and smelting, which both originate in the fabrication of either weapons and instruments or jewelry. 29 Have played a considerable role in the discovery of the techniques and matters used by the ideal arts. The evolution of art is still much more complex than the historian of art thinks, and aesthetic and religious phenomena are not enough to explain its conditions. All sorts of factors participate in it: science, technique, economy. The theory of musical arts does not show the same simplicity. Wundt shows there an acute sense of complexity. First, he does not attempt, unlike Gross 30, a monogenetic deduction that starts with the sole art, that of dance. But, while he sees the unity and solidarity that unites all those forms of arts 31, ordinarily but mistakenly called mimicry, he recognizes their plurality and divides them into four groups: chant, narrative poetry, dance and music, mime and drama. This division allows no objection of principle, except concerning the space given to narrative poetry. It is located between chant on one hand, music and dance on the other, and therefore considered as something very primitive, as a sort of foundational art. We believe that narrative poetry does not go that far back in time. It is found, it is true, in the form of legend or tale, associated with chant and lyricism. But the fact, in itself, does not prove anything, for this sort of combination can be a product of evolution. Because the Australians have this kind of tale does not necessarily mean that it is primitive. 32 Considering contemporary Nederfolker as the strict representatives of past Nederfolker ignores the often considerable historical developments they have faced. 33 In our view, narration derives from primitive religious lyrical poetry. Gummier 34, who Wundt apparently has not read, thought that, even in our European civilization, the evolved forms of poetry could be attached to ballads and round singing. We consider the folklore of tales as the product either of an evolution of pure prose towards art, or as a regression of myth. We will not demonstrate this thesis in opposition to Wundt's. It is enough to indicate that another legitimate way of ordering the facts is possible. But if reservations are found, it is fruitful to read all that Wundt says concerning the forms of narration 35, the motifs of its evolution 36, the manner in which themes are associated in the tale. He shows that this arrangement of themes is not yet the cycle, which appears only with legend, the notion of hero, the cult of ancestors who came from the religious sphere in order to culminate in epic. The epic becomes the novel and, by addressing nature in general and human nature in particular, then forms our contemporary prose and poetry. We will only mention, omitting necessary critiques, the chapter devoted to chant, Lied, 37, which is very short. Moreover, it must be admitted that the Lied as such, that is, outside its connections with drama or lyrical comedy on one hand and polyphonic music on the other, has unpolished forms and a poor evolution. The study of dance 38, on the contrary, is suggestive and contains views that are destined to become classic. All dances are organized into two fundamental categories, ecstatic and mimetic dances. The notion of ecstatic dance, with the goal not of imitating this or that movement but of provoking a state of sensorial, fantastic, hallucinatory excitement, did not exist before this book, and we think it is of great interest, for the considerable role played by this technique in art and religion, and in particular in religions where the disciplined and monotonous movements of ecstatic dance lead to possession or ecstasy 39 is well known. Mimetic dances are different, not only because they imitate determined movements, but also because they are practiced in society, whereas ecstatic dance is rather individual. But their origin is also religious, they are linked to the cults of vegetation and nature, to hunting rites, to totemic practices, etc. 40. We lack the competency to adequately analyze the chapter on music. 41 here though is what seems to us to deserve retention. With Wundt, we agree that the primitive instrument was an instrument of noise rather than of sound 42, and that music started with pure, monophonic melody and detached itself with difficulty from the scale of sounds. As to the question whether, as the author attempts to show, the recognition by the Greeks of musical intervals, the establishment of the arithmetic rules of sound, and the Pythagorean theory of music had an influence on the development of musical art, we leave it to historians. However, it would be particularly interesting to know if the idea of 7 tones in the octave comes from the arithmetic mythology of the number 7, as well as if, more generally, the magical value of numbers played a role in the knowledge and practice of harmonic intonation and chords. 43 It would be a crucial fact for those who admit the social origin of the categories of understanding, if such an eminently collective idea was the basis for the most physiological of the arts we practice. This leaves the theory of mime and drama. 44 Here, Wundt uses the results of Reich's book 45, which is not well known in France. He shows the origins of mimeodrama and its mythological nature, and how mime and its derived forms, farce and comedy, have resulted from it, how religious mime gave birth to tragedy, or the story of gods and heroes, and then, through a return to the direct painting of life under the influence of comedy, to modern drama. In this chapter, one of the most accomplished of the book, Wundt's method is rigorously historical and sociological. Indeed, he does not limit himself to tracing a schema of the forms of dramatic art, but rather attempts to find their causes. What would have determined the main transformations of this art are, first, the religious emancipation of Greek tragedy after Sophocles, later the absence of a division of genres in Shakespearean drama, then still later the shift from heroic to bourgeois tragedy, and finally to modern drama, under the influence of the bourgeoisie and democracy. The social character of the causes invoked is clear. Moreover, for the first time in this long theory of art, Wundt gives a place to feeling. 46 Simple intellectual states, pure associative motifs are not alone in his argument, expectation and laughter, fear and moral sentiment, the exaltation or relaxation of the will finally take a preponderant place. Had Wundt added that theatre does not arouse these sentiments in an isolated spectator but in a group of spectators, and that its function is to set a rhythm not in the individual but in all those affected by a shared emotion, had he, in brief, not lost the collective character of drama, then he would have grasped much more tightly the reality he was trying to express. This criticism, unfortunately, cannot be extended to the whole theory of art. Wundt attempts to directly explain history by individual psychology, by the general faculties of human consciousness. He sees in art only a generalized form of fantasy, that is, in the social he only sees the human. Yet the social is not what is permanent and universal, but, on the contrary, what has varied from one society to another and, in the same society, throughout time. As a result, Wundt cannot account for those differences and changes. He offers genealogical tables, he shows that some art forms are derived from others in a determined order, but he does not seek the causes of this derivation. And yet, this development cannot have occurred alone, under the influence of some sort of unexplainable vis et tergo. But in order to see the determining reasons, one has to leave pure psychology and relate art to its social conditions. It is probably from this that another lacuna emerges. Never in his study does Wundt care to offer a notion of art, of its nature, of its function. To be sure, this philosophical question requires precaution before being raised, but it should not be indefinitely postponed. The point of departure is the study of particular arts, but only in order to gradually arrive at an idea of what art is, of its essential characteristics, of the general needs it answers, of the general conditions on which it depends. The problem that Hubert had the courage to attack in the field of psychology 47 does not receive any solution from Wundt. In physiological psychology, he only studies aesthetic impression 48. In sociology, he only studies the genesis of the means for producing this impression. Nowhere does he study the relationship between the two, which is the whole of art, or when he does, it is as metaphysics. 49. Perhaps he would have more strongly felt the possibility and necessity of resolving this problem if he had approached it not only from the angle of a rational chronology, but also in a rigorously sociological manner. Art has not only a social nature, but also social effects. It is the product of collective fantasy, but it is also what we agree upon, whose sentimental effects are relatively the same for all at a given time in a given society. This nature and function probably explain both the persistence and variation, the universality and instability, of the sentiment of the beautiful. Wundt indeed succeeds in not even mentioning this sentiment. He is not unaware that it has no other characteristic than its communicability in a given group, and that the apperception by which the artist chooses a motif of association of images is commanded by the sentiment he has of beauty and by the judgment of the audience. But these two essential moments, the creation and the enjoyment of the work of art, are not even considered. That is why this whole natural history of art has no psychological life and no philosophical interest, precisely because it is without any sociological reality. 2. Myth. Myth in general. Wundt's whole theory is dominated by a principle that cannot be clearly set out nor discussed here. He himself postpones its exposition and demonstration to his third volume. 50. He merely announces that, according to him, the compared science of religion is spoiled at birth by its failure to radically distinguish myth and religion. But of this distinction, he explains nothing. All that can be glimpsed is that, according to him, myth is a spontaneous conception of the world, while religion is an ideal conception formed by man according to the ideal, the degree of intellectual and moral culture he has reached. 51. Without waiting for the promised developments, we want to immediately express the highest reservation concerning a distinction that seems impossible to defend. The myth invented by an Australian in order to justify, for instance, the formation of a new clan separated by segmentation from an older clan is neither more spontaneous nor less ideal than the institution of the cult of a saint. But what is myth? In order to talk about it, it should first be defined. Here, as with art, Wundt does not feel the need to define his object. He only gives a simple philosophical description. Myth is opposed to language 52 as less objective, less linked to the normal conditions of communal life. It is more subjected to sentimental fluctuations and popular passions than language, and therefore, the motifs that form its material are perpetually transforming. While these remarks are fair, they leave myth indistinct from art and, particularly, from poetry. Wundt recognized this lacuna, hence he attempted to mark the boundary between these two domains. Point 53 He shows that myth, which lies midway between language and poetry, is more objective than the latter and more subjective than the former. Further, poetry, even when in its popular forms 54 always retains an individual character, while myth has a collective character. Consequently, the beings created by poetry are also individual, yet unreal. 55 Whereas those created by myth have a reality comparable to that of general ideals, such as the spirit of a deceased person, with a composite personality formed, as we shall see later, on the basis of a multitude of general elements assembled together. But these distinctions leave the object of research singularly undetermined. Between myth, here approximately described, and other collective representations that form the basis of law, science, and even technique, which are real at the level of general ideas, the resemblances are too great. Moreover, Wundt himself notes 56 with reason, that the theory of taboo, which he derives from myth, should play a primordial role in the theory of morals which he will develop in the third part of Völker psychology. Nothing shows better the instability of his notion of myth, since it should make him consider as imaginary a notion that he places at the basis of morals itself. At other times, Wundt seems to find the differential characteristic of myth in the personification of mythic images, but then the ensemble of mythic representations is radically separated from other collective representations, without any links between them, which goes against Wundt's own facts and ideas. We can add that, in primitive formations of mythology, personification is lacking. Myths refer to animal species, which are thought as such and not individualized. But let us get to the theory of myth offered by Wundt. It is not set out directly and in itself, but with a long and penetrating discussion of existing theories 57 and can be condensed into a few propositions. According to him, myth is the work of collective fantasy, allgemeine Fantasiethätigkeit, but this fantasy does not function here as it does elsewhere. The images it produces have three main characteristics. 1. They are perceptive, they possess an objectivity absent from the images produced by art, they make a strong impression that consequently gives the representation reality. Between the notion of a ghost, on one hand, and the impressions and memories of the dream that created it, on the other hand, there is not any relation of theory to fact, but the subject really has the feeling, Eindruck, that the soul that appears to her, or the one that left her body during sleep, fully exists. 2. These images are associative 58 that is, they show considerable powers of aggregation, fructification, ramification, entanglement, and confusion. This power is practically undefined. Hence the notion of soul is constituted by the normal and indissoluble association of the idea of breath and the idea of vital principle. Then, once these two ideas are associated, still others are aggregated with them, hence the myth of a bird soul, of a boat soul, etc. 3. Finally 59 These images are governed by the faculty of consciousness, which chooses and enlivens impressions and images, aggregates them, and transforms them into a whole with will and soul. It is the faculty of apperception. This faculty, in conjunction with the mythical image's powerful ability to evoke and associate, produces the personification of the objects of mythology. For instance, once the generic image of the soul is built, apperception transforms it into a person. Such a general theory, which Wundt, indeed, presents only as a clue to orient the reader, does not call on a consequent discussion in the realm of facts. As a psychological analysis of a social fact, it is not without truth. Mythologists would benefit from knowing that, psychologically, the mythical image has a perceptive content, Wahrnehmungsinhalt, that it has an immediate reality, that apperception, more exactly Einfühlung, the attention directed by emotion, plays a central role in the choice of elements made by each mythical representation, as is also the case in art and play. 60 But, even on the merely psychological level, not all the essential elements have been discovered by this analysis. The mythical image does not possess only the power of association, there is, in myth, more than compositions of themes and images, there are transformations, segmentations, splits, oppositions, contrasts, displacements in space and in time, passage from the eternal to the transitory, disappearances, etc. The hero of a myth is successively a thing, a class of beings, an ancestor, his own son. He dies, is born again, fights against himself and then against his enemies, he multiplies, travels, disappears. 61 Moreover, the analysis of mythological apperception does not seem to give enough importance to what Hubert has justly called the logic of sentiments, nor to the collective character of apperception. For the Einfühlung that chooses the elements of the myth is not exclusively that of the poet, but that of the mass of believers. Wundt knows this, but he does not explain how this communal apperception happens, nor where this agreement of free consciences comes from. Is it the product of a simple encounter? Would it not rather be due to the fact that myth is the product of organized groups that have invented it and imposed it on generations? The reason why Wundt does not pose these questions is that he has missed one of the essential elements of any myth: belief. To characterize myth by saying that it has a perceptive content leads, in fact, to making of it nothing but an illusion, as Stendhal argued, although Wundt rejects his theory. But in reality, myth is not only a system of representation to which objective value is mistakenly attributed. It is also the object of a simultaneously voluntary, spontaneous, and obligatory adhesion, the object of the faith of an organized group. The myth exists only if there is a sort of necessity to agree both on the themes that form its material and on the way these themes are arranged together. Yet this necessity can only be explained as coming from the group, if it is society that pushes its members to believe. Society imposes the myth because it is expressed in it, because it is the symbol by means of which it thinks itself. From this angle, myth does not appear as a simple daydream, watch vision, which comes from anywhere and corresponds to anything. It translates an existing reality, and then it becomes possible to explain how myth dominates experience itself, how it informs it, and how morals, rights, and economy itself are produced from it. Myth and primitive right. But let us leave the general notion of myth developed by Wundt, and see what he says about the different sorts of myths. Because of the distinction that he makes between myth and religion, he is led to singularly narrow the domain of mythology. He does not consider mythical the conceptions that refer to God's nature, its origins and end. The philosophical and moral breath that animates them, the idealist inspiration that he always seems to find within, force him to consider them as strictly religious representations rather than as mythological constructions, in the restricted sense he gives to the term. In the end, according to him, myths are systems of representation exclusively relative to beings that, although they are unreal and imaginary, are not those to which a cult of adoration is addressed. There are myths only for souls, spirits, and demons. There are moments when the reader wonders whether, for our author, mythology is not simply the intellectual aspect of magic. In order to better study some of these myths, Wundt sometimes substitutes for them their corresponding rites. It is a legitimate, and sometimes necessary, substitution, for some of these representations do not have any distinct existence outside of the practices that realize them. It is the case, in particular, of the beliefs relative to the soul, which usually do not translate into definite and observable formulas, and which are difficult to reach other than through the funeral rites in which they express themselves. But Wundt justifies this substitution not only as an often necessary methodological tool, but as a principle. According to him, the reason why right might replace myth in our study of them is that myth dominates right, the latter is never anything more than the former put into practice. To be sure, it is correct that there is no right that is not accompanied by some mythical representation. 62 But while this regular coexistence proves that both necessarily imply one other, it does not necessarily follow that one has primacy over the other. Wundt thinks this primacy may be established by remarking that, while there is no right without myth, there are on the contrary myths without rights. 63 It is true that myth can live an autonomous life, fructify, ramify, be anastomos to other myths, evolve, change their milieu, whereas right, frozen within the cult to which it belongs, is often immobilized within the group of believers who practice it. But, while myth is susceptible to dissociating itself from right and evolve with independence, it does not follow at all that, within the normal complexes formed by the association of myth and right, the former is the essential and prominent element. Wundt himself admits that, when the myth transforms itself and detaches from its ritual extensions, it then tends towards the tale, the epic, the legend. 64 That is, in some measure, it ceases to be itself and degenerates. Normally myth implies belief in the real existence of a special force, with which we are always potentially in contact, and since any contact with a force of that kind necessarily takes on a ritual form, there is no myth in the strict sense of the term without right. In any case, Wundt's goal is to circulate the different mythical forms in genealogical order, starting, following the laws of general psychology, with those that can be immediately explained by the impressions directly produced upon primitives and by the sentiments and associations of ideas that give rise to these impressions, without the need for any other explanation. 65 From these, Wundt goes on to those immediately derived from the first, and so forth and so on until he reaches the most complex, the farthest away from the initial representation. This fundamental idea, from which all others have come by means of a gradual complication, is that of the soul. Hence the analysis of the representation of the soul constitutes the central part of this book. The notion of soul. Two types of elements have served to form this representation. On one hand, there is the idea of the corporeal soul, and, on the other, the idea of the independent soul, of the psyche, two contradictory ideas that nonetheless coexist and perfectly harmonize in primitive mentality. The notion of the corporeal soul inherently contains analogous contradiction and indecision. The corporeal soul is first and foremost a principle of life, spread throughout the whole body, which very slowly abandons it during death and lengthy funerals. 66 But the corporeal soul is also the organs that are the special location of this soul, the kidneys, blood, excrement and excrescences, nails, hair, etc., the gaze. Hence, by evolving, this idea gives birth to the idea 67 of the souls of organs. It is in this state that we find the psychology of Homer. 68. The second form of the idea of the soul, equally primitive and distinct from the first form, is the psyche. 69 It is the soul independent from the body, the principle of moral personality. But the psyche itself is not conceived as simple, the notion has to be decomposed in two contradictory elements. On one hand, it is psi upsilon chi-eta, the breath soul, and on the other hand it is the shadow, epsilon iota delta omega lambda omicron nu, the sigma chi iota alpha. The breath soul is closest to the corporeal soul, it is what is exhaled after death, what can escape while sneezing, what slips away while kissing or in the voice of the magician. It is also what the descendants take from the mouth of the dying, what is immediately incarnated in the worm or the snake that appear at the side of the deceased. The breath soul becomes the sealantir, the animal soul. And it is what a portion of the funeral rites aims to conciliate. The shadow soul is the wandering psyche, whose roamings in space cause or rather constitute the dream. The shadow soul is what dreams. It is also the deceased person who appears to the sleeper. 70 It is therefore the double of the living and the dead. It tends towards the malevolent demon. The function of a part of the funeral rites is to push it away, to keep it at distance. Diverse elements participate in the formation of this idea of the double. The contrast of death and life gives rise to the idea of something that has left. The appearance of the deceased person in dreams and the travels in space that the subject sees himself undertaking while asleep confirm the idea of a double, which leaves the body and survives the earthly soul. But those are only the first faltering steps of collective thought. Two groups of facts come to add to the vivacity of this first representation, unstable and bland outside of funeral rites. First, there are the phenomena of vision during both waking and sleeping states. The violent reality of some dreams, of the aldruk and particularly of nightmares, gives them an extraordinary weight. 71 Second, the phenomena of voluntary or spontaneous ecstasy 72 of possession and of shamanism confer a special prestige on certain individuals and some souls. They come to reinforce, unify, and prove the idea of the soul, which becomes spirit and is very close to being, incubus, vampire, werewolf, a demon. Cults derived from animism, magic, fetishism, totemism, once forged, these representations of the soul give birth to laws of common action and to a cult. This cult takes two forms, one is primitive, the other evolved. The primitive form presupposes the notion of the soul only, it can be best observed in magic and fetishism, and yet it is not found today in its pure form, it subsists only as a vast uniform strata, which, analysis shows, lies underneath the rites and folklore of nearly all of humankind. 73 To be sure, it is everywhere mixed with elements that originated with primitive animism. But according to Wundt, it would express an ensemble of ideas shared by all independently of their culture, social organization, and differentiation of minds. 74. Here is how Wundt is led to see in magic and fetishism the purest expression of the notions relative to the soul. In magic, he distinguishes three strata. The first, which he calls the magic of breaths, is purely animist. 75 It is the case of the doctor, who inhales or sucks disease in, the voice is itself only breath and consequently any magical action practiced through the voice belongs to this form of magic. Proust was the first to mention the importance of these facts. 76 However, while he linked the magic of breaths to the more abstract and general notion of mana or magical efficacy, Wundt directly deduces it from the notion of the soul, from animist beliefs. The second stratum 77 is magical action from a distance, which is scarcely defined by more than the mysterious, unintelligible manner in which it produces its effect. These are the analogical rites, which were insufficiently analyzed by Fraser. He sees in them only erroneous applications of principles of causality. 78 Finally, the third sort of magical rite includes all those that imply the notion of demons and independent spirits, it is witchcraft per se, as well as healing medical magic in the cases where the idea of the good demon, under religious influences, becomes distinct from the general notion of demon. 79. We will not insist on the arbitrariness in these divisions, with them, one separates what is inseparable. There is no abyss between direct and indirect magic. Any magical rite presupposes both the personal action of the soul of the magician and the impersonal action of the rite and of all the things that participate in the rite. Indeed, in no way does magic happen between individual souls. Powers, natures, virtues, the properties of things, act at the same time as do the souls of men, spirits, and gods. Even if it could be established that the notion of the soul forms the exclusive material of magic, we would still need to seek the causes of the formation of magic per se, that is, why men did not limit themselves to funeral rites and the precautions concerning the souls of the deceased. Ultimately, Wundt's notion of magic seems unsettled. Here is, in fact, how he defines it: any action mysteriously exercised by a man or a god is magical. Yet such a definition might indistinctly apply to any rite, religious as well as magical. 81 To the sui generis efficacy of all sacred beings or objects, and even to miracles. 82. Fetishism is the other group of facts in which primitive animism is best expressed. Fetishism is distinct from magic in the sense that the latter is made of isolated, temporary rites, without regularity nor periodicity, employed for specific, and non-lasting, circumstances, whereas fetishism is a cult properly speaking. 83 It is a system of rites practiced in conformity with collective traditions and addressed to a determined thing, which always remains the same, and in which a soul or spirit resides. The fetish keeps its distinctive characteristics outside of the rites of which it is the object. Moreover, while magic is practiced by isolated agents and private individuals, fetishism has its societies of practitioners, which are real social institutions. But it is also distinct from religious or mythical cults in the absolute arbitrariness of its choices. 84 The two main forms it might take are the talisman, which has a positive action, and the amulet, which is rather used for passive protection. These two notions are derived from the general principle. But beyond a few clever remarks, it is difficult to see in these distinctions more than arbitrary refinements. Both the amulet and the talisman are the concern of magic, which produces them. Moreover, both magic and fetishism have respective traditional practitioners and corporations of professional agents. The situation of Wundt is so unstable that at some points 85 he considers fetishism as absolutely primitive, and at others 86 as the result of an evolution. As a matter of fact, it could hardly be otherwise, since Wundt wished to remain faithful to classical theories and therefore to use a notion of fetishism that remains undefined. Even in African countries, supposed to be the territory of choice for fetishism, this notion has no foundation, as we have shown elsewhere. 87 The object used as a fetish is never an arbitrarily chosen, common object, it is always defined by the code of magic and religion. But magic and fetishism have produced two more groups of facts: manism, the cult of ancestors, and animalism, the cult of animals. Of the former, we will say little. For if the cult of the soul leads to the cult of ancestors, it does so, as Wundt admits, following a long evolution that can fully develop only within a highly developed social organization. 88 If in China it dominates the whole of mythology and rituals, it is precisely because culture has there attained a very high development. Although branching quite early, this evolution of myth only bears fruit very late, and for this reason manism cannot be extensively treated in a book that is mostly occupied with primitive forms. However, this is not the case of animalism, of which the most widespread type is totemism. According to Wundt, totemism is derived from animism 89 which preceded it. The reason he invokes to establish anteriority deserves to be noted, because it is linked to one of his doctrine's guiding ideas, to which we will return later. Totemism presupposes individuals forming defined societies called classes. It is linked with a specific social organization. 90 However, for Wundt, any social organization is a derived fact, more or less late, which implies something beyond itself. What is really primitive is what is anterior to any organization, which emerges from the unorganized mass of individuals. The notion of the soul, which fulfills this condition since it is the spontaneous product of human reflection, must therefore have preceded totemic beliefs and practices. Here is how they emerged. What would have been the intermediary between the idea of the soul and that of the totem is the notion of soul animal or animal soul, seelenteer. At the moment of death, it is believed that the soul escapes in the form of animals that are seen in the vicinity of the dying person, mostly in the form of a worm or a snake, those universal totems, says Wundt, without providing any ground for his argument. Therefore, a cult to these animals emerged, and then a cult to others. Finally, man came to think that a magical action, similar to the one that forms the basis of the Australian Intikiuma 91 could be exercised upon the totems thereby constituted, in order to ensure the multiplication of the totemic species, and the totemic cult therefore emerged. One sees that this deduction of totemism does not add anything important to the theories of Tyler 92 and Wilkin 93, who see in the totem, above all, the soul of an ancestor incarnated in the body of an animal. Without insisting on the several difficulties raised by this theory, let us merely note that nothing justifies this supposed anteriority of the notion of soul. Isolated, pure animism will never be observed, and it is only arbitrarily that an epoch during which the cult of the soul existed on its own can be imagined. If we remain in the realm of facts, all that can be said is that the idea of soul and totemism are solidary facts, which belong to the same system. Actually, from a dialectical point of view, we might wonder if this explanation does not rest on a petitio principii. For, indeed, if the souls of clan members are incarnated in a given animal species, is it not because living people had kinship relations with this species? If these animals were strangers, why would the souls inhabit them? If this is the case, the real question is to know where these kinship relations come from. And to this question, the animist theory does not give any answer. From totemism, Wundt deduces the institution of taboo. The totem is the object of respect, which produces prohibitions, and it is on the model of these prohibitions that other taboos would have been formed. 94 The idea is not unfounded, although the way in which it is presented makes it appear a bit tenuous. With Roberts and Smith, he admits that, in its primitive form, the notion of taboo is ambiguous, that the ideas of pure and impure are mingled within it, and that the distinction between them is made only later, when demons and gods appear. Very justly, he emphasizes the relations that this notion, thereby formed, entertains with morals and the law. 95 Finally, intrepidly, he attempts to derive a table of processes of lustration, first by fire and then by water, for Wundt thinks, we do not know why, that the former were anterior to the latter. Notwithstanding the interest of his remarks, their reach is weakened by his unfortunate distinction between myth and religion. For this reason, in fact, he cannot link the notion of taboo to the notion of sacred, of which it is, in reality, only one aspect. Finally, from these notions and cults, Wundt deduces the idea of demon, that is, of a spirit which is not a disembodied human soul. We will say nothing of this genesis, which already presupposes elements borrowed from religion, for the notion of demon is not constituted independently from the idea of gods. 96 We will only note the difference that Wundt subtly indicates between individual souls, which are scattered and independent from one another, and the demons which, on the contrary, are gregarious and only exist in gangs and groups. 97 Wundt also correctly shows how demons correspond to natural things and the events of life. We also note the description he makes of demonic possession and of the elements that formed protective demons. Concerning demons of vegetation and their cult, Wundt follows the proper authors, Manhart 98 and Proust. 99 Finally, he gives a fine analysis of the dramatic representations of myths of vegetation, sun, and rain, which form the origins of melodrama. 100 However, following Fraser, Wundt considers as magic the rites of water and fire which are a part of these myths, we believe without justification. One finds the elements of a theory of sacrifice in two parts of this book. Originally purely expiatory, it was a means of lustration from the consequences of the taboo. 101 Then, when addressed to demons and especially to agrarian demons, it became a sacrifice for requests and thanks. 102 We restrain ourselves to these indications, since the question will naturally return in his coming volume on religion. Conclusion. This book is significant in the mass of observations and ideas, the theories discussed, and the theses proposed. We have to salute this imposing effort to introduce rational order in the world of mythology, a world in which anthropologists have usually only seen long series of linked empirical facts, philologists language disorders, and historians chronologies or chains that were, at the most, used to take the place of absent chronologies. 103 However, it seems that very serious reservations have to be made concerning the author's conceptions, including the most fundamental ones. First of all, nothing is more contestable than the dominant idea that art and myth belong to the domain of imagination and fantasy, and therefore are nothing more than simple combinations of images. A multitude of sentiments and a creative will are at play in art, and there is no reason why the study of these factors should be reserved to physiological psychology or philosophy, as Wundt argues. Similarly, and without mentioning that there should be no distinction between myth and religion, as we argued earlier, the Gefühlsreaktionen, the actions of collective sentiment, of which Wundt shows the importance concerning ritual prohibitions related to animals. 104 also govern the way in which mythological images and concepts are grouped, dissociated, classified, hierarchized, and bear fruit, for there are, in mythology, not only images, but also concepts or, at least, composite images. It is the logic of collective sentiments. 105 that presides over the formation of both. Additionally, the function of myth is to direct practice, i.e., ritual. The myth is to the efficient gesture what the idea is to the word, what the moral rule is to the act that applies or violates it, and consequently it cannot be separated from active faculties. In sum, we fear that Wundt is prisoner to the old divisions of Volker's psychology, language is attached to the intellect, myth and art to fantasy, law and morals to will. 106 This clear-cut and arbitrary partition results in the elimination of sentiment and image from language, of morality from primitive religion, of will, the sense of force, from production, while the idea of causation and creation actually dominate it, and finally, of imagination and understanding from morality. This a priori division of facts is, moreover, the cause of a great gap. We are indeed surprised to see that, in that monumental Völkerpsychology, no place is left for those collective representations that are not essentially mythic, religious, aesthetic, moral, or judicial, the representations of time 107 space, class 108 force, cause, number, etc. Of all these, Wundt studied only one, it is the category of personality, which he only touched on within his analysis of the notion of the soul. And yet, there is no reason why the others should be left out from history and comparison. But, notwithstanding these omissions, what is the value of this book? It is, in a way, a sociology. For Wundt studies phenomena of collective life and, a priori, he studies them as such. Albeit vague, the notion of Kultur, of civilization, to which our author attaches so many evolutions and changes in Form 109 is in our eyes an essentially sociological notion. This work even constitutes, because of the method it employs, progress in comparison to Wundt's previous works. It is a generous and courageous effort to systematize into a genealogy the principal forms of the principal institutions of art and of what is commonly called religion. But if it is a sociology, it is singularly incomplete, even altered by Wundt's conception of Völkerpsychology. Indeed, he distinguishes the discipline indicated by this term from sociology. 110 He restrains the latter to what is external and material in collective life, to political economy, the science of law, the study of social structure, general movements of population and criminality. Conversely, collective psychology does not have to understand these phenomena. Consequently, the latter studies facts in ignorance of everything that concerns the judicial, political, economic, technical, and material organization of society, and independently from any adaptation to the environment or demographic phenomenon. It is easy to see the arbitrariness of such an abstraction. Are not language, myths, the different art forms, and morals not linked to all social institutions, to all social structures? Is it possible to understand them when they are artificially detached from their natural ambience? So, what does Wundt's Völkerpsychology or collective psychology study? What is common, gemeinsam, to men, the ensemble of ideas and beliefs that human beings formed because they are human beings, and because they in relations with one another. 111 The shared basis for human mentality, as it results both from the nature of mankind in general and from the exchanges of ideas between individuals. If one subtracts from civilization everything that might be due to the influence of the different forms of social organization, of various institutions, etc., the residue then obtained is the object of Völkerpsychology. Hence Wundt carefully asserts that he studies the mental life of the people. 112, das Volk, not of society, die Gesellschaft. Indeed, society is a defined, individualized, and organized human grouping, whereas the people is simply the crowd, the multitude, the confused and undifferentiated mass of individual consciousnesses. However, it is difficult not to perceive how blurry and vague the object of collective psychology, so conceived, is. Where can this shared basis of human mentality be found? Where can it be reached in order to be observed? How can it be dissociated from what it is not? Is it preferable to observe primitive societies? No matter how simple, how little advanced they are, they nonetheless already possess a social organization that contributed to shape their mentality. In the complexus of effects given to observation, how is it possible to distinguish the different factors? Wundt himself is obliged to recognize that the animist cult is nowhere found in its pure state, that everywhere it is mixed with many other elements. But then how can we make it a sort of separate entity, that could form the object of a distinct science? Wundt would say that the notion of the soul can be explained by the data common to human mentality, without any considerations relative to social organization, and that therefore it is of the domain of Völkerpsychology. But it is contrary to any method to define the object of science on the basis of the explanatory hypotheses made by the scientist. The group of facts that is the object of research must be delimited before the scientist is led to explain it. Finally, are there any representations that really are produced by the unorganized mass of consciousnesses? In fact, men have always entertained relationships only within defined and organized groups and, consequently, it is completely arbitrary to imagine mental life independently from any organization. At the least, the groups men form always have a sentiment of themselves, of their unity, and this sentiment, which varies according to the nature, form, and composition of groups, necessarily affects all the representations that emerge within them. We are therefore extremely worried that there is, in this very notion of Völkerpsychology, a large amount of vagueness, which is detrimental to the theories of the author. In particular, it is difficult to imagine how there could be any evolution in this order of representation studied by collective psychology. The shared basis of human mentality should always remain the same, since it does not depend, according to Wundt, on changing conditions. Indeed, for him, the same ideas branch, proliferate, are segmented or agglomerated, without us really knowing why. It is always the notion of the soul that, without apparent causes, gives birth, by a sort of internal dialectic, to diverse forms of the soul, to magic, to fetishism, and to demons. We are merely marking time. Or, when some real novelty appears, it is not prepared nor engendered by what precedes it, but arises in a revolutionary way, such is, according to our philosopher, the case of religion and pure art, which emerged more or less at the same time and in the same mysterious way. But on the contrary, if these facts are considered as the products of well and truly social life, if they are put in relationship with the social factors that Wundt takes pains to avoid, then changes are effortlessly explained. For everything that is social, in the sense that we give to the term, is specific and variable according to countries and times. Millet had already rightly criticized Wundt's Sprach for this very same reason. 113. Finally, we wonder if this conception of Völkerpsychology does not, in the end, compromise psychology itself. Indeed, Wundt's Völkerpsychology is not simply the richer reservoir of facts in general psychology. 114. It threatens to absorb the latter. Since the phenomena it studies are those that are common to all human beings and are not specific to determined social groups, there is no reason to believe that there would be any other in individual consciousness. There only remain the mental states that are tightly related to organisms, which are the objects of physiological psychology, the only part of psychology on which Wundt has written. In fact, for instance concerning language, the philosopher sees only two problems, one psychophysiological, and the other socio-psychological. 115. The analogy between this position and the one generally attributed to Kant is noticeable. It is true that, according to Wundt, there is, in consciousness, the notion of apperception, which would be the proper object of psychology. 116. But in the way Wundt conceives of it, as attached to primitive will, apperception is metaphysical. It is not consciousness, but the substantial foundation of consciousness. The cycle of psychological phenomena ranges from Trieb, from conatus, to voluntary and free will, without consciousness being anything more than an intermittent glint. 117. Everything comes out of the noumenon and returns to it. But this way of conceiving of psychology as a sort of voluntarist substantialism compromises the very theory of apperception, which is so useful both in sociology and in psychology. 118. Without sufficiently clear-cut criteria, which would allow for the distinction between the physiological and the psychic on one hand, and on the other hand between the purely psychic, that is, everything that is common to all individual consciousnesses, and the social, that is, what is common only to men who live in one specific, defined and organized, society, does not psychology vanish, or can it be anything more than a metaphysics? 3. Preface to St. Patrick and the Cult of the Hero. Henri Hubert 1. One might ask oneself how a study of narrowly circumscribed facts, such as this, which is limited to the life of a single saint, could have sociological significance, and if one could pass in a single bound from St. Patrick, national hero of Ireland, to the social conditions of the cult of heroes. Zarnowski recounts for us, with supporting documents, the factual history of St. Patrick, which is brief. He analyzes Patrick's legendary history, which is lengthy. St. Patrick resembles Irish gods and heroes whose myths are presented to us in their characteristic episodes. Hagiography, philological study of Irish mythology, history, ultimately, such is the heart of the book. Yet sociology is still the affair of philosophers. In a sociological work, specific facts are more mentioned than recounted. They appear there by way of evidence and examples. Sociology appears still to be mere theory. It is true that in order to theorize social facts, the sociologist must often himself do the historical and philological study that has not already been done. But perhaps he will in such a case take care not to bluntly present his dual labor. Here, the discussion of the general sociological problem expressed by the title is, on the contrary, wrapped up in the meticulous account of a specific fact, the actual and legendary story of St. Patrick. In asking ourselves in what manner and in what measure the thesis breaks off from the example, we have in view the definition of the characteristics of a kind of sociological study, useful and commendable. But, a preliminary question, is it in fact a matter of a sociological problem? Not every problem in the history of religion is necessarily such. Not every phenomenon which takes place in society is necessarily social. Zarnowski takes pains to give us, from the first pages, a general idea of heroes in which the sociological interest is evident. Not everyone who would like to or who one would like to becomes a hero, he tells us. A kind of collective consent, which takes on ritual forms carefully noted, is necessary. Only those with a quite obvious representative character can be the object of such consent. They virtually represent the ideal qualities of a group of men, to whom they are attached by special, and often imaginary, ties. They are the ones who link parents to one another, leaders to their subordinate, bosses to the community, to the city, to the institution they founded. The alliance between the representative and the represented is perpetuated by spiritual, temporal, and affective services that the latter expect and believe that they receive from the former. Thus, the notion of hero implies social relationships between a legendary or mythical character and a group of men. It therefore contains a social element. And consequently, it lends itself to sociological study. The usual research and demonstration method of sociology is the comparative method. Its definitions and conclusions are based on comparisons in which the terms are usually not taken from a single society. In the work of Zarnowski, St. Patrick is compared only with the saints, gods, and heroes of Ireland, and moreover this comparison is actually intended to show that he resembles them and therefore is a hero. We leave St. Patrick only to know him better. The comparative method is therefore used with reduced benefits. To be sure, the study is based on a broader substratum of comparisons. They provide the basis for an introduction. But they are not used in the demonstration. Already then, we see that the author was less preoccupied by generalization than by analysis and perhaps less by theory than by research. He wanted to extract from a particular case, that of St. Patrick, the sociological teachings that this case carries. The analysis of isolated cases already has its place in sociological methods, whether as a monograph, which adds up to other monographs to form cumulative syntheses, or as crucial and typical facts, from which are extracted the essential elements of a phenomenon. Zarnowski shows that the story of St. Patrick provides sociology with such a crucial fact, but it does not do so at first glance. Indeed, the crucial elements of historical or ethnographical facts appear only with analysis and after a sociological processing. But in fact there are two sorts of sociological works. In the first, theses are offered and questions are posed, facts are called on, one after the other, in order to provide answers. In the second, it is the facts that precede and therefore pose the questions, but they are chosen precisely for the questions they pose. This method has its advantages. Here, the facts keep their details, their color, and their guarantees of authenticity, which are precious in the face of the darkness of the past. This is the case with Zarnowski's book. The minutiae of history and philology serve sociology by providing it not only with assurances but also with reasons. We will better understand the sociological character of works like Zarnowski's if we first see how they can differ from historical studies. It is easy to figure out how a historian would approach the subject chosen by Zarnowski. We will certainly be surprised to see that, having begun in wondering, texts in hand, if St. Patrick was really a historical character, Zarnowski has not written the history of his popularity in the same manner. We will certainly reproach him for having been brief concerning the past and present manifestations of this popularity. Does not the study of St. Patrick as the national hero of Ireland imply counting the occasions when this character was professed, determining, within the relevant period of time, a series of its variations in number as well as in intensity, and fixing dates and circumstances? The diffusion of the name, the churches placed under the invocation of the saint, the popular and other songs, the emblems and their uses, all are as many facts and documents that would seem suited to appear in the work of a historian. Zarnowski treats them as unquestionable data. On the other hand, he emphasizes the reasons and conditions of the principal fact. These are institutions, durable and general things. While for the historian, the series of effects and causes happens in a sequence of particular facts, the sociologist goes back from a social fact to an antecedent social fact. This is moreover not without historical benefit. Through the St. Patrick of legend, Zarnowski lets us see quite clearly a few important traits of the St. Patrick of history. We do not believe that, for instance, the method of assimilation practiced by St. Patrick has been better explained. Point 2. Moreover, on this side, we win the game, because no one can ignore the clarity that the sociological spirit brings to history. But what matters to us is not the profit of history, but of sociology. It is a work of sociology based on history that we present to the readers of the Travaux de l'année sociologique, not a work of history based on sociology. 2. When we talk of heroes, we understand one another, and without any doubt the common use of this word is made with discernment, but the difficulties start with reflection. Point 3. Already, the German language makes a distinction between two words, held and heroes, the hero of the epic and the hero of the religious cult. Distinction sometimes brings confusion. The languages that do not come from the sources of classical antiquity present a variety of synonyms of which the correspondence is imperfect. The marabouts for the Arabic Velis 5 have something in common with the heroes that we imagine, without completely resembling them. Above all, we must account for the languages whose religious vocabulary lacks a topical and precise term to designate the hero, although the latter exist in the traditions of peoples who have spoken these languages. This is the case of Hebrew 6, Latin 7, Irish, as well as Welsh. Point 8. In these cases, adjectives are used to qualify characters that are strong, violent, warlike, illustrious, to describe their magnificent, memorable, and beneficent brutalities, but without separating them, by using a specific term, from men and gods. Certainly, we have reasons to believe that the notion expressed by the term hero has been widespread, but it has not been distinct, homogeneous, and compact everywhere. It is not one of those notions that do not need definition, and neither is it one of those that risk becoming more obscure by being defined. Without exception, heroes are characters that, at least in the opinion of men, have lived and died, men from a near or distant and legendary past, demons or gods who have undergone the risks of a temporal life. They are men and yet superhuman. They died and are yet distinguished from the crowd of the dead by the memory that is attached to them and the strength that they are still given. Demons or gods, they are quasi-demons or semi-gods, with a lesser power, limited or temporary, but serviceable to men, to whom they are close, adjoined to them in their recognizable images and certain deaths. In a word, they are divine intercessors. Superhumans or semi-gods, heroes are, in any case, divine. The hero is a divus, a species of the divine. 9. But these characteristics, as limiting as they might seem to be, still leave an almost undefined latitude to the use of the term in question. Between ancestral spirits and heroes, no demarcation appears at first. There is also none between epic heroes and heroes of tales or novels. All agrarian demons, all totemic spirits, all the gods that come down on earth to engender men, found races, teach them, catch the moon or the sun for them and finally die in sacrifice or elsewhere, and finally all the creator gods, in a word, all the gods, are susceptible to being placed in turn into the too broad and open category of the hero, following the civilizing heroes, American or other 10 of whom the abilities and attributions are indefinitely stretched. In speaking of the hero, one has spoken of the Christ and the Buddha, of the prophets, and above all of the saints. It is even the first title of Saint Patrick that presents itself as candidate here. Such a distended notion can lead to a misunderstanding, and its limits therefore have to be tightened. It is on the side of the gods that they are most difficult to fix, so numerous are the degrees and imperceptible the progression in the spiritual and divine world humanity has superimposed on itself. In the middle of the temple of Hierapolis in Syria there were 3 divine images, one represented a goddess, the other, the quite dim face of a very great god, and of the third, the author of the Didia Syria, whose language is nuanced, does not explicitly tell us that it represents a god. 11 The first 2 were properly speaking the objects of a cult, the third appeared in the cult and was used in rites. With more myths and legends than the other 2, this character resembled Hades or Adonis. The visitors of the temple, curious to know his name, were told of Dionysus, of Semiramis. Even his divine personality was identified with the founder of a cult, Cambabus, general of Seleucus, of whom a curious legend was told. We would therefore freely recognize a hero here. The third character of these Semitic trinities, of which the Trinity of Hierapolis is one example, is preeminently a living God, 12 full of life similar to human life. He gives evidence of it through his suffering, death, and resurrection followed by new death. His humanity makes his worth, he is a mediator, he is almost already a Messiah. If the Greeks adopt him, he is Hercules 13, he is Melisert 14, Iolaus 15 or Deucalion 16, that is, heroes who they recognize in him. Nevertheless, the opinion of the Greeks did not seem decisive to von Baudissin, who dedicated clear and profound studies to these Syrian gods. According to him, Adonis and his equals, being gods only incompletely, are demons. There is a great difficulty in classifying in clearly defined and hierarchical categories the religious beings whose place is not at the forefront of the cult. We have the feeling that there exist categories, but how are their differences articulated? Fixing, as we have done 17, the limit between gods and heroes at the point where the cult starts, excludes all the Greek heroes, the most typical of all, because they are the object of a cult. Taking as a criterion the historical character of the acts, the temporary character of interventions, bounded by competency, limited by power, necessarily leaves aside the civilizers of American mythologies, because they do not only help men and establish their races, they also create them and are able to give mankind the sun as well as fire. Taking personality, nothing more, as the definite criterion implies the rejection of all the anonymous heroes of Greece, the heroes of functions and numerous spirits who are the inventors of rites or techniques who are classified under the rubric of civilizing heroes. 18 The human nature of the characters implies refusing to add to the family of heroes its ancestors in animal form, such as the crow of British Columbia. Heroes, gods, and demons are of parent species. But their similarities and differences are difficult to reduce to systems. Certainly there have been passages or exchanges between the two, some heroes became gods, some gods became heroes. Even some entire groups have changed character or switched levels. The Goths, says their historian Jordanes, called heroes the Onces, who were chiefs. These are the Ezes of the northern Germans, who considered them as gods. 19 A limit so often crossed thus is at risk of being erased entirely. In the case just cited, heroes have been promoted. But is the progression from heroes to gods constant, regular and natural? Certainly not. The kinship that links the species of spirits does not imply an obvious genealogical order. Did heroes precede or follow gods? Are they descended from demons? These are the questions that are posed, but the responses do not satisfy us. 20 Confusion is the rule. It results in large part from the abusive extension, depending on time and place, of familiar notions, sometimes to the profit of gods, sometimes to the profit of some sorts of demons, such as fairies. It is also due to the complex character of the divine characters, like Hercules or Dionysus 21, who are between god and hero. There are several aspects of divinity. Sometimes a single figure unites them, sometimes they are divided into more than one figure, associated by a single cult. The qualities of heroes undoubtedly correspond to one of these aspects, and inversely it seems that some roles of heroes exist for divinity. Zarnowski's book gives ample space to the definition of the hero. It ends with a definition. It opens with a preliminary definition. The latter is not a review of synonyms, it enumerates and summarizes the traits of a type, of which Greece provides the principal examples. Zarnowski finds this type in Ireland and, while drawing the portrait of Saint Patrick, explains its different characters. His provisional definition is comprehensive, because it contains both the heroes whose epic resuscitates tumultuous adventures and those who are heroes by virtue of their grave and relics, both the ideal types and the real objects of the cult, both those whose life is commented on and those whose remains are venerated, both those who have really lived and whose memory is authentic and those whose mortal life is a myth, both those who are men and those who approach the gods. They do not entirely realize the plenitude of the type, but they all show some recognizable aspect of it. The explanation for hypothetically attributing a heroic character to Saint Patrick is methodically based on this definition. Saint Patrick was, it seems, a very strong personality. Active, energetic, and with the sense of organization, he had the qualities of a leader and thereby deserved to become one of those superhuman chiefs and champions who are the heroes. His legend gave him virtues and powers, in which were evident both the Christian ideal and the national ideal of the Irish people. He became similar to their ancient gods. But the latter are heroes, or assimilated to heroes. They all lived on earth. Fights and disasters give them a wondrous prestige, an exemplary virtue to imitate or fear, an aura of useful and present power. Saint Patrick penetrated, for example, the system of feasts in which the Irish heroes are represented as triumphing and dying in turn. His legend is mixed with some sorts of sacrifices that strikingly resembles theirs, and like them he fights, though he does not die like them. There is a parallelism between Saint Patrick and the Irish heroes. There is also a parallelism between the characteristics of the Irish heroes and the elements of the preliminary definition, but is it not a constant tautology? Undoubtedly. And this was inevitable. For Saint Patrick is not a hero de plano, but a saint, and it must be demonstrated that the preliminary definition of the hero can be applied to him despite appearances. The clarity and precision the definition gains from this work is supplementary value, a net profit. The goal was not to deepen it, nor to justify it, but to extend its application. The result is the sociological definition of a historical fact. This is a result, in itself, not without interest, but which matters above all because it is able to bring a new contingent of precise, evident, and authentic data to the general problems with which this work is concerned. But although this book is about the hero in general, it is in fact on a specific category of hero that attention is focused, starting with the title. By defining Saint Patrick as a national hero, Zarnowski is already accounting in his definition for the type of society of which his hero will incarnate, to borrow his expression, the fundamental social value. Now he is in a position to inform us, fairly completely, about the sociological relationships between the Irish national hero and the Irish nation. Here is how, According to Zarnowski, the heroic legend of Saint Patrick was constituted, by borrowing from Irish tradition. Characteristic episodes of heroic myths have been incorporated into it, especially those which relate to festivals. 22. The Irish year contains 4 major festivals, on the first day of February, May, August, and November. In between these major festivals that inaugurate seasons fall the mid-season festivals. The festival of St. Patrick, on March 17, coincides with one of the latter. But all the others have something of St. Patrick. His legendary life is accomplished within the cycle of the year. Its episodes all coincide with the dates of festivals, whether with the old Irish festivals or with Easter, but Easter is equivalent to both Beltane, the festival of the 1st of May, and Samhain, that of the 1st of November. The life of St. Patrick is strictly regulated by the calendar and by the order of festivals, as is the social life of the Irish people who, since they lived dispersed and without cities, gathered on a regular basis only during festivals, during which collective actions were decided and accomplished. The life of St. Patrick and the life of the Irish both follow the same calendar. There is therefore an obvious harmony between the legendary life of the saint and the social milieu within which it is placed, a harmony that results from the way in which his life has been composed. This heroic tradition, tribal or national, had its entitled depositaries. They were the Filled. 23 in Ireland and in Gaul. The Filled formed a class comparable to that of the Druids, judges, priests, scholars, and above all poets. They were the ones who sang the stories of the heroes during festivals. They formed a national institution. Their organization was independent from that of the tribes and clans. Now, St. Patrick was adopted by the Filled. The St. Patrick of history put into service of his propaganda the jealousy of the 2 rival corporations formed by the Druids and the Filled. He utilized the organization of the latter. Unwelcomed by the Druids, he was nonetheless able to enter, with his followers, into the ranks of the leadership of Irish society under the aegis of the Filled. The latter provided him with his clergy and with methods of action. One sees him, for example, surrounded by young people to whom he assumes some sort of adoptive parenthood. It is then as a file master that he acts. Irish society, in a sense, abandoned its children to the spiritual corporations that were in charge of their education. The Filled, allies and disciples of St. Patrick, took care of his legend. They shaped it to the taste of their own tradition. They filled it with their indigenous legends. But, as a national Irish body, they made their patron saint a hero of all of Ireland. On the other hand, inspired by the vigorous political sense that seems to have been one of his characteristics, St. Patrick made the organization of his church conform as much as possible to the structure of the society into which he implanted it. Although the Irish considered themselves a nation and one could, with some goodwill, perceive in Irish society the rudiments of a state, in reality they formed only a large confederation of clans, tuatha, divided into great agnatic families, fine, which were intermediaries between the actual family and the clan, and grouped in tribes, which were larger clans, mortuatha, that, united in fixed numbers, formed kingdoms, which in turn were confederated like tribes within a nation under the aegis of the great king of Tara. 24 The kingdom of Ireland was midway between tribal gregariousness and monarchic organization. Men were grouped in a patriarchal feudalism, united by personal ties of consanguinity and by both real and personal ties of property and social hierarchy. It has been noted that the framework of the Irish Church reproduced that of society. Dioceses correspond to clans, monastic communities to the large agnatic groups, fine, whose character they shared. They do more than correspond, they coincide, and both systems are intertwined in a complex network of familial and feudal ties. 25. In this politico-domestically structured society, the relationships between gods and men were conceived on the model of the relationships between men. To some degree the gods are parents. The gods are ancestors. On the other hand, the ancestors are divinities, or more precisely, heroes or gods playing the role of heroes. In the religion of such a society, the cult of the heroes had to be the characteristic element and play the principal role. We say heroes and not simply ancestors because the fundamental units of society did not simply have the moral and legal role of a family, they were political units, which counted above all through their leaders. Groups of this type are usually idealized in their ancestor chiefs, and the latter are usually heroes. Vanity attributes them enviously with all the merits, it likes to represent them as taller, more valorous and handsome than the best and most honorable of their offspring. They have, in any case, the merit of having been the first, and of having beyond them only the unknown or the gods. The fundamental units of the Irish society, the Fine and Tuatha, therefore entertained a cult of heroes, who were their legitimate ancestors. Above those narrow kinships spread broader kinships. Other heroes, who were raised above the first group, corresponded with them. It is as a matter of fact remarkable that the heroes corresponding to the Fine and Tuatha have almost always, in the myth of their origin, had an element of illegitimacy or foreignness. This is the case of Cuchulainn 26, the most popular hero of Ulster. In this heroic and divine world, the adventures of which are told in Irish mythology, some characters more especially play the role of gods. They are collectively called Tuatha De Danann, the clans of the goddess Danu. They had mythical enemies, the Fomori, among which some can be classified as gods. But both are supposed to have developed multiple and diverse relationships with men. All of them have resided on earth and have been united, directly or indirectly, to a group of men through alliance or kinship, whether natural or adoptive. The Olympus of Ireland is subterranean. Gods live in the Cid, that is, the burial mound, for they are dead or have withdrawn to the realm of the dead. 27 The entire spiritual world of Ireland is gathered in the graves and cemeteries, around which the religious life of the kingdoms, tribes, clans, and fine is concentrated. 28 Heroes and gods are mixed together in the notion of people of the Cid, 29 which also contains the demons and fairies. The proof of kinship given by the family name is abundantly found in Ireland in the case of the clans and their founders. It is also not lacking in the case of more widely extended groups. The clans have collective names or gentilics, which include the patronymic name, or they are referred to as the race, the sons, the posterity of the ancestor, Corcu Auckland, Senil Conale, Hwe Guide, Mac Ichak. But there are also Hwe Amaljata, and they are a tribe, 30 Macnicta, who undoubtedly descend from a great god, Nuitunict, 31 for Domnan, men of Domnu, a very important and vague goddess, who are probably the Dumnonii who originated in Great Britain and have been transposed in mythology and transformed into demonic tribes by the national poets. 32. Hence the Fine, Tuatha, the tribes and kingdoms of Ireland were defined in relationship to characters who were their ideal types, their personal emblems, their gods, and their ancestors. These characters were heroes. In the same way that the Church of St. Patrick modelled its organization on the framework of Irish society, it imitated, in the cult of its saints, the cult of the heroes found in this society. The Irish saints replaced the ancestors and heroes in the monasteries and the dioceses they founded, but also in the large and small clans to which they correspond. Among them, St. Patrick, founder of the Irish Church, holds the place of a national hero because he has been adopted by the national institution of the Fillid, thanks to whom he was able to accomplish his task as national apostle. He has the traits of a hero because of the assimilation that took place between his church and the society whose gods it replaced. The saints of the church were heroes because of the form taken by the gods of the society. These conclusions imply the existence of rational ties not only between two social phenomena, the legendary model of St. Patrick and the society in which he founded his church, but also between the notion of hero and certain structures of society, of which the hero would be the function. They therefore mark a considerable logical progress towards the solution of the problem at stake. This gain is of real importance. A study limited to a single case and a single type of society could not prove that the phenomenon it observes is lacking in other societies, nor could it prove that this phenomenon is present without exception in this single type of society. Zarnowski does not therefore claim that all the kinship-based, clan-formed societies, and only these, produce heroes. He claims that a specific form of these societies, and a specific phase in their evolution, is particularly favorable to the production of heroes. But we can here advance with caution along the path he opens for us in order to see where it leads. Heroic societies are among those which no longer define themselves strictly through kinship, but which also do not completely define themselves through their territory, although there exist some territorial heroes, 33, or through an impersonal status comparable to that of the citizens of a republic or the subjects of a monarchy. They define themselves through their leaders, their kings, warriors, magistrates, founders, initiators. 34 The notion of hero makes a pair with the notion of chief. Heroic societies are chief societies. Any society that has chiefs, if it does not define itself usually through them, can go through crises during which it recognizes itself in them and makes them into heroes. This formula has a limit, for we have the feeling that a double delimitation imposes itself, touching on the nature of the social bond that unifies the subordinates and the very quality of the chiefs. The patron of a brotherhood is, strictly speaking, a hero. The ancient city had its heroes, as does the fatherland. But can the same be said of the state? 35 A department, a monarchy, a republic, a democracy. These institutions are to fatherlands and nations what anonymous societies or syndicates are to brotherhoods. But when one calls a troop or a party by the name of its leader, one gives them, through thought, a unity that is more intimate than that provided by military or political discipline. Between the members of these groups, the willed community has built a real communion, a shared life and soul emanating from the chief animates them. The dependency between him and them resembles kinship. They are truly brothers in him, and the name that is given to them symbolizes this chance kinship. When a society gains consciousness of itself through its heroes, it feels that it takes its origin, its blood, its name from the prestige of their authority, their strength, and their worth. St. Louis, Joan of Arc, Napoleon have been, or are, heroes for France, but also heroes of the French fatherland, of the French name that we all bear, of the French blood in our veins. The words fatherland and nation, like the word brotherhood, imply kinship. The notion of companionship implies communion. The Greek city was a circle of kinship, like the phratry and the Gamma Upsilon Omicron. One might think of tyrannicidal heroes as examples of heroes that heroicize political abstractions and, for the heroicization of the state, the cult of the Roman emperors. But, in the case of tyrannicides, the political order is perhaps not well distinguished from the Rollamda Iota. 36 As to the cult of the emperors in Rome, it developed on the basis of the familiar, quasi-domestic cult of the Lares. 37 In the provinces, the regular extension of the Roman citizenship, the introduction of new citizens into the tribes of Rome and the imperial gentes, which indefinitely broadened in order to adopt all 38 contributed to effectively found the cult on the basis of a kinship system. In general, it was a family, or at least a clientele, that practiced the imperial cult. To be sure, we willingly give the name of hero to characters whose nature seems to imply not the ideal command of a society but the eminent realization of some episode or quality of the human condition. Heroes are emblems of virtue or of faults, of success, of the necessity of good and bad luck, but they are also the emblems of the men who identify with them. The latter form, in the eyes of the others, a society. Our familiar language, which here is not mistaken, calls them brothers and talks of their brotherhoods. 39 Our popular fantasy has realized the latter. But moreover, heroicization hardly fails to make them enter into some category of hero that is the object of an ordered cult on the part of a group of men. In sum, there are no heroes that do not have a society behind them, however diffuse. The society of men who agree in electing a hero, the social sentiments that unite it, even be they reduced to the most indifferent sympathy, are of the nature of kinship. It could not be otherwise, for while the institutions that unite men express the principle of their union through emblems, such as coats of arms, flags, stones of coronation, or heroes, the emblem creates the kinship among the united men. 40 The possession of a common emblem is the proof of kinship because it constitutes it. But, moreover, there are chiefs and chiefs, kings and kings. In Irish epic, where nearly all the characters are heroes, it is not the greatest kings who are the greatest heroes. There are Irish kings who are great heroes, such as Conset Cathach 41 he of 100 battles, but not all are, and most are of a very retiring heroism. In Ulster, the king of the heroic cycle is Concobar, but the hero is Cuchulainn. The epic role of the king is secondary, when it is not odious or ridiculous. 42 We can say the same for Finn, who is a king for the Fianna. It is not to him that the strongest blows in their adventures are attributed, but to Diarmaid, Caolt, and Conan. He does not enter the scene until the battle is won. He manages only with the aid of his allies and never takes the good role when disagreement arises between them. 43 The fact is not peculiar to Ireland. Arthur, who is in many ways the perfect hero, seems less so when he is compared to his entourage. It is the same with Charlemagne or Agamemnon. The true hero, in sum, is not the king, but the champion of the king. 44 In this sense, the epic is, we believe, a faithful mirror of ancient institutions. The epic kings, who are subordinated to their auxiliaries in the scale of heroic values, likely had real kings as models, and these latter were something more or less and in any case other than the chiefs who became the heroes. The Irish tradition conserved some traits of the primitive character of the king. Zarnowski tells us that he is responsible for the harvest, for the growth of the herd, and in general for the prosperity of his subjects. When cows have no milk, fruit falls before ripening, and wheat is scarce, it is because the king is not legitimate. 45 King of the weather, the fields, and the herd more than king of men. The Irish king belongs to the family of kings priests gods. 46 But are the latter not eminently apt to become heroes? Are they not already during their lifetimes heroes? It seems paradoxical to doubt this. The notion of hero was explained, in the case of Celtic heroes specifically, by that of the king god, which was better studied and seemed clearer. 47 Is not the hero a divine man or a terrestrial god? The king-priest god, who all at once serves and incarnates the god of agricultural fertility, is truly a god on earth. It was thus that Concobar appeared to the Olates. He was a Diatalm 848 terrestrial god. For that reason he received quite specific tributes, but he was less taken to heart by his people than Cuchulainn. He was less of a hero, because he was more of a god. The characteristics of the king-priest god have equally been recognized in the Druids, who perhaps have preserved the primitive traits of the institution better than the Irish kings. 49 However, among the epic heroes of Ireland, only one was a Druid. This is Cathbu, the Druid of Concobar. 50 There are many who are Philid. 51 Is this an accident? One might think that the Philid had arranged the epic tradition in their favor, as they controlled that tradition. It is possible. But, in our view, the retiring role of kings and near total absence of Druids in the heroic tradition, and the character of the king god, who is tied to both, are facts which call out and deserve to be connected. We do not claim that the qualities of the king's priests gods and those of the heroes are incompatible. Concobar and several others unite them. In real life, the functions of the king-priest god and those of the politico-domestic chief have certainly been assumed on some occasions by the same individual. But the personages of tradition who possess these characteristics at the same time are not heroes by that fact, though they are king gods. We stress these considerations because they add to our presumptions concerning the rapport between heroes and politico-domestic institutions. The institution of the king god is not of this latter class, it is political and religious. It evolved into monarchy of divine right and into priesthood. The hero is not of divine but of human law, he emanates from the society that claims him. The king by divine right, who comes from elsewhere and represents something else, becomes a god rather than a hero. Romulus had in his history everything necessary to become a hero, yet, he is the object of a cult like Quirinus 52 and the latter is truly a god. Adonis is a questionable hero. 53 The pharaohs of Egypt are gods. 54 We therefore distinguish theoretically between king gods and king heroes. Excuse us for passing the limits, Zarnowski appropriately said, for rising to a viewpoint that is more extended but less certain than that to which he has restricted himself. But we have tried to show at once the value and the generality of inductions to which the analysis of even a very specific fact can lead. The analysis of specific facts distinguishes in their elements general facts. Zarnowski has carried out his own analysis in such a way that the history of St. Patrick, Christian and national hero of Ireland, gives the idea of the general relationship existing between heroes and the hierarchy of these structures. These are not merely important facts but also new ones. This is the limit of the analysis, and Zarnowski stops here, for his study is purely analytical, at the threshold of the comparative study to which one must necessarily resort in order to generalize the conclusions and furnish the proof. We have just shown of what that study would consist. But why this great analytical detour? Was it necessary to take a saint as typical of the national hero in order to reach conclusions whose principal interest is that they are valid for all heroes? But the normal case is not always the most instructive. Here, the detour was useful, if not necessary. If we wish to choose only one field of observation, and Greece, India, and China aside, Celtic society perhaps offers the best. 1.55 In Ireland, heroes prevail over the somewhat crepuscular gods. Among the Gauls, heroes have completely absorbed the gods. Yet to choose among all the heroes of Ireland this doubtful hero who is a saint, is this not a wager? Two heroes in Irish tradition hold a place comparable to that of St. Patrick, Cuchulainn and Finn mac Cumaill. In fact, we are uninformed about the cult of each one. It is likely that such a cult did exist, but there remain only minute and hypothetical traces of it. Now, even if a hero can do without a cult, the cult completes the hero. Cuchulainn and Finn mac Cumaill are heroes in the theatre of the imagination, the one in epic, the other in legend. Cuchulainn belongs to Ulster, Finn to Leinster. Moreover, their social ties, in their provinces, are less well defined and less solid than those of St. Patrick with Ireland as a whole. The case of St. Patrick was in some the best one. Besides, perhaps he is a saint only because he was first a hero. Let us not however take advantage of the irregularities of ecclesiastical canonization. 56 Saint of possession, it is still necessary to demonstrate that he was a hero. But this is worth doing. Crucial facts are rare enough that one should not neglect to accommodate them when it is possible. It is not even a matter here of a stopgap measure. In these repetitions of social phenomena, where their primordial characteristics disappear at first view through reduction or by confusion, we are lucky enough to find them at a critical date in their evolution, or at least in relation to other phenomena with which they have natural ties. Finn mac Cumaill, whose face is blurred, trails after him a long string of truncated myths, but he has hoarded an entire treasure of fables. The cycle of Finn would be an excellent case for the comparative study of tale and myth and their proximity. Finn is a mythical hero who has something about him of the hero of fables. Equally St. Patrick, because he is a saint and founder of churches, offers a favorable case for another part of the study of heroes. Either we must condemn ourselves to excessively restrained sociological investigation, or sociologists must apply themselves to the unraveling of facts that are difficult to define and classify. The effort applied toward this latter goal is salutary, and some advance for sociology will always result of it. 3. We have just noted one of these advances, and it is equally one to find fixed in good light a portrait of a single hero that evokes many. But more, in systematically setting out the facts that give St. Patrick the character of a hero, Zarnowski has contributed to a theory of heroicization, which he did not directly intend to do. We will see in what measure and, at the same time, in what manner we should proceed to add to his work in taking it as a point of departure. In this respect, our studies introduced a lacuna. We have excellent collections of facts and very strong works on Greek 57 and Chinese 58 heroes and the Arab marabouts, 59. We have dealt with the cult of saints and the characteristics it shares with that of heroes. 60. We have theorized the king-priest god, which is at risk of being confused with the heroes, and attempted to theorize the civilizing spirit. 61. But the general study and theorization of the hero has not to this point been attempted by historians of religion, anthropologists, or sociologists. Wundt traced out the broad features of a sketch of such a study in his element Der Völkerpsychologie. There, he reviews the epochs of ethnic psychology, the third of which is that of the hero. He also poses in principle the correlation of social forms and certain ideal types, but as he gives no analytical proof, its priority does not take away any of the interest and the novelty of the conclusions presented above. As for the problems we will take on now, his book does not address them. Zarnowski leads us to consider the hero as the living symbol and emblem of a definite society. Durkheim expressed in that form the sociological relationship of the totems to their clans. 62. The relationship of the Irish Tuatha to their heroes is similar and should express itself in the same way. We have touched here, we believe, on that which unifies the species constituted by the hero. It is their character as social symbols that draws together saints, the dead, chiefs, sacrificed gods, civilizers, divine intermediaries, and other individuals to whom one is tempted to give the name hero. Even separated, heroes retain these characteristics, as long as there remains a small bit of their physiognomy. Heroes in short lend a real personality to the moral persons who make up the clans, tribes, nations, classes, and brotherhoods. But this function, which consists in representing the diffuse and multiple being of human collectivities through the unity of an individual, has not necessarily devolved solely to the hero, even in the case of politico-domestic societies. In many peoples, it normally devolved on a category of beings whose civil state is uniquely constituted by their relationship with the fortunes, spirits, special gods, whose spiritual essence they integrate. 63. If this function is indeed that of the hero, it is thus insufficient to define it. Heroes, who are as rich in characteristics as the spirit is impoverished, fulfills it splendidly, but they surpass it. We compared above the hero and the chief. We showed that their persons can be distinguished by their importance and their autonomy. They are quite real persons, but of a peculiar reality, part individual, part typical, but always concrete and close. Close and, moreover, familiar people. Heroes are distinguished in this from gods, who are equally real, important, and autonomous people. Heroes are people with whom one sometimes deals familiarly. Hercules, the good child, joyful fellow, and great drinker, who settles in with Admete, while Alcestis leaves, claimed by death, is in conformity with his heroic character. The most ancient of novels dominated by the personality of Arthur, the story of Coleridge and Olwen, included in the Mabinogion, is a kind of parody. 64. Familiarity and parody are possible because of the very excess of the valor of the heroes, the excessive energy with which they affirm their virtue and deploy their force, the excessive movement to which they give themselves in defeating the wicked and rescuing their own. Strained in violent but expressive behavior, which are the typical gestures of the simplified activity commanded by their role, their relaxation can be a fall, comical when not tragic. Indeed, heroes show humor, whether good or bad. Those of Ireland are among the least ceremonious. With the Tuatha De Danann, who are, as we have said, heroicized gods, they are perpetuated in the features of fairies, mysterious and fragile, benevolent and capricious, aggressive and sparing, who are at once the most marvelous, the most obliging, the most down-to-earth, and the most familiar of spirits. 65. The counterpart of a familiarity that is not always respectful is affection. The love of God is addressed to the gods who are rather close to the human condition and take part in its vicissitudes. The love addressed to the hero completes the sentiment of kinship, whatever its nature, that unites the hero to his own. Doubtless the hero is connected to the sacred. He holds to it always through his legend, which makes for him an imaginary life in a world that is not completely the same as the one in which men of the present day move. But his very legend brings him back to the earth and close to his people. Doubtless, the feelings attached to the hero have something of the religious. But they do not resemble those of which the gods are the object. The hero has something not of the laic, for there have been heroicized priests 66, but of the secular. This is precisely the character of the social groups in general from which he emanates. Societies specialized in the exercise of religion, or with a predominant religious function, have prophets and saints 67 in the guise of heroes, who can borrow much from heroes, but from which they are always distinguished by some typical characteristic. It is the societies in which the religious life is not detached from the whole of social life which give themselves heroes and institute heroic cults. Such were the Greek cities and the Irish Tuatha. A temporal form of god and a secular and political form of saint, the hero is surrounded by less religiosity than either. Farther from the world, closer to men and to the age, such is the place occupied by the hero in relation to that of the demons, gods, and saints. But how and for what reasons was an alliance established between men and these personages who spoke so intimately to their imagination and their hearts? Not all heroes are qualified to furnish us with a response. There are many inappropriate heroes, there are doubtless many more that are not well known. We must consider only successful heroes. Only these present the right mixture of diverse qualities and unite all the religious, moral, and aesthetic proprieties that make up, according to us, the heroic ideal. The cult of the hero has been considered as a case of the cult of the dead. Many heroes are indeed among the dead and are properly the object of a funerary cult. It is good that a hero actually lived in order to succeed, it is even good that he distinguished himself by an expressive personality and true heroic facts. A bit of truth, historical truth, is perhaps always hidden in a heroic legend. 68 Nevertheless, life and history provide only candidates for heroism. A hero becomes such only with legend, it is legend that composes his life. 69 And orders the spectacle of his death. The dead, who await in their tomb a parsimonious cult, do not become true heroes, whatever their merits, other than by the grace of mythology. Therefore, we will concern ourselves thus first with the heroes that mythology has fabricated. Thus posed, the question is nearly a general question of mythology. Sociological mythology, of course, because it follows from what has been said to this point that the correlation of myths and social, religious, or political organisms should appear quite clearly in the case of the hero. These demigods, who lived among men, selected from their peers, whose dignity, unlike that of the gods, has no metaphysical foundation, and whose prestige comes from tradition and collective expectations, have a predisposition to being considered as social beings that others lack. Halfway between the worshippers and the gods, they naturally provide us with a middle term to help explain the social characteristics of the latter. To this point, we have used the expressions myth and legend interchangeably to describe the stories of heroes. But, legend or myth, we cannot doubt that heroic legend belongs to mythology. Moreover, mythology is a part of religion. From the perspective of sociology, it cannot be otherwise. This is not the view of Wilhelm Wundt. He denies, perhaps with the appearance of being right, that sociologists can be interested in mythology. 70 And moreover he separates the latter from religion. 71 Mythology, as he conceives it, includes the stories of heroes, but he nearly writes that the former boils down entirely to the latter. 72 He judges all this as a psychologist and considers foremost the mental functions from which they result. He reduces them to a play of images, wherein the psychological phenomenon of apperception introduces the seed of the personality. For us, myth is something else. A belief is attached to it, it is imposed categorically as a dogma, it makes up part of the law, as ritual rules do. Prayer is nourished by it, sacrifice is enveloped in it, it is believed that it makes up the substance of revelations. 73 It must be authentic. It has a value. Its authenticity is guaranteed by a society, and its value is exercised in social life. Its characteristics are in large measure common to heroic legend and the myths of gods. If they differ in this perspective, they do so within the same genre. But religion is practice. heroic legend must be practical as divine myth is. If religion gives birth to beings of a reality that is closer, more powerful, familiar, and alive than that of the gods, it is from religious practice, the very exercise of religious life, that this reality, which is its reflection, was able to break loose. We will endeavor therefore to find heroic myths and heroes, in their formation and function, in religious practices, in rites, at the very points where representation and action meet. This is not to pose the question of the precedence of rituals over myths or vice versa. Zarnowski does not pose it either. However, profoundly preoccupied as he was by the intersections of rituals and myths, their reciprocal influences and counter-shocks, he sought his first facts of heroic representations in their comparative study. 74 He shows that at least several of them are born at the unclear frontier between myth and ritual. If he followed this path, it is because he primarily considered heroes and their myths as religious things. It is also because he studies them as social things. As myths are social products, it is in rituals that society is visible, present, or necessarily implicated. The mythological imagination dances to the beat of rituals, and it is there that one can grasp it. Sacrifice presents itself first and foremost to thought, and one would like to imagine the hero born in sacrifice, the typical, essential rite. If it is true, as Zarnowski indicates several times, that heroes must pass through a kind of bloody initiation, that they are crowned solely by trial, and that a religious death must consecrate their works, might their deaths be a sacrifice, and the final and essential theme of their legends a sacrificial myth? There are in fact sacrificial myths. These are myths that refer to or can refer precisely to sacrifices. Of these, there are different types. The subject of the myth is the celebration by a hero or a god of a sacrifice, which is the first of an entire series. This is the divine institution of a sacrifice and its particularities, the choice of the victim, for example. It is the fact that gave rise to the institution, or any other mythical fact of which the sacrifice would be the ritual transposition. Normally the sacrificial myth is part of the liturgy of the sacrifice. But, among sacrifices are found some where the rite and the myth are still more tightly linked, because the divine world here finds itself immediately implicated. These are the ones that appear as sacrifices of gods. In sacrifices of gods, the victims are gods, who come to die at the altar in order, it is true, to be resurrected. In the corresponding myths, the sacrificed gods die, as all heroes die. One is tempted to compare these divine deaths to heroic passions and to consider them as myths of sacrifice, corresponding by hypothesis to ritual sacrifices. 75. There is thus an appearance of affinity between the sacrifice and the legendary life of the hero. The bloody episodes of the latter find nowhere in ritual a more exact correspondence. Likewise, it is not only the death of the hero but also his triumphs that are easily transposed into sacrificial episodes. Conqueror or conquered, sacrificer or sacrificed, the hero is thus blended into a kind of sacrificial myth, from which it seems to follow that, in one of the stages of his formation, his legendary personality was effectively implicated in a sacrifice of the ritual. Sacrifice would therefore have been for some heroes a source of merit, but perhaps also more. His actors, priests and victims were suitable, it seems, to become props for heroic personalities. The victim is already an individuality, sacrifice distinguishes, sanctifies, divinifies 76 and personalizes him. It exalts equally the person of the priest and that of the sacrificer. Its solemn unfolding, slow preparations, ordered action, and theatrical apparatus make it a drama wherein the character of a hero may develop. Thus the suffering and dying hero would have been first victim, the triumphant hero, sacrificer or sacrificed, and the sacrifice, from which the hero derived origin or quality but which in every case made heroes, would be the principle or one of the principles sought by heroicization. But do the facts correspond to appearances? If one puts aside the cases in which a hero of well-defined character is explicitly represented as celebrating or instigating sacrifice, do heroes actually appear in sacrificial myths? Are there sacrifices of heroes? We have not distinguished sacrifices of heroes and sacrifices of gods. Surely sacrificed gods are precisely the kinds of gods who are hard to distinguish from heroes. Sun gods, savior gods, impassioned gods, these are not impassive gods. 77 Perhaps there are some true heroes among them. But have we not for that matter misused the sacrifice of the god? The fish god Hierapolis in Syria 78 and the sacred fish, ceremonially eaten by the priests of the temple described by Pseudo-Lucian, are surely, to speak as theologians, of one and the same nature. The sacrifice of fish to Hierapolis was apparently a sacrifice of a god. 79 We do not know the myth of this fish god, assimilated by temple tradition to Attis and Adonis. It was like them to die a divine death. Whether the myth of its death followed the schema of sacrifice closely or not, it died in sacrifice. The proof is furnished by the longevity of the ritual in which the god effectively died. When this proof is lacking, the hypothesis of the divine sacrifice is always ineffectual, for, supposing the need to find a ritual substratum for all myth ineluctable, sacrifice is not, after all, the only ritual to which myths of suffering, dying gods or heroes have been able to attach themselves. But for how many gods who die do we know the ritual sacrifice wherein the myth of his death would be periodically realized? We know well that of Osiris, 80 we do not know those of Orpheus 81 Hippolytus, Marsyas, and Actaeon, we know poorly those of Adonis, Phaethon, and Diomedes. Yet these individuals whose sacrifices are conjectural are all precisely heroes. In Ireland, mythology joins all heroic deaths to feasts, which include sacrifices. We do not have any direct evidence for the concordance of sacrifices with the myths of these feasts. However, Zarnowski assumes it, and we are tempted to trust him. We would even add to the resemblances from which he takes his argument. He reports myths that in fact present quite significant characteristics. King Muirchertach mac Urcha died in a ship of mead. 82 It was one of the days of Samhain, the great Irish autumn feast. One of Lucan's notes, still poorly utilized, tells us that the sacrifices to Tutates were achieved by submersion in plenum semicupium. 83 This concerns, in tradition, cauldrons into which one submerges the dead who revive and the living who become holy. 84 The famous silver vase, decorated with religious scenes of Celtic subjects, which was found at Gundestrup in Denmark 85 shows us on one of its interior plagues an immersion scene, and perhaps it was itself a sacrificial cauldron comparable to those demanded by the cult of Tutates. Though it was not large enough to contain a human victim, it could have served for other sacrifices. Argument by analogy is valid, and it is probable that the fantastic death of Muirchertach mac Urcha was myth of some actually celebrated sacrifice. A similar occurrence was recounted of an individual named Flann, 86 besieged by King Diar maid mac Sir Baal. His house was burned down. Fleeing the fire, he threw himself into a tank, drowned inside it, and his body burned up with the house. The feast of Beltane, to Uisnick on the 1st of May, which was instituted in his honor, commemorates and expiates his death. But these are, we believe, the sole cases where Irish mythology has surrounded the death of a hero in circumstances that recall with precision the ritual of a sacrifice. Battles, murders, accidents, everywhere else myth recalls sacrifice with the theme of death. It is too little. But, on the other hand, it is not certain that Muirchertach and Flann, whose exceptional fates are moreover attached to two of the principal Irish feasts, at the beginning of spring and the end of summer, are properly speaking heroes. One of them is a king. He could be a king god. Gaulish mythology also knows of a cauldron, or basin, where one submerges humans. 87 It belongs to individuals who, one fine day, were shut up in their own cauldron in a house of iron heated white hot. Found on a burial mound, strangers to the people with whom they lived, gigantic, hairy and savage, these individuals, who had no other history, were rather more demonic than heroic. From Germanic mythology, a divinity whose passion presents with a perfect clarity the traits of a mythic sacrifice broke away. This is Baldur. 88 He is a hero and a god. He is an ASE, in any case, he is counted among the great gods. but Baldur, who can be killed only with a branch of mistletoe and whose life, consequently, is associated with that of a sacred plant, presents to a completely eminent degree the characteristics of those spirits of vegetation who are incarnated in King Gods. 89 We must nevertheless observe that the sacrifice of Baldur is a mythic sacrifice, to which we do not know if an actual sacrifice ever corresponded. It is normally thus for all heroic sacrifices. But, if such is the case, we mean quite a different thing when we speak of a divine sacrifice. The hero dies one time and one time only. The sacrificed god suffers death every time the sacrifice is accomplished. The passion of Jesus is daily. The sacrificial death of Osiris is reiterated on every day in every feast. 90 But these are unquestionably gods. The belief in the divinity of Christ weakens when the belief in his real presence disappears. The eternity of the sacrifice mirrors the divine eternity. In sum, the sacrifice of a god is a rite, its myth penetrates it, but a distinct myth does not always correspond to it. When we speak of sacrifice in relation to the hero, we can think only of myth or of legend. It may be that the myth of a sacrificed god contributed some element to it. Thus the hero Cambabas, who was called at Hierapolis the voluntary martyr, is an avatar of the sacrificed fish god. But, though his martyrdom, according to Pseudo-Lucian, served as an example to the Gauls, who dedicated themselves each year to the service of the goddess. 91 He does not have that essential relationship and perfect union with the ritual that the performance and action presented in a sacrifice of a god. As for the sacrifice from which that story proceeds, it is no longer more than a narrative theme for it. But it has been and still is possible to compare figuratively the death of the hero to sacrifice. This is a type that well expresses the religious value of their legends, whether it concerns the merit acquired by the heroes and the example they furnish, or the social benefits that emanate from them. The blood shed by martyrs has been compared to sacrificial blood. 92 And yet their death, in which the sacramental weight of baptism and ordination has been recognized, has not been given that of sacrifice. Zarnowski, in representing the acquisition of heroic merits as a kind of initiation, gives himself the right to compare the death that ends it to a sacrifice, doubtless one that would exhaust all its useful effects to the benefit of the sacrificant. Moreover, self-sacrifice for the good of all is an exercise of virtue, where the heroic ideal finds the most perfect expression of its energy. But it is still a unique sacrifice, and the one who sacrifices himself does not succumb as a victim, he sacrifices himself as a hero. The sacrifice of the hero, in sum, is accomplished only figuratively and in representation. It perpetuates his merit in legend, it does without its ritual counterpart. We are led to extend that conclusion. If there are heroic legends which have such a counterpart, it is distant, indirect, and perhaps inoperative. Heroicization is a mythological process where mythology seems to do without the ritual canvas. This is not to say that religious practice has not brought it something. The sacrifices considered by Zarnowski have a particular character, they are accomplished in feasts. He has not detached them from the feasts of which they are a part. He relates heroic passions to feasts before relating them to sacrifice and at the exclusion of all other ritual circumstance. He gives the biggest part to the feasts. In truth, the very choice of his subject leads him to this. Of the Irish Celtic religion we scarcely know of any rites that have not been reserved for feasts. This is because the Ireland where St. Patrick preached, scattered and without towns, had no truly public cult other than the feasts, where men found themselves together, national panegyrics, royal feasts, clan feasts, all of them moreover seemed to fall on the same dates, which were seasonal dates on the Celtic calendar. In this public cult, the tribal and national heroes are perfectly implicated. In what way? Here again we will note that the discussion of a specific question is going to instruct us regarding general phenomena. The study of feasts is especially fruitful as a preparation to the study of myth, because it is in feasts that religious thought and action are the most intimately connected. The intervention of representations which the exercise of all ritual brings is acknowledged in feasts by signs more apparent than elsewhere. All that is necessarily present in spirit in a ritual here preferably appears figuratively. Among all rites, feasts are the best supplied with myths. But it happens besides that performance translates itself here completely into action, it mixes intimately with the ritual and notably amplifies it. Gesture and thought are less distinct in feasts than in the rest of the cult. 93. On the other hand, when men assemble in feasts, myth is presented in a fully social environment, that is, in the most propitious conditions for sociological study of its genesis or function. Now feasts constitute a setting favorable to the evocation of divine individuals, spirits who circulate, gods who appear. 94 Zarnowski frequently uses the expressions spirits of feasts, heroes of feasts, gods of feasts. The first of these expressions indicates spirits spoken of only in connection to feasts, either because they make their appearance there or because they are born and come into view at the start of a feast to die at the end or at another feast, limiting to the feasts the duration of the ephemeral or intermittent life granted them. This expression means that they exist only in relation to feasts, that they are their spirit, moreover multiple, and nothing else, an animist representation of festival religiosity. By heroes of feasts is meant an analogous but personal representation. Zarnowski perhaps extends this expression to less ephemeral figures, but with the sentiment that these heroes were able to survive the occasion that gave birth to them. In sum, feasts are propitious to the elaboration of the divine, they seem to be so quite particularly for that of the heroic divine. Irish heroes act, so to speak, only in feasts. This constant relation is doubtless necessary. It is not specific to Ireland. It is a general matter that dates of feasts are those of heroic episodes, which are commemorated by feasts. The forms of heroic legend which tend toward literature demonstrate this relationship particularly well. Epic literature attests to it first of all. This is a preeminently heroic literature. 95 There is no epic that is not the legend of a hero, nor any heroic legend that is not a possible epic. So recitations of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana 96 were and still are done in India at the Feast of Holi, at the first spring moon. The recitation of Homeric poems at the Panathenaea 97 was likely neither a tribute to their beauty nor a festival diversion dreamed up by a man of taste, it had a religious and political meaning. It was thought that this concerned the symbolization of the unanimity of Athens and Ionia by the evocation of national heroes. This would be a typical case of the cult of the hero. We have recently learned that our French chansons de geste owe their origins to pilgrimages. 98 Roland and the Archbishop Turpin were sung on the road to Santiago de Compostela. Pilgrimages lead to feasts or prolong a state of feasting throughout the year. Finally, the Philid performed in the feasts their function of reciters, they brought to the task heroic accounts of tribal, local, and national events. 99 It could be thus that the epic accounts were created to be recited at feasts. But we cannot prove this. On the other hand, we do not find them present at festival concerts except with already fully defined heroes, and we do not know if it was ever otherwise. In order to analyze the epic in such a way as to explain what it owes and what it adds to feasts, especially regarding its heroic actors, we must turn to an intermediary, which is drama. Usner has successfully done this. 100 But drama is itself one of the forms of heroic literature whose relationship to feasts is at once more general, more obvious, and more intimate than that of the epic. We know that the dramatic performances of Athens were performed at the Great Dionysia and the Lena. Dramatic performances have everywhere and always been a part of festival rites. They have remained tied to the dates of feasts long after drama became a literary genre and was separated from religion. It must be shown that the hero belongs to drama as drama belongs to the feast and y.101. But in this respect the Irish tradition provides no instructive data. Considering the place held there by feasts, what went on in them is not well known. The effort made by Zarnowski to catch a glimpse of this through the myths cannot, from where we are, substitute for the absence of direct information. Beyond poetic recitations, the commemoration of heroes required games. To our knowledge, the dramatic element of Irish feasts is reducible to games. It is not enough to study the parallel development of heroic cults and festive drama among the Celts. We must look to Greece. Ridgway 102 argued a short while ago, in a book on the origins of Greek drama, that tragedy was subordinate to the cult of heroes. Greek drama is a good subject for study, since we can follow its evolution from the most primitive dramatic forms up to the most complex. When it produces its most perfect works, it is still involved in the cult, and nevertheless its aesthetic flight seems as free as it could possibly be. It was believed that it was connected at its origins to the cult of Dionysus. When inspected closely, those connections are loose. Well before the tragic events of the great Dionysia were instituted at Athens, there were in other towns tragic choruses who sang and danced tragedies that represented the history and suffering of certain individuals. These individuals were heroes. Herodotus gives us an example of this. 103 At Sicyon, tragic choruses celebrated the passion of the hero Adrastus at his grave site. These performances in honor of Adrastus were suppressed, says Herodotus, by the tyrant Cleisthenes, 495 to 560, and transferred to the cult of Dionysus. Dionysus received the tragic choruses at Sicyon and perhaps also at Attica, by substitution. 104. The performances at Sicyon are the oldest example of dramatic representations that history has brought to our knowledge. It is very probable that they resembled the old tragedies. It is also possible, and Herodotus tells us so, that they were tragedies in the proper sense of the term, chanced a book, independent of the cult of Dionysus, for, if it is true that tragedy by definition is a song that accompanies the sacrifice of a goat, as the dithyramb accompanies that of a cow, we absolutely do not know if the goat was a victim reserved for Dionysus or especially demanded by him. 105. But, on the other hand, it is in heroic legend and not in mythology that Greek tragedy, faithful to its origins according to Ridgway, has always found its subjects. It has even chosen them in such a way that scenes of the funeral cult intersperse themselves naturally there. The individuals gather around a tomb, it is that of Darius, or of Agamemnon, it is the grave mound of the suppliants. There are funeral offerings, songs of grieving, Theta nu omicron iota and chi omicron mu mu nu. Death plays its role among the living. It is consulted, avenged, appeased, evoked. The very layout of the theater is meaningful. There is an altar on which the sacrifice to Dionysus is made, it is Theta upsilon mu lambda, but there is on the stage another altar, the one used by the poet for his production, it is the altar of the tomb, beta omega mu. Thus the theater is the temple of two juxtaposed cults, that of a hero and that of Dionysus, the latter is a gatecrasher. What is more, Greek tragedy dramatizes not divine but human actions, acts of heroes. As its performances have to do with the death of heroes, it is reasonable to link them to the funeral cult. The cult of heroes in Greece was a cult of the dead, but it also had other aspects. The thesis of Ridgway was avidly fought by Farnell. But, if the latter gave drama to Dionysus, he did not take it away from the heroes. 106 It is not the god of wine who remains the god of tragedy, it is a more vague and powerful god, the god of fecundity, the god of nature who awakens, grows, fights, and dies to be reborn. The Dionysus of the Athenian Dionysia was in reality the Dionysus of the small town of Eleuthery. 107 Dionysus Melaniges, of the black goat, the only one moreover who had anything to do with the female goats, if not with the males. Yet, the latter appears in a heroic adventure where his divine nature appears in the same good light as his relationship with the origins of drama and with the heroes. He intervenes in a legendary battle which delivered the Boeotian Xanthus, the blonde, and the Messenian Melanthus, the dark, to the border of Attica. The latter, with the help of the god, killed the former, and the event was commemorated by the feast of the Apatures. In several editions of the myth of Dionysus is reproduced a battle or a passion that resembles this combat of the dark one and the blonde. 108 The various aspects and great popularity of which are made known to us by the scholia of classical mythology. Such were, we are told, the subjects of the most ancient tragedies. It is troublesome for the proof of this thesis that the feast of the Apatures was not a feast of dramatic performances. But, if direct evidence here is lacking, we have the near equivalent. It is games of the popular feasts that give us this evidence. Macedonian peasants formerly still performed farces at carnival that recalled the ups and downs of the Dionysian myth. 109 Our folkloric tradition teaches us that a similar configuration of agrarian spirits, the accidents and antitheses of vegetation and time, furnished the feasts of Western Europe equally with the very simple themes of dramas. 110 It is a classical theory that the mummeries, the battles of masks and other short carnivalesque pieces represent the competition of the seasons, symbolically and in dramatic action. Seasonal mummeries and drama, such is the succession of facts that we enjoy reconstituting. 111. But what must the individuals of seasonal pieces be? In villages without history, they remain spirits and models, and yet they rather easily take the form of historical individuals. 112 In the Greek cities, Usner has informed us, they moved up in degree and became heroes. 113 Rudimentary heroic dramas, still quite close to the mimetic ritual of the feast, whose existence they presuppose, have not been preserved for us, but something of them has come down to us, in the form of epic scenes and episodes, in the Homeric epics which they have furnished with materials. They are canvases of heroic drama. But, then, the relationship between drama and the hero, as it is no longer the same, should be still tighter than it was at first. Ridgway endeavors to make us believe that drama was formed around the hero. The other party would have us think that the hero is, so to speak, formed in drama, which precedes him. It is a representation, implicated by a feast, of natural and supernatural facts, the elements, moments, and antithetical images of which take on a living and personal expression in the species of the hero. A good number of these heroes seem to owe everything, their name, civil state, attitude and character, to festival drama. All heroes would owe to it at least something of their nature and heroic vitality, for, even in primitive drama, the dramatic action, the play of the characters, the incarnation of the type by the actor have contributed in giving something to the individual or developing in him that moral personality which some have wanted to make the distinctive characteristic of the hero. 114 It is a theatrical personality. The succession of observations that have just been presented calls for reservation. The facts we have just recalled to explain, with Farnell, the origin of Dionysiac tragedy, and, with Usner, the origin of the pieces of epics that recount heroic conflicts, are seasonal mimetic rites. Have we then shown in mimetic rites the origin of drama and the hero at once? Of course, the theory is plausible and the arguments that commend it persuasive, but not enough to entail the conviction that there were no dramas of different origins and no heroes save those of these dramas. We take care then not to construct a general theory from specific connections. As for the heroicization of its actors, mimetic rites which furnish the theme of seasonal sketches do not carry in themselves their logic. Between the masks of foliage, paraded, beaten, sprinkled, pursued in the village feasts, and the most impersonal of the heroes, the distance is already great. The structure of mimetic rites provides nothing to bridge it. Once the rite has given it a role, an attitude, and even a name, all that makes for the interest of the drama and the valor of the hero was still to be added, that is, all that caused it to pass gradually from the summary conflict of Xanthus and Melanthus to the sublime disputes and complaints of Oedipus, but this is also for us the essential. The principle of heroicization is thus no more found in mimetic rite than in sacrifice or in any other specific ritual complexus. It remains to look for it in the feast itself, since it is on this occasion that qualified individuals rise from mimetic rite and perhaps from sacrifice. For that matter, the supposed heroes of primitive tragedy, which were just discussed, were spirits of feasts at the same time as seasonal spirits. The Irish heroes, Zarnowski proves to us, are close relatives of spirits of feasts. When one speaks of a feast, one speaks at once of time and of ritual. Time is consecrated, ritual is public and positive. The ritual of a feast is more complex, more solemn, more important, or more particular than an everyday ritual. It interests and unites more followers, occupies more actors. The executors of religious acts in the feast are indeed actors, and equally so are their associates, and even the audience. Doubtless as much can be said of any religious ceremony, but a process of daily familiarization brings private rites, those that are not performed often, closer to normal gestures, to normal, secular consciousness. They take place on the stage where life takes place, in the consciousness, in so far as they affect it, the feelings that they stimulate became familiar. The feast loses its virtue as soon as it becomes banal. As long as it is not half obsolete, the exceptional character of acts and performances is vividly felt here. These are acts, performances, and feelings of the feast, which are not at all free, spontaneous, or personal, despite appearances, but are moved by a kind of collective automatism. Gestures link up in roles. There are those of the protagonists and those of the entire chorus of the festival crowd. These roles are not simply the exaltation of the everyday person, rising up one or a few degrees in the hierarchy of religious values. They are representation and symbol. 115 They represent everything the feast concerns or suggests. In totemic societies, the case is clear, it is the totem that is represented. At a few degrees further along in social evolution, representation is less direct, it is refracted in diverse atmospheres. Several layers of institutions and myths rise up between society at the time of feast, the religious powers it wants to evoke and the ends it has in view. But in the feast, there is always a need to represent, to appear, which ends by finding satisfaction. One must always invoke and express oneself, indicate the interested powers and their mode of action. 116 Signify the circumstances, the meaning, and the object of the feast, translate the needs, desires, passions, and fears of the society, or simply its well-being or malaise, the pleasure or irritation of being together. All this is expressed not so much in words but in gestures, in the gestures of the characters, by the characters, and in the form of characters making gestures. 117. We have already described the opening out of social sentiments and collective representations which, in a meeting of men, gives objectivity, body, to feelings and notions that everyday life disperses or diffuses and which produces experiences that, in other conditions, would scarcely hold our attention. 118 All that is common and exceeds self-consciousness becomes exterior, takes on substance, life, soul, spirit, person. These souls and people represent what they find, at least, they represent their officiators. Thus the argument of a feast implies characters, superhuman ones. But, moreover, the plurality of officiants is already, for the ritual of the feast, a principle of dramatic organization. 119 Whether they express themselves in words or prayers, there are one or more people who say the prayers or direct them. Social division and hierarchy separate and differentiate parts in the chorus, but though the whole mass is one thing, it is not everywhere the same. Discipline is never perfect, there is always someone who is not on tempo, a chorister who improvises. In the emancipated individual there already appears the soloist accompanied by the others and to whom they respond. In sum, several distinct individuals and several distinct groups are there, among which will be divided the confused mass of evocations. In space and plurality the images of the feast are analyzed and fixed. This repartition of roles and symbolic values contains drama in its essence. People at a feast need much restraint, much or too little imagination in order to keep to the discourse and the prayer. When gesture completes thought, figurative anticipations produce anticipation in advance, and masks render the gods present for the faithful, then ritual becomes performance and myth is at play. 120 So it is for the action, there is no feast that does not, to some degree, call for it. As for the actors, they are always ready. From the officiants to the simplest layman, each becomes a character. One wears badges and rags, puts on one's Sunday best and disguises oneself. 121 From one to the other the distance is not great. One becomes someone else and feels exceedingly bold, for one is possessed by the spirit of the feast. A feast easily becomes a masquerade, scattered and disorderly, arranged and regulated. All coordination of the masquerade makes of it a dramatic performance. The heroic drama is a superior degree of this. The characters of the festival drama, when they exceed the rudimentary state of anonymous spirits, are heroes rather than gods. The divine has several levels. To become present in ritual, to undergo the risks of sacrifice, to rub elbows with men in feasts, it has if not to secularize at least to humanize. The God of the feast is not God the Father, but God the Son. He descends to the level of human life and becomes man to meet men. Now it is there precisely that heroes act. The hero, as a secular form of the god, is a kind of divine person who fits both religious dramas and feasts. The feasts qualify the divine persons who are implicated in them as heroes. The gods of the cults that are limited to feasts tend toward the type of the hero. This is the case of the Irish gods, but outside of Ireland heroes have been substituted for gods in the cult of feasts, or the gods present themselves here in the form of heroes. 122. We must also observe that the divine in a feast is often specific to it, it is the very spirit of the feast, which bears its name or some other proper name. 123. These spirits are diverse or contrary to the parties, moments, antitheses, so to speak, and opposed roles of the feast. Born in the frame of human life, among men, from whom they emanate, they have no reason to raise themselves much above men. If they take their figure and rank in the hierarchy of divine figures, the state which fits them is that of the hero, who is at once man and god or demon. Besides, something of the actors, in whom they are incarnated and with whom they identify in a sense, always remains with them. Suitability on the one hand, origins of representation on the other, these are the reasons for the connection we suppose between heroes and feasts. There is another which is entirely logical. A feast has a date. The date of a feast is an element of time, distinguished from others by particular qualities of such a nature that the sacred can here appear in the midst of the profane. 124. The eternal here touches the temporal. That which it does not lose of its eternity from this contact is maintained by endless repetitions. The critical points of time that are the dates of feasts form, each in relation to the other feasts and to other markers of time, systems of homologous elements, which are taken as equivalents and which repeat one another as much as possible. Each feast reproduces thus an earlier feast, and the entire series of the same feast reproduces a unique, mythic event. This repetition can take two aspects, depending on the relative importance, which is variable, of the contradictory ideas it reconciles, that of real presence and that of commemoration. In the latter, the event reproduced by the feast is itself situated in time, it is a very distant time, but one which, all told, is still part of history. It does not cast off its chronological elements, its reproduction is above all remembrance and recalling. The characters whose acts are commemorated, or supposedly such, having existed in time and taken a place in the flow of history, supposedly at least, have precisely the essential characteristics that, among divine persons, distinguish heroes. Of course, there are feasts that evoke heroes, as they do all other dead, so that they will come take their part of the offerings reserved for them by the cult, but if they spiritually attend the recitation or the reproduction of their heroic acts, it is as auditors or spectators, they do not themselves repeat their memorable acts and they do not undergo their tragic destiny a second time. Real presence is the deed of the gods. Commemoration is the indication of feasts of heroes. Thus is established, in comparison with the feasts, between gods and heroes a distinction comparable to that we determined in comparison with sacrifices. The gods, who assert themselves in devotion elsewhere, descend into full reality in the feast. 125 Heroes, whose cult is more rare and more concentrated in the feast, are here celebrated figuratively. The story of a god is a description, it is a myth, properly speaking. That of a hero is a tradition, a rumor of the past, it is a legend. The permanence and infinity of the divine belongs only to gods. 126 Heroes are divine by circumstance, discontinuous and finite. The god is a beam of virtual energies. The hero is a gesture made once and fixed as a symbol. The dividing line between the two species is thus theoretically very clear. Practically it is less so. Feasts present subtle combinations of real representations and commemoration. Christian feasts, for example, commemorate the events of the life of Christ and realize his presence in a sacrifice that indefinitely renews his passion, or else they unite the celebration of the Mass and the commemoration of saints. There is always a portion of commemoration in feasts and consequently a place for heroes. But pure commemoration does not satisfy the followers of heroes. They feel the need to bring them closer in order to give them reality and refresh, so to speak, their heroic ideal. In general, they rejuvenate the ideal by changing it. 127 By this process that is completely analogous to that which replaced ancient heroes with more recent ones, the gods were transformed into heroes. In order to invigorate the notion of their presence and reality, they were humanized and rejuvenated. Gods of feasts tend toward the heroic type, but heroes never completely separate themselves from gods. It can be said that the model of the hero is preeminently fitted to gods of feasts. The plane of human life and that of divine activity meet in feasts. Heroes are found at the intersection, representatives of the former, instruments of the latter, divine symbols of societies. Thus feasts are the occasion for the formation of characters who, uniting the divine and the human, are heroes. Additionally, once the notion of hero, as well as that of God, were constituted, they were a favorable terrain for the crossbreeding of divine myth and heroic legend on which attention has often focused. 128. There are feasts that actually commemorate historical events. Between this actual commemoration and the conventional commemoration of mythic events, the original difference fades away on its own. Mythic heroes, gratuitously commemorated, join historic heroes. The difference of their origins does not bring any difference of function between the one and the other. Enough legend, myth, and religiosity accumulate quickly around historic events and characters that are the object of feasts that they have no reason to be envious of one another. On the other hand, historic heroes have lent to mythic heroes a little of their objectivity. Moreover, rites of positive and, so to speak, physical effectiveness, which one can imagine were the primitive core of feasts that were not principally intended to celebrate real exploits, were overrun by myth when they became feasts of heroes. The positive end was surpassed by the representation. 129 This latter became its own end. This is precisely what happened in commemorative feasts. In them, one represents to represent. But, if the part of the feast that dramatizes the hero succeeds in being nothing more than performance and play, the hero himself is reduced to pure performance. He is, in and for all, dramatis persona. From this comes the fact that many heroes are theater characters, whose stories are broken down into situations, whose being is broken down into attitudes and gestures, and whose character, which nothing else was to determine, consists, by contrast, of dramatic character. The moral types the drama staged were able to house themselves under the empty masks of the heroes. It is not even sufficient to say that dramatic performance of heroic events goes beyond the positive ritual of the feast. It constitutes itself a distinct rite. In any case, it is a surplus element, added to the other parts of the feast. It is independent of them and ends up being independent of the feast itself. However necessary one imagines it might have been at its origin, the relation between the hero and the drama, the myth, and the feast, seems, in considering the facts in their entirety, rather slack. Feasts change their myths. 130 Myths change their feasts, and we know that feasts with dramatic performances have allowed dramas other than those of which their own heroes were the subjects. They demanded performances, but they were indifferent to which piece was performed. This relative autonomy of the drama with respect to the feast was certainly the condition of its definitive growth in Greece. Heroes gained from it. They benefited from human experience and the reflection humankind brought to bear on itself in its literary work. Heroicization is produced during a process that reaches its conclusion with the development of the drama. It begins as religion and ends as aesthetics. In this evolution of dramatic performance and feast, the hero, a religious being, draws nearer to the point of becoming one with, the literary hero. This is not to say that they were originally identical, or that the first was not solidly implanted in religious practice, or even that it completely or rapidly leaves the realm of religion. As practical as religion is, pure representation has a large place there. To leave myth outside of religion when it is not uniquely used to nourish piety and give meaning to the ritual seems to us not only to shrink but to impoverish religion. It is led by an insatiable need for reality, but also by an irrepressible need for fantasy. Both are moreover cheaply satisfied, but, with religion as in the whole of human life, imagination arrives before positive activity and ends by giving the latter its objects. Religion does not do without imagination, but the imagination which serves it is religious. The example of heroes is precisely made to show that, when representation is freed, myth retains enough practical value to make up for what the support of the ritual does not provide. In detaching itself from any direct and special link to certain rites, feasts, notions, and religious needs, the representation of the hero does not lose at a stroke all genre of meaning or sentimental and moral compensation. It is never a simple game of imagination, without interest and reach for those who surrender to it. A luminous image that bursts forth from obscure reflections, it is a pole of attraction for floating thoughts and confused feelings, it is also a principle of action. 131 One can say of heroes, as of saints, that their lives are edifying, producing values that are not the same but which religions have not disdained. The spectacle of their deeds and gestures provide effective examples of energy, courage, goodwill, even of good humor and cheerfulness. The feast in which the faithful take part is a source of moral benefits, among which one must count at a minimum consolation and diversion. 132. Divine symbols of societies, ideal actors of their history, models of merit, examples of virtue, moral types and characters, heroes have passed by degrees from heroes of religion to heroes of literature, in the evolution of drama and epic that originates in the feasts. All heroes, in whatever degree, as symbols and types, help individuals and groups to become conscious of themselves. At each level, their representation always preserves a kind of practical value whose religiosity fluctuates and diminishes only imperceptibly. We would not know where to indicate the point at which it is entirely abolished. In the study of heroes, as in the study of feasts, the part played by religion and that played by aesthetics cannot at any moment be exactly measured. But, to the extent that he tends toward the historical hero and above all toward the Romanesque hero, the hero distances himself from the god. Each specializes in its meaning and each has its own domain. To the god go the cosmic forces, to the hero, ingenuity, valor, and human misery. They differ as myth and legend do. The one moves toward metaphysics, the other leans toward history and the story. We are inclined to believe that these are natural tendencies. Indeed, we know the story of heroes only through drama, epic, and narratives that are summaries of epics or potential dramas. This affinity heroes have for literature is explained, if it is true that feasts, which have appealed to its unformed trials, bring together the conditions in which the notion of the hero developed and its characteristics were determined, if indeed this development is closely connected to the feasts. But we cannot say that all heroes originate in feasts. We believe only that the heroes of feasts are the most vivid, colorful, popular, and typical, that feasts constitute circumstances eminently favorable to their representation, and that the example provided by feasts is the one that best explains how societies are provided with heroes. It is in feasts, where societies are concentrated, that they are able to produce the most complete representation of themselves in the species of their emblems. 133 For example, the role played by totems in the feasts of Australian Aboriginal societies devolved naturally on heroes in societies that can recognize themselves in them. 4. We have indicated the place Greek tragedy devoted to funeral scenes. Moreover, why has the imagination of humankind pleased itself in representing the death of heroes? It is always the main episode of their dramatic existence. This fact would be explained if, by a necessity of nature, the hero had to figure as a victim in a real or ideal sacrifice. Heroes of seasonal dramas, who we supposed were at the origins of tragedy, die because what they symbolize suffers or disappears. Their triumphs are temporary and, in fact, they triumph less than they suffer. 134 But, if heroicization is independent of all ritual in which an incident can be represented by the death of the hero, why then does the hero die? Heroes who have not lived die in the image of those who have died, because they assume their human condition. This is without doubt. But they could die noiselessly and pass on. And yet, no, their deaths, even if tranquil, are never banal. They always have something singular, surprising, tragic, or edifying about them that attracts attention. Often they have the character of a test. We have been told that heroes must pass through a test. But why must they succumb to it? The death of the hero is an element of his definition. In Greece, his sanctuary is a tomb, his cult, a funeral cult, where he receives the services due to the dead. In Ireland, feasts of heroes had cemeteries as their theatres. They were celebrated among burial mounds, among which was found the tomb of the hero or heroine whose death was being commemorated. One runs no risk in generalizing. It is true that a great number of heroic tombs have been usurped or emptied. There are some that are only supposed. In Ireland, every hillock, every natural or artificial mound is a cid, that is, ultimately, a tomb, and the individuals whose names are attached to it are heroes. We agree that there were imaginary or mythic heroes. But it is an uncontested fact that in general heroes have been represented as dead people. And it is the representation that is important. Heroes and the dead are notions that call one another. Cults of heroes and cults of the dead are connected things that vary together. 135. There is yet more evidence of this. In Greece, for example, one notes that all gods who evoke in some way the idea of the dead, by the position of their sanctuary, by their habitat, attributions, adventures, or mode of action, approximate or are counted among the heroes. Such are the Chthonian gods and the warrior gods who reveal their secrets in dreams, like the dead, and the gods of possession. 136. As for the individuals, likely exceptional, whose heroicization seems to have preceded death, either death passed so close to them that they remain touched by it, as is the case for spared martyrs. 137, or they died figuratively, to the world. Zarnowski is inclined to consider heroicization as a kind of initiation. 138, of which death was the ordinary agent but which could be lacking. We believe, in fact, to take an example, that the complicated initiation of the companions of Finn was of such a nature as to heroicize them before the term was coined. 139, yet, when it was desired to represent the initiation or explain it in the terms of everyday language, one generally resorted to the figure of death and resurrection. After all, their character as dead persons suits the intimate relationship of heroes and feasts, for feasts are dates of funeral cult and, if there are spirits whose part in feasts is explicitly mentioned, they are spirits of the dead. 140. But is it, ultimately, death that heroicizes, and have we not taken a false route in looking elsewhere? A tomb, a name, a date, a mythical gesture, here is the substance of a legend and of a heroic cult. Does this merging of elements proceed from death? Is the hero properly speaking a powerful dead person, one with mana? Does the notion of the powerful dead person contain in substance all that is developed by that of the hero? 141, and that of the dead person all that is supposed by that of the powerful dead person? At first examination, the dead person appears to be the original hero, the dead person or the ancestor. Such is, it seems, the response of the facts to the question we posed. Not all the dead are the same. Heroes are deceased persons of a particular nature that saves them from the oblivion into which the rest of the dead fall. They are the dead who do not die. Everywhere the dead distance themselves from the living in groups of pale and anonymous shadows. 142, even there where belief in the life to come is the most assured, the memory of past generations is quickly erased. The rough personality of epic heroes stands out in violent features against this drab background. It is not the memory of an extinguished energy that attaches itself to their names, but an image that is forever present and renovated. When the hero is represented in the sphere of the rest of the dead, the contrast of the collision of his weakness as a dead person and his eminent dignity as a hero is shocking and moving. How much I would prefer, says Achilles, to work the soil in the employ of another, and live with a poor peasant, with a poorly stocked bread box, than to reign here, like Hades, among the dead. 143 Achilles knows nothing of his people and can do nothing for them. In truth, people have asked the same services of heroes that they have asked of the other dead, when these latter were not yet forgotten. The dead, who hold to both worlds, the sacred and profane, are in the position to provide them. It is the compensation of the religious care of which they are the object. 144 They have a view of the beyond, they are consulted. These are disintegrated, available but not independent forces, the application of which can be controlled by the living if they have the means to seize them. But it has been remarked that heroes, from this point of view, do not excel among the dead and do not justify the exceptional cult that is rendered them. 145 If they are superior to the others, it is not by their power, but by the more frequent calls made to their power, it is by the memory attached to them, which indicates them to their solicitors. The very memory of their earthly life is the clearest of their virtues. It is because they served their people during their lives that they do not cease to provide them the most effective aid. The beneficent power that remains to them is that of their myth. They have a force of example and consolation, and one thinks less of the condition and superhuman gifts of their immortal soul than of their gestures while alive. When the shadows of his Achaean companions had exhausted the little bit of life they had found in sacrificial blood, Ulysses saw other shadows march past. 146 Those of older heroes, Minos, a scepter in hand, judged the dead. Orion still hunted in the daffodil plain the beasts he had killed. Tydeus, Tantalus, and Sisyphus, in their consecrated bearing, stand out against the background of oblivion in bas-reliefs. The shadow of Hercules pulls the bow. 147 But Hercules himself is not there, living joyously with the immortal gods, protected from death or actually made divine. But there are other heroes, from whom was expected positive help without having been for that assimilated to the gods. Arthur is one such hero, but he was not dead and could return. 148 From Castor and Pollux, who got a break from death, Greeks and Latins had their share, on several occasions, of timely returns and effective aid. 149 The case of Arthur is not more exceptional among the Celts than that of Hercules among the Greeks. 150 Numerous are the heroes, and particularly in Ireland, who escaped the downfall of death. Their death is a transgression of forbidden doors, this transgression gives them the brilliance deserving remembrance. They enter living into the world of the dead, but they live there. There are even those who know how to return from that realm. 151 In sum, if the posthumous activity of heroes distinguishes itself from that of the rest of the dead, it is by their acts in life, of which they are believed capable because of their vanquishing of death. If they have, as dead persons, special merits, it is by virtue of what there remains, when they exist, still preserve of their virtues and their power, that is, of their life. 152 The cult of heroes requires a cult of relics, and the cult of relics is a cult of present powers. But heroes always live on in some sense through memory and myth. Honored as deceased persons, the fact of death adds nothing to the essential reasons that a cult is dedicated to them. Their prestige would owe nothing to death if the latter did not complete the trials that consecrate them. Their supernatural power loses here, while that of the other dead gains. They are obviously powerful dead persons, but by virtue of the tenacity of their lives. 153 And not because they possess eminent qualities of the dead. It is quite correct that heroes are among the dead, but it is that which differentiates them from the dead that makes them heroes. It is not death that heroicizes them. The attention attached to heroes does not originate in that which was able to surround the immortal souls of men, whoever they might be, with fear, respect, and care. We read in the Ynglinga saga that the god Frey, who reigned over Sweden, having died, his family hid him in a burial mound built in the manner of a dwelling and concealed his death to the Swedes until they were reassured about the consequences of his death by a continuation of good harvests. 154 This account gives the exact measure of the value of a dead hero. Heroes are individuals whose death cannot be believed or whose death, never anticipated, is an eternal surprise, eternally lamented. The happy, the powerful, and the strong are naturally the object of similar sentiments. Belief in the immortality of the soul cheats with death, by which lives that should continue are unexpectedly shattered. The immortality of the leaders preceded that of the common people. 155 This is why living or immortal heroes stand out among the dead. But the idea of death is neither clear nor simple, and it is not everywhere the same. To generally discuss the representation of death and of the dead without defining them is scarcely legitimate. They present variations, whose affinities with the representation of the hero deserve to be taken into consideration. Zarnowski fixed his attention here. The Ynglinga saga adds that, when the Swedes learned of the death of Frey, they took care not to burn his body, as was customary, but instead preserved it in a burial mound to have it near them. 156 If the idea of death is hesitant and uncertain, it is constant on one point. Nowhere is death represented as a sudden and definitive departure. 157 At its first strike, life still lingers around the cadaver. Everywhere it is believed that there is a temporary state of half-death, which lasts and is able to last as long as the decomposition of the cadaver is incomplete. To this first stage of death corresponds an initial series of funeral rites, a death vigil, a provisional tomb, etc. We will see that Zarnowski compares the condition of Irish heroes to that intermediary state between life and death through which all of the dead must pass, but it is prolonged indefinitely for the Irish heroes. He provides meaningful examples. 158 On the other hand, Greece, a land of heroes, is a land of vampires. 159 Vampires, sometimes dangerous and wicked, sometimes beneficent and unhappy, are the dead who are not completely dead. Their bodies have not been able to decompose as they should have, either because funeral rites were not completely carried out with respect to them, or because the rites failed in their effect. Their souls have not left their bodies. Several examples, often cited, demonstrate that the belief of the Greeks incorporated the posthumous energy of the hero into his mortal remains. When Cleisthenes, the tyrant of Sicyon, who we discussed above 160, wanted to defeat the power the Argive hero Adrastus was still capable of exerting over his city, he sent for the remains of his characteristic enemy, Melanippus, son of Astacus. Greek tradition relative to heroes preserves the memory of a time when the predecessors of the historical Greeks did not burn their dead, but interred them in tombs that were funeral chambers. 161 The heroic tombs, in Greece, were theta lambda omicron iota, that is, arched chambers, Mycenaean tombs, dwellings of the dead, like the great megalithic tombs of Ireland, which were the palaces of Tuathadidinin. In sum, while every effort was made, for the great masses of the dead, to facilitate and hasten the disappropriation of the body and the departure of the soul, it seems it was believed this was prevented for heroes. This bringing together of facts, if it is legitimate, furnishes a solution to the difficulty noted above. We would explain in this way that heroes preserved after death all their qualities in life, while gaining some freedom of action and a bit of mystery and the supernatural. They would moreover logically and regularly enter the class of the dead. They are dead who, for a certain reason, have not cast off their souls. Is the reason worth more than the effect? Perhaps. In any case, it is toward the tomb and the remains, which suggest the idea that a latent life is closed inside, able to awaken with its power, that reverence and the cult are directed. The maintenance, service, and use of that dormant power are the object and the reason for the latter. Nevertheless, we have not unscrupulously compared the body of the vampire to the remains of the hero. When Cimon brought the remains of Theseus to Athens, they were quite dry bones. The dead of funeral houses, like Egyptian mummies, had passed through all the degrees of purifying ritual that complete the passage to the stage of the dead. The proposed comparison between the posthumous condition of the hero and the first state of the dead is certainly valid as an illustration, but we are less certain that it is valid as a reason, at least as a general reason, for heroicization. But, in such a complex case, only one factor does not validate or invalidate the whole argument. Zarnowski in fact explains quite ingeniously in another way, with the idea that the celts made of the final death, not only the hopes of salvation they attached to the heroes, but the latter's general aptitude at filling an indefinite number of divine functions. Heroes, according to the Irish, are able to return to earth through reincarnation. But all souls equally can reincarnate. Death makes them available for this. It is in this form that the Irish conceived of life beyond the grave. It fills a reservoir of life that is ceaselessly emptied by births. The land of the dead is the cradle of life. Souls left it, by groups at first, then one at a time, in order to populate the land of the living. This representation of an immortality that unfolds by reincarnations is apparently in contradiction with that of survival and an incomplete death which we just examined, for transmigration can begin only at the moment when death has produced all its consequences and the body is completely disused. But we must not stop at this contradiction, all religious ideas admit of it and reconcile with it. The idea of the hero seems to make the best of a similar representation of death and its consequences. The common immortality of the dead is thus the reason and the condition of their own immortality. Death, which consecrates them in the trial to which they succumb, even puts them in the position to more effectively exercise their virtues after another birth. Moreover, souls are not distinguishable in any way, neither in the other world to which they must flow nor in this world where they bustle about, from other spirits and, in particular, from those that circulate in invisible groups during feasts. The reservoir of the one and the other is the same and provides to all equally. The same spirits become, according to the chance of their appointment, gods, heroes, or simple mortals. Thus the Irish King Mongan passed as the reincarnation of the hero Finn and that of the god Mananes at the same time. 162 The synthesis of contradictory principles that covers the heroic nature finds itself realized in similar conditions. This passage of the same spirit through a plurality of functions, which lead it from the government of nature to that of a tribe by giving it the means to indefinitely ramify its kinship, explains in a concrete manner the position of the hero in connection to a society. 163 Through him, it has a hold over the world in which it exists, on him is based the authority which governs it, and from him emanates the force that it counts on. For, if society presents to itself the soul of a hero who is reincarnated in it, it is in the leader that society recognizes it. In a word, society is able to summarize itself in its hero as it does in its leader and its representative to the gods and to humans. Death does not contravene here, it merely diversifies the ties that bind what is symbolized to the symbol. We have just argued as if reincarnations had been supposed to appear in a tightly plotted circle of kinship. 164 If some spirit of imagination governed the representation of reincarnations, the circle was not found to be indefinitely enlarged by this, for we were still discussing only Ireland. But at least heroes and the other dead are no longer separated, in this conception, by irreducible differences. The former are distinguished only by an indicator of excellence. The moving dissonance against which sometimes the representations of the dead and of the hero have collided seems to be smoothed out. The difficulty has disappeared, but by omission, the dead no longer count. There are now only spirits among whom those who are the objects of a cult are heroes, unless they are gods. Unfortunately, this means of reducing heroes to the dead is not provided to us everywhere. The belief in the reincarnation of souls is not common to all the societies that have had heroes. Greece did without it. But moreover the same difficulty reappears on another side, for no theory of the beyond more completely deprives the dead of their humanity and their individuality than the one we have just discussed. None serves to better demonstrate that the dead, as for the Greeks, normally become delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon, genii, anonymous forces deprived of permanent attributes. 165 Yet, for the Irish, heroes and gods as well, we have seen that they resemble one another, preserve across their reincarnations the memory of their names and their characters. It is in our view a specific and irreducible feature. Omega alpha mu omicron nu epsilon and rho omega epsilon are two names and two species. Both are fed by death. The pure and simple fact of death does not determine heroes. On the contrary, One must look to their character as heroes to find the reason for the tenacity with which their souls must remain attached to their mortal remains and their names to their souls. It goes without saying that we speak here of typical heroes, in relation to whom is defined by reflection the valor of others, and of whom remains something more than a cult and a monument. For, there where the heroic cults developed, there is a host of them that nothing distinguishes, not even a name, from the rest of the obscure and forgotten dead. Was it not by way of ancestors that heroes were provided by the imagination of their followers with these gifts that distinguish them from the rest of the dead? 166 We have in fact acknowledged that kinship-based societies are favorable to the development of heroic cults. Ancestors easily provide the figures for heroes. But reciprocally some families have freely chosen their ancestors from among the available heroes. It is thus that a great number of Greek families pushed their origins back to Hercules 167, doubtless through desire to distinguish themselves, undoubtedly also because they had forgotten their true ancestors, for, even there where the cult of ancestors is practiced, it is unsuccessful at saving the memory of any but the most recent generations. We indicated above that the principal members of the hero class had only a kinship relation of mediocre quality with their human associates. These are moreover those of the largest groups, where the paternity of ancestors can only be a symbolic paternity. Placed at the head of genealogies whose middle branches have disappeared, heroes rise up here as emblematic figures. It is less by blood than by arms that they are the leaders of their kin. 168 The hero who is the ancestor of a family or clan is that one whose coat of arms they hold. Such is the case for Magennis, ancestor of Conall Cernach, one of the companions of Cuchulainn. It was from him that the insignia of the Red Hand, which survived, came. In a race, the prize of which was the allocation of a territory disputed by two rival tribes, Magennis, at the point of being beaten, cut off a hand and threw it over the finish line with the other. 169. The quality of hero dominates that of ancestor, among individuals who possess both, as their condition of hero dominates their condition as a member of the dead. Moreover, they were perfectly distinct. 171 Can say that the one proceeds from the other, but which from which? Far from it being evident that the cult of heroes derives from the funeral or ancestral cult, it is likely that the one and the other are extensions of the cult of heroes. 171. The nature of heroes is expressed in the entirety of their legend. If death adds something important to this, it is through its circumstances. Every time the hero's death is reported, it is in fact such as to enhance the legend. Zarnowski puts it quite exactly, the death of heroes has a social significance. 172 It appears as a sacrifice, sanction, or example, it is violent, ritual, exceptional, magnificent. If death has its share in the representation of heroes, it contributes to qualifying them only on the condition of being the death of a hero. To conclude this debate, we do not believe the idea of the hero results from the adding of a determinative to the idea of the dead, but that death is an adjective to the other elements of this idea. This appears rather clearly in the case of heroes, quite numerous, who perform the function of local spirits. 173 An epic poem could not evoke two young people who meet at the shore of a lake without concluding that they drowned there. It is a logical necessity. Death fixes the spirit, it stops the hero or the god in his path, at the point to which his image must remain attached. But more it seems there is, so to speak, an aesthetic suitability between the quality of heroes and the final fate that is imagined to befall them. A hero is complete only if he meets a tragic end and, more still, it seems, if the society that sees itself in him has suffered over his disaster. It is astonishing that people take pleasure in commemorating their defeats. The retrospective suffering that they experience here is a source of intimate satisfactions. The aesthetic taste for suffering is not a sentimental depravity of an aged humanity, nor is it a sophistication of its maturity. Its origins are very deep and very early. It found satisfaction in numerous feasts. The Anthesteres of Athens and the Adonis, with their display of mourning followed by joyous relaxation, are examples. The game of suffering, the recalling or the anticipation of grief, which does not harm because it is anticipated or past, is a contrast to joy or laughter, but it is also their equivalent and perhaps their stimulant. If it concerns an individual, an uninterrupted succession of successful results only half pleases and ends by displeasing. In the domain of the imagination, it engenders anxiety, disfavor. In reality, it is necessary that the labors of Hercules be limited to 12 and that he die. We cannot count the number of heroic catastrophes. Roland succumbs, Siegfried is betrayed, Joan of Arc is condemned, the gods of Ireland, who are heroes, are crushed and flee under the earth to the peace of their twilight. The pathetic increases the interest of heroic myths. But above all, it is necessary that the hero have the compassion, sympathy, and self-reflection that makes the public experience the retrospective emotion of the suffering that affected him. When the story turns too well, its hero remains a stranger to us, he does not touch us, he is not near or real enough to us. The continuity of success is a supernatural element, not of the heroic supernatural, but, for example, that of tales. The tale must end well. The heroic myth ends badly. Wundt has written with much truth that the hero of the tale is an infant, to whom the world and adventures limitlessly open. 174 The true hero is a human being, who collides with the limits of his own and human power. The continuity of moral triumphs, which are achieved by saints, constitutes one of the differences that separates them from heroes. Zarnowski rightly notes this. 175 They are the heroes of religion, but they are not, save for exceptions like Saint Patrick, exemplary heroes. Too perfect or too fortunate, they do not pass through enough dangerous trials and their impassiveness is too unshakable for them to be as close to the hearts of men as heroes. The weaknesses and failures of the latter give them humanity. Their catastrophe completes their type and ends by accommodating them to their symbolic function. It terminates the dreamed ideal by the surprise of death. It adds, so to speak, the myth of death to the myths of life. It is in fact by a veritable myth of death that the legend of the great Polynesian hero Maui, who is a hero among heroes, concludes. He perfected the hook and line, invented fire, fished the islands, and chained up the sun, but he died, and it is because he died that death holds sway in the world. 176 Myths of life, myths of death. In the one and the other the hero creates his character and it is the central character. But it is myth, and not death, that makes the hero. We do not believe that, once the dead are provided with immortal souls, some of them had only to raise themselves to the level of the hero. 177 There are heroes who actually are among the dead, others who are only myth and legend. We believe that we cannot separate the ones from the others. We have been above all concerned with the second group, believing that they owe less to the first group than they are owed by them. The normal development of their legend leads them to the type of the powerful dead. The conditions in which the legend develops are moreover favorable here. The death of the hero indeed suits these sad feasts where troubled societies, or those anticipating their troubles, gather in contemplation of their sufferings. 178 Exchanges between the cult of suffering and the funeral cult took place. Initially distinct, they connected, intersected, even identified. 179 The dead became heroes, and heroes the dead. It is in this state of entanglement that Ireland presents its cults. Does not taking account of their confusion require the renunciation of distinguishing them at their origins? Important accounts of their specific differences have been left us. What is left of the hero, in cases of extreme reduction, is an indication of function, physician hero, hero of the feast of the new moon, among the Greeks. 180 We conclude from this that the hero is essentially and at bottom a symbol of social fact. The tomb is a support for the symbol. Heroes resemble less the dead than gods of functions, special gods, Sondergötter, defined by Usner. A good number of these special gods are heroes. Such are, among others, those of feasts we have just encountered in our discussion of the relation between the festival drama and the heroic cults. Heroes are symbols of functions and social characteristics, which bear witness until death, like Hippolytus, hero of purity. 181 Less limited in their attributions or in the circle of their followers, they were to become gods, despite death, but, in fact, it is known that they have become gods. V. We are not attempting, at the conclusion of this examination, to reduce the notion of hero to the rather dry features of the genius after making every effort up to this point to avoid stripping it of its legendary and literary coverings in analyzing it. The idea of the hero is not defined by symbolization pure and simple, without meaning of signs. The hero is a person, or perhaps rather a character. His personality is sometimes quite faint, but it tends toward colorful and defined forms. The personality of the hero is defined by acts, which they accomplished once. They have their story, this story is a legend, this legend matters in their role. The hero is a mythological formation. The imagination that makes heroes works with limited facts. When men feel the need to transpose into an elevated mode what they do or suffer, or believe they do or suffer in the plural and collective, the same verbs, in the singular, have the hero as their subject. The social and human ties of heroes restrict their competence and horizon and fix them at a subordinate rank in the order of mythological structures. Heroes are divinities sized for societies that are not very large. In the point of view of the latter, they do not symbolize anything that is shrunken. They are level with social tiers from which the gaze does not reach very high. Popular mythology cultivates heroes. 182 The type of the hero develops in mythology when it turns to legend. But hierarchical order is not genealogical order. We are completely in the dark concerning the succession and the train of mythological formations. They respond to diverse needs of the religious spirit, among which we have no reason to imagine a chronological order. Gods, heroes, demons of diverse sorts are indeed interchangeable. The mythological formation that is constituted by heroes is complex, it is variable, it floats at the boundary of other formations. But it is nevertheless marked by rather definite and recognizable features. It includes essential elements. Our investigation, like that of Zarnowski, has retained two of these, the funereal element and the epicodramatic element of the cults and legends of heroes. The dead and the tomb on the one hand, feasts on the other, are for heroes constitutive facts, whose relative importance is variable. There is on both sides the possibility of heroes. But the resources provided to the figuration by the feasts, the impetus they give to the imagination, and the freedom they leave the hero are for the epic and dramatic element of heroic legends the principle and condition of a supernatural development. This is the positive element of these performances. The other is in part negative. The set of sacred masks possessed by the Hopi Indians provides a complete, clear, and concrete example of what the heroic pantheon of a society is and comprises. They are called kachinas. We have a complete, descriptive, and illustrated enumeration of them. 183 The kachinas are doll masks of various gods of various ceremonies of the Hopi religion. The puppet has in fact many times replaced the masked individual representing the god in the ritual. 184 Each one of them appears in one or several feasts. The kachinas are the elders of the clan, they are ancestors at the same time as they are gods, and are actually reincarnated in their descendants. Even those who were certainly invented, even those who came to the Hopi through borrowing from other pueblos, or those who were acquired by inheritance from extinct clans, are represented in this form. 185 There are among them the figures of beings of all sorts and ranks, but who, in their species of kachinas, fulfill the function of the hero. They are introduced in the feasts to take up, like the heroes, their representative and supplementary part there. They constitute a set of symbols that the feasts put into movement. But these heroes are masks, and heroes generally are individuals whose figuration is a game. In some language, which designates heroes of the cult and heroes of literature with the same word, speaks justly. The former are complete only when they already have something of the latter. The kachinas are the symbols of the Hopi clans, and those that are available are equally understood as symbols of clans. In the same manner all heroes, whatever might be their special assignment, are ancestors, founders, symbols of societies. For some, this is a convention. For most, it is an authentic testimony to their nature and origin. they indeed emanate from certain societies. Those societies that derive from the clan are favorable to heroes. The clans of the Pueblo Indians are totemic clans, in a society where totemism has greatly evolved. Other totemic societies, in Australia, for example, have conceived of spirits 186 who, in some features, resemble heroes. These are the dead from the distant past, able to return and reincarnate themselves, like the Irish heroes and the Hopi Kachinas, with no immediate kinship with men, but situated at the summit of the genealogy of clans. These are totemic spirits. Do heroes then derive from totems? Does totemism provide a point of view from which one can see the entire system of heroic cults unfold starting at the very origins of religion? It is tempting to go this far back, and Zarnowski thought about it. He enumerated, in an appendix, several facts that can seem to be survivals of totemism 187, but it is difficult to conclude that the Celtic hero cult rose from a base of totemic cults. Heroes and totems derive from societies in which the clan is the basis, and they are united with humans by the ties of loose kinship that make up clans and tribes. Between their human dependence and the world, they are on the side of humans. Resemblances and differences of social types, differences and resemblances of social symbols, relationship between imaginary beings and social forms, the linking together of totems and heroes at the end of the book recalls, in a concrete and pressing form, its central problem. If it can nearly be posed in this form, the facts are still lacking that would enable us to formulate it in a more precise statement. We will perhaps one day speak of the heroic clan as we speak of the totemic clan. I hope others will inform us of the ties between the two. But it is not the Celtic tradition that will enable them to sufficiently inform us on this point. 4. The preeminence of the right hand, a study of religious polarity. Robert Hertz 1. What resemblance more perfect than that of our two hands? And yet what striking inequality as well. To the right hand go the honors, the flattering designations, the prerogatives. It acts, it orders, it takes. The left hand on the contrary is held in contempt and limited to the role of the humble auxiliary. It can do nothing by itself. It assists, it supports, it holds. The right hand is the symbol and the model of all aristocracies, the left hand that of plebeians. What are the titles of nobility of the right hand? And whence comes the servitude of the left? Organic asymmetry. All social hierarchy claims to be founded in the nature of things, phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota, omicron upsilon nu omicron mu omega. In this way, it lends itself the air of eternity, it escapes change and the grasp of the innovators. Aristotle justified slavery by Greek ethnic superiority over the barbarians, and men, who are today troubled by feminist demands, allege the natural inferiority of women. In the same way, according to common opinion, the preeminence of the right hand supposedly results from the structure of the organism and owes nothing to convention and to the changing beliefs of humankind. But, despite appearances, the testimony of nature is no clearer or more decisive concerning the ordering of the attributions of the two hands than with respect to the conflict between the races or the sexes. This is not due to any lack of efforts to assign an anatomical cause to right-handedness. Of all the hypotheses advanced to, only one appears to have stood up to factual test, the one that connects the preponderance of the right hand to the greater development of the left hemisphere of the human brain, which, as we know, supplies the opposite side with nerves. As the center of articulate speech is found in that part of the brain, so too the centers that govern voluntary movement principally reside there. As Broca writes, we are right-handed because we are left-brained. The privilege of the right hand would thus be found in the asymmetrical structure of the nervous centers, of which the cause, whatever it might be, is evidently organic. 3. Doubtless a regular correlation exists between the predominance of the right hand and the superior development of the left brain. But, of these two phenomena, which is the cause and which is the effect? What prevents us from inverting Broca's proposition and saying we are left-brained because we are right-handed, for it is a known fact that the exercise of a particular organ causes greater nutrition and, subsequently, Growth of the organ. The greater activity of the right hand, which implies more intense labor on the part of the left nervous centers, necessarily leads to the favoring of its development. 5 If we disregard the effects produced by exercise and acquired habits, the physiological superiority of the left hemisphere is reduced to so little that it can at best determine a light preference for the right side. The difficulty that one encounters in trying to assign a certain and adequate organic cause to the asymmetry of the limbs, together with the fact that humankind's closest animal relatives are ambidextrous, has led some authors to refuse all anatomical foundation for the privilege of the right hand. This privilege would then not inhere in the genus Homo but would owe its origin exclusively to conditions exterior to the organism. 7. This radical negation is for the less rash. Certainly the organic cause of right-handedness is doubtful, insufficient, and difficult to distinguish from the influences that are exerted from outside the individual and form him, but this is no reason to dogmatically deny the action of physical factors. Moreover, in a few cases, where the external influence and the organic tendency are in conflict, it is possible to affirm that the unequal dexterity of the two hands is due to an anatomical cause. Despite the energetic and often even cruel pressure that society exercises from infancy over left-handers, they retain throughout their lives an instinctive preference for the use of the left hand. 8 If one is obliged to recognize here the presence of a congenital disposition toward asymmetry, it must also be admitted that inversely, in a certain number of people, the preponderant use of the right hand results from the formation of their bodies. The most probable opinion can be expressed in mathematical form, albeit not very rigorously. In 100 people, there are about 2 who are naturally left-handers, resistant to all contrary influence. A much stronger proportion are made up of hereditary right-handers. Between these two extremes oscillate the mass of people, who, left to themselves, would be able to use more or less equally either hand, with, generally, a slight preference in favor of the right. 9 Thus we must not deny the existence of organic tendencies toward asymmetry, but, save in a few exceptional cases, the vague disposition to right-handedness, which appears to be diffused through the human species, could not suffice to determine the absolute preponderance of the right hand unless influences foreign to the organism appeared to fix and reinforce it. But, even were it established that, by a gift of nature, the right hand always triumphs over the left in tactile sensitivity, force, and skill, it would still remain to be explained why a privilege of human institution comes to be added to this natural privilege, why the better gifted hand is the only one exercised and cultivated. Would not reason advise the effort to correct through education the weakness of the less favored hand? Quite on the contrary, the left hand is restrained, kept in inaction, methodically shackled in its development. Dr. Jacobs tells us that in the course of his rounds of medical inspection in the Dutch Indies he often observed that indigenous infants had their left hand completely bound. This was to teach them not to use it. 10 We have suppressed the material bonds, but that is all. One of the signs that distinguishes a well-educated child is a left hand rendered incapable of any independent action. Can one say that any effort to develop the abilities of the left hand is condemned in advance to failure? Experience shows the contrary. In the rare cases where, on account of technical necessity, the left hand is adequately exercised and trained, it serves just about as well as the right, for example, with the piano and violin, or in surgery. Should an accident deprive someone of his right hand, the left acquires, over a period of time, the strength and skill that it lacked. The example of left-handers is still more conclusive, for, in this case, education combats the instinctive tendency to unidexterity instead of following and exaggerating it. The consequence is that left-handers are generally ambidextrous and often distinguish themselves by their skillfulness. 11 With even greater reason, this result would be attained for the majority of humans, who have no irresistible preference for one or the other and whose left hand asks only to be used. The methods of ambidextrous culture, which have been applied for several years, in particular in English and American schools, have already produced conclusive results. 12 There is no reason the left hand should not receive an artistic and technical education similar to that which the right hand has had a monopoly on until now. It is not then because the left hand is disabled and weak that it is neglected, it is the contrary that is true. That hand is subject to a veritable mutilation, which is not less marked because it has to do with function and not the external form of the member, because it is physiological and not anatomical. The feelings inspired by a left-hander in an unrefined society 13 are analogous to those inspired by the uncircumcised in countries where circumcision is the law. Right-handedness is not simply accepted, submitted to in the manner of a natural necessity, it is an ideal to which everyone must conform and which society forces us to respect through positive sanctions. The child who actively uses his left hand is reprimanded, when he does not receive a slap on the fearful hand. Likewise, the fact of being left-handed is an offense that brings on the guilty party ridicule and more or less explicit social reprobation. Thus organic asymmetry in humans is at once a fact and an ideal. Anatomy accounts for the fact, in the sense in which it results from the structure of the organism, but however advanced one might believe it to be, anatomy is incapable of explaining the origin and the reason for being of the ideal. 2. Religious polarity. The preponderance of the right hand is obligatory, imposed by constraint, guaranteed by sanctions. Contrarily, a veritable interdiction weighs on the left hand and paralyzes it. The difference of value and function that exists between the two sides of our body thus presents at the highest point the characteristics of a social institution, and the study which desires to account for it is a matter for sociology. More precisely, it is a matter of retracing the genesis of an imperative that is half aesthetic, half moral. It is in a mystical form, under the influence of religious beliefs and emotions, that ideals were born and grew which, secularized, still dominate our conduct today. We must thus look to the comparative study of collective representations for the explanation of the privilege the right hand enjoys. 14. A fundamental opposition dominates the spiritual world of primitives, that of the sacred and the profane. 15. Certain beings and objects, by virtue of their nature or some completed rites, are as if impregnated by a particular essence that consecrates them, sets them apart, communicates to them extraordinary powers, and moreover subjects them to a collection of rules and tight restrictions. The things or persons that are deprived of this mystical quality dispose of no power or dignity, they are common, free, except for the absolute interdiction against contact with that which is sacred. Any bringing together or confusion of beings and things belonging to opposing classes would be harmful for both. From this comes the multitude of the interdictions and taboos that, in separating them, at the same time protect the two worlds. The antithesis of the profane and the sacred receives a different meaning according to the position occupied in the religious world by the consciousness classifying and evaluating beings. Supernatural powers are not all of the same order, some are exercised in harmony with the order of things and have a regular and august character that inspires veneration and confidence, others, contrarily, violate and trouble universal order, and the respect they impose is constructed above all from aversion and fear. All these energies present the common trait of opposition to the profane. For the latter, they are all equally dangerous and forbidden. Contact with a corpse produces in profane being the same effects as sacrilege. In this sense, Robertson Smith was correct to say that the notion of taboo envelopes at once the sacred and the impure, the divine and the demonic. But the perspective of the religious world changes if one sees it no longer from the point of view of the profane but from that of the sacred. Consequently, the confusion signaled by Smith no longer exists. The Polynesian chief, for example, knows well that the religiosity imbued in the corpse is radically contrary to that he carries in himself. The impure separates itself from the sacred to come to place itself at the pole opposed to the religious world. Moreover, the profane no longer defines itself, from this point of view, by purely negative characteristics. It appears as an antagonistic element which, by its mere contact, degrades, diminishes, and alters the essence of sacred things. It is a nothingness, if one likes, but an active and contagious nothingness. The evil influence that it exercises over beings gifted with holiness differs only in intensity from that which comes from harmful powers. From the privation of sacred powers to the possession of sinister ones the transition is imperceptible. 16 Thus, in the classification that, from the beginning and increasingly more so as time has passed, has dominated religious consciousness, there is a natural affinity and nearly an equivalence between the profane and the impure. The two notions combine and form, in opposition to the sacred, the negative pole of the spiritual world. Dualism, essential to primitive thought, dominates their social organization. 17 The two moieties or phratries that constitute the tribe are reciprocally opposed like the sacred and the profane. Everything found in the interior of my phratry is sacred and forbidden to me. This is why I cannot eat my totem, or spill the blood of one of my own, or even touch his corpse, or marry inside the clan. Contrarily, the opposed moiety is, for me, profane. The clans that compose it furnish me with provisions, wives, and human victims, bury my dead and prepare my sacred ceremonies. 18 Given the religious character with which the primitive community feels itself invested, social life has as a necessary condition the existence, in the same tribe, of an opposed and complementary part which can freely assume the functions forbidden to the members of the first group. 19 Social evolution replaces this reversible dualism with a rigid and hierarchical structure. 20 In place of separated but equivalent clans appear classes or castes, one of which, at the summit, is essentially sacred, noble, dedicated to superior works, while the other, at the bottom, is profane or vile and attends to base tasks. The principle that assigns people to their rank and function remains the same. Social polarity is still a reflection and a consequence of religious polarity. The entire universe is divided into two contrary worlds. Things, beings, and powers attract or repel one another, are implicated or excluded, according to whether they gravitate toward one or the other of the two poles. In the sacred principle reside the powers that conserve and augment life, that give health, social preeminence, courage in war and excellence in work. Contrarily, the profane, insofar as it intrudes on the sacred world, and the impure are essentially debilitating and lethal. From this side come fatal influences that oppress, diminish, and spoil beings. Thus, on the one hand, the pole of strength, good, and life, on the other, the pole of weakness, evil, and death. Or if one prefers more recent terminology, on one side the gods, on the other demons. All the oppositions presented by nature manifest this fundamental dualism. Light and shadow, day and night, east and south on the one hand, west and north on the other, translate into images and locate in space the two opposed classes of supernatural powers. On one side, life shines and rises, on the other, it descends and is extinguished. Same contrast between the high and the low, the sky and the earth, above, the sacred home of the gods, stars that do not know death, below, the profane region of mortals swallowed up by the earth, and, still lower, the shadowy regions where serpents and the crowd of demons hide. 21 Primitive thought attributes gender to every being in the universe and even to inanimate objects. All are divided into two immense classes according to whether they are considered male or female. For the Maori, the expression lamatane, male side, designates the most diverse things: male virility, descent in the paternal lineage, the East, creative force, offensive magic, etc., while the opposed expression lama wahine, female side, applies to their opposites. 22 This distinction of cosmic scope at bottom overlaps the primordial religious antithesis. Indeed, in a general sense, man is sacred, woman is profane, excluded from cultic ceremonies. She is admitted to them only for a characteristic function, when it is necessary to remove a taboo, i.e., to accomplish in the desired conditions a veritable profanation. 23 But, if woman is a passive and powerless being in the religious order, she takes her revenge in the domain of magic. She is particularly fitted for works of sorcery. It is from the female element, goes a Maori proverb, that all evil, misery, and death comes. Thus the two sexes correspond to the sacred and the profane, or the impure, to life and death. From this arises an abyss that separates them, and a rigorous division of labor divides between men and women all occupations, in such a way that there is no mixing or confusion. 24 If dualism leaves its mark on all primitive thought, it does not fail to leave an influence also on their religious activity and on the cult. Nowhere is that influence more manifest than in the ceremony of lira, which is encountered very frequently in Maori ritual and serves the most diverse ends. The priest makes on sacred ground two small mounds, of which one, the male, is dedicated to the sky and the other, the female, to the earth. On each mound he erects a rod. The first, which bears the name Rod of Life and is oriented to the east, is the emblem and the home of health, strength, and life. The second, the Rod of Death, situated toward the west, is the emblem and the home of all evil. The details of the rites vary according to the specific object that is in view, but the fundamental theme is always the same. It is a matter, on the one hand, of pushing toward the pole of death all the impurities and evils that have penetrated and menaced the community, and, on the other, of fastening, reinforcing and attracting all beneficent influences that reside at the pole of life to the tribe. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the priest knocks down the pole of the earth, leaving only the pole of the sky erect. This is the desired triumph of life over death, the expulsion and abolition of evil, the health of the community and the ruin of its enemies. 25 Thus ritual activity is oriented toward two opposed poles, which each have their essential function in the cult and correspond to the two complementary and contradictory attitudes of religious life. How could the human body, the microcosm, escape the law of polarity that orders all things? Society and the whole universe have a sacred, noble, precious side and a profane and common one, a strong and active male side and a weak, passive female side, or, in brief, a left side and a right side. And should the human organism alone be symmetrical? If one reflects on this, this is an impossibility. Such an exception would not only be an inexplicable anomaly, it would ruin the whole economy of the spiritual world. For man is the center of creation, it is up to him to manipulate the fearsome forces which give life and death, in order to best direct them. Is it conceivable that all these things and powers, separated and contrary, which exclude one another, could come to be so abominably confused in the hand of the priest or the craftsman? It is a vital necessity that each of the two hands be ignorant of what the other does. 26 The evangelical precept only applies to a special circumstance, that law of incompatibility of contraries which holds true in the entire religious world. 27 If organic asymmetry had not existed, it would have been necessary to invent it. 3 The characteristics of right and left. The different way in which the collective consciousness considers and values the right and the left appears clearly in language. Between the two words that, in the Indo-European languages, indicate the two sides, there is a striking contrast. While for right there exists a single term that imposes itself over an extremely wide area and presents great stability. 28 The idea of left is expressed by several distinct denominations, of limited extension, which seem destined to disappear endlessly to be replaced by new terms. 29 Some of these words are manifest euphemisms. 30 While others are of very obscure origins. It seems, writes Millet 31, that in speaking of the left side, one avoids pronouncing the word itself and tends to replace it with diverse and constantly renewed words. The multiplicity and instability of the terms indicating the left, their roundabout or arbitrary character, can be explained by the feelings of uneasiness and aversion that the community feels with respect to the left side. 32 Unable to change the thing, one changed the name in the hope of abolishing or attenuating the evil. But this was in vain. Even words of favorable meaning, which by antiphrasis are applied to the left, are quickly contaminated by the object they express and acquire a sinister quality which quickly makes them forbidden. Thus the opposition existing between right and left is manifested even in the diverse natures and destinies of their names. The same contrast appears if one considers the meaning of the words right and left. The first serves to express ideas of physical force and dexterity, of intellectual rectitude and good sense, of uprightness and moral integrity, of happiness and beauty, or juridical norm, while the word left evokes the majority of opposed ideas. To bring these multiple meanings back into unity, we ordinarily assume the word right first designated our better hand, and then the qualities of strength and dexterity which are its natural privilege. But this is an arbitrary construction. Nothing authorizes the affirmation that the old Indo-European word for the right initially had an exclusively physical meaning, and for words of more recent formation, as the French droit 33 or Armenian adjective 34 before being applied to one of the sides of the body, they express the idea of a force that goes straight toward its goal, along normal and sure paths, by opposition to that which is tortuous, oblique, and unsuccessful. Truly, in our languages which are the products of an advanced civilization, the diverse meanings of the word present themselves as distinct and juxtaposed. Let us go back toward the source from which this fragmentary meanings are derived, and we will see them merge, at the origin, at the bosom of an idea that confusedly envelopes them all. We have already encountered this idea. It is, for the right, the idea of sacred power, steady and beneficent, the principle of all efficacious activity, the source of all that is good, prosperous, and legitimate, and for the left, it is that ambiguous representation of the profane and the impure, of being that is weak and incapable but also malevolent and feared. Physical power, or weakness, is here only a particular and derived aspect of a much vaguer and more profound quality. With the Maori, the right is the sacred side, the seat of good and creative powers, the left is the profane side, which possesses no virtues other than, as we will see, certain confused and suspect powers. 35 The same contrast reappears, in the course of religious evolution, in more precise and less impersonal forms. The right is the side of the gods, over which hovers the white figure of a guardian angel. The left side is doomed to be dominated by it. 36 Even today, if the right hand is still indicated as the good and beautiful hand, the left as the evil and ugly. 37 We can discern in these puerile expressions the weakened echo of designations and religious emotions which over long centuries have attached themselves to the two sides of the body. It is a generally accepted notion among the Maori that the right is the side of life, and of power, while the left side is the side of death, and weakness. 38 It is from the right and through the right side of the body that all favorable and invigorating influences enter us. Inversely, it is from the left that death and misery penetrate to the heart of our being. 39 One must also reinforce the power of resistance of a particularly exposed and defenseless side with protective amulets. The ring that we wear on the fourth finger of the left hand has as its primary object removing from us temptations and other evil things. 40 From this comes the fundamental importance of the distinction of the sides of the body and space in divination. I feel a convulsive shaking during sleep. It is a sign that a spirit has taken possession of me. According to whether its presence is manifested on the right or the left, I can expect happiness and life or misfortune and death. 41 The same rule applies in general for portents consisting of the appearance of animals that are fateful messengers. However, these messages are susceptible to two contradictory interpretations, according to whether one takes as a point of departure the person seeing the animal or the animal who comes to meet him. 42 If it appears on the left, it presents its right side and can thus be considered as favorable. But this differences, carefully entertained by seers to confuse the vulgar and increase their prestige, cannot but shed more light on the affinity existing between the right and life, and between the left and death. A concordance no less significant ties the sides of the body to regions in space. The right represents the high, the superior world, the heavens, while the left is under the jurisdiction of the inferior world and the earth. 43 It is not by chance that, in the representations of the Last Judgment, it is the raised right hand of the Lord that indicates to the elect their sublime abode, while the lowered left hand shows the damned the gaping mouth of hell that is ready to swallow them. Still stricter and more constant is the rapport that unites the right to the east or south and the left to the west or north, to the point that in many languages the same words indicate the sides of the body and the cardinal points. 44 The axis that divides the world in two halves, one radiant and the other somber, also passes through the human organism and divides it into the empire of light and that of shadows. 45 The right and the left exceed the limits of our body to embrace the universe. Following a widely dispersed representation, at least in the Indo-European domain, the community forms a closed circle, at the center of which is found the altar, the holy arch, where the gods descend and where the graces shine. At the interior of the enclosure order and harmony reign, while outside it stretches the vast night, limitless, lawless, full of impure seeds and shot through with chaotic powers. At the periphery of the sacred space, the faithful, the right shoulder turned towards the interior, completes the ritual circuit around the divine hearth. 46 On the one side, they have everything to hope for, on the other, everything to fear. The right is the inside, the finite, well-being and peace assured, the left is outside, the infinite, the permanent menace of evil. The preceding equivalences will by themselves allow the presumption that the right side and the male element, the left side and the female element participate in a similar nature, but we are not reduced on this point to simple conjectures. The Maori apply to the two sides of the body the expressions lama tain and lama wahine, whose nearly universal extension we have already noted. The human being is composed of two natures, virile and feminine, the first is attributed to the right side, the second to the left. 47 In the Australian tribe of the Woolwanga, one makes use, in order to maintain the rhythm during the course of ceremonies, of a pair of sticks, one of which is called man and held in the right hand, while the other, woman, is held in the left. Of course, it is always man that strikes and woman that receives blows, the right that acts, the left that submits. 48 We find here, intimately combined, the privilege of the stronger sex and the stronger side. Certainly God took one of the left ribs of Adam to form Eve, for the same essence characterizes woman and the left half of the body. It is a matter of two parts of a weak and defenseless being, also a bit confused and anxious, destined by its nature to a passive and receptive role, to a subordinated condition. 49. Thus the opposition of right and left has the same meaning and the same scope as that series of contrasts, varied but reducible, presented by the universe. Sacred power, source of life, truth, beauty, virtue, rising sun, male sex, and we can add right side. All these terms, like their opposites, are interchangeable. They indicate under multiple guises a common category of things, a common nature, a shared orientation toward one of the two poles of the mystical world. 50 Do we believe that a slight difference in the degree of physical force of the two hands could suffice to account for such a distinct and profound heterogeneity? For the functions of the two hands. The various characteristics of the right and the left determine the difference in rank and function that exists between the two hands. It is known that many primitive peoples, in particular the Indians of North America, are capable of conversing among themselves without uttering a word, with the aid of movements of the head and arms. In this language, the two hands are active, each according to its nature. The right hand indicates the self, the left the non-self. Others. 51 To evoke the idea of high, the right hand is raised above the left, which is held horizontal and immobile, while the idea of low is expressed in lowering the inferior hand below the right. 52 The right hand raised indicates bravery, power, virility. Contrarily, the same hand, held toward the left and below the left hand, evokes, as the case may be, the ideas of death, destruction, and burial. 53 These characteristic examples suffice to show that the contrast of right and left, the relative position of the two hands, have a fundamental importance in the constitution of sign language. The hands are used only in an accessory manner in the expression of ideas. They are above all instruments by which humans act on the beings and things that surround them. It is in the various domains in which human activity is carried out that we must see the two hands at work. Through the cult, man seeks above all to communicate with sacred energies, in order to nourish and increase them and to divert toward himself the benefits of their action. The right side alone is truly qualified for these beneficial relations, for it partakes of the nature of the things and beings over which the rites must act. The gods are to our right. It is thus toward the right that one turns in order to pray. 54 It is with the right foot that one must enter the holy place. 55 It is the right hand that presents the sacred oblation to the gods. 56 Receives the heavenly graces and passes them on in the benediction. 57 To aid in the good results of a ceremony, to bless or consecrate, the Hindus and the Celts circle a person or thing 3 times, from left to right, as done by the sun, and in presenting the right, they effuse thus toward the being enclosed in the sacred circle the holy and beneficent virtue that emanates from the right side. The contrary movement and bearing would be, in similar circumstances, sacrilegious and disastrous. 58. But the cult does not consist entirely in the confident adoration of friendly gods. Man vainly desires to forget the sinister powers that swarm at his left. He cannot do so, for they know how to impose themselves on his attention by their murderous blows, by their threats that must be evaded, by their requirements that must be satisfied. An entire part of the cult, and not the least important part, endeavors to contain and appease evil or angry supernatural beings, to banish and destroy evil influences. In this sphere, it is the left side that prevails. Everything that is demonic touches it directly. 59 It is the left hand that, in the Maori ceremony we have described, erects and then strikes down the stick of death. 60 If the spirits of the dead or greedy demons must be calmed by the offering of a gift, the left hand is completely designed for this sinister contact. 61 It is through the left door of the church that sinners are expelled. 62 In funeral rites and exorcisms, the ceremonial circuit is made the wrong way, presenting the left side. 63 Is it not just to sometimes turn the destructive powers of the left side against evil spirits who generally use them as their instrument? In the margins of regular liturgy team magical practices. This is the business of the left hand. It excels at neutralizing and annulling evil spells. 64 But above all at propagating death. 65 When you drink with a native, on the Guinea coast, you must always watch his left hand, for the simplest contact of his thumb with the drink suffices to render it fatal. Every native, it is said, carries hidden under his thumb a toxic substance that has nearly the staggering subtlety of prussic acid. 66 This poison, obviously imaginary, symbolizes marvelously the murderous powers residing on the left side. We can see that it is not a matter here of force or weakness, skill or clumsiness, but of diverse and incompatible functions matched with contrary natures. If, in the world of gods and the living, the left hand is despised and humbled, it has its domain where it is master and the right is excluded, but it is a shadowy and infamous domain. Its power always has something of the hidden and illegitimate about it. It inspires terror and repulsion. Its movements are suspect. It is desired that it remain quiet and discreet, hidden, if possible, under the folds of clothing. In this way, its corrupting influence will not spread. Just as mourners, who surround death, must cover themselves with a veil, neglect their bodies, let their hair and nails grow, equally it would be out of place to care too much for the left hand. One does not trim its fingernails, one washes it less than the other. 67 Thus the belief in the profound disparity of the two hands is carried sometimes to the point of producing an apparent and visible corporal asymmetry. Even if its appearance does not betray it, the hand of the evil spell is always the accursed hand. A left hand that is too gifted and too agile is the sign of a disordered nature, of a perverse and demonic disposition. All left-handers are possible sorcerers, of whom one is properly suspicious. 68 Contrarily, the exclusive preponderance of the right, the aversion to any reliance on the left are the marks of a soul exceptionally oriented toward the divine, closed off to everything profane or impure. Such are the Christian saints who from the cradle pushed piety to the point of refusing the left hand of their mothers. 69 This is why social selection favors right-handers and why education applies itself to paralyzing the left hand while it develops the right. Social life involves a multitude of practices which, while not an integral part of religion, are yet tightly attached to it. If the union of right hands makes the marriage, if the right hand swears, contracts, takes possession, bears assistance, it is because a person's powers, the authority that gives weight and value to our gestures, and the strength by which is exercised our ascendancy over things resides in our right side. 70 How could the left hand carry out valid and sure actions when it is deprived of prestige and spiritual power, when it has power only for destruction and evil? The marriage concluded by the left hand is a clandestine and irregular union from which bastards will come. The left hand is the hand of perjury, treason, and fraud. 71 Just as for juridical formalism, the rules of etiquette proceed directly from the cult, the gestures by which we adore the gods serve to express the feelings of respect and affectionate esteem that we have for one another. 72 We offer in the greeting and in friendship the best that we have, our right. 73 The king wears on his right side the emblems of his sovereignty, he places to his right those he judges the most worthy of receiving without polluting them, the precious emanations of his right flank. It is because the right and the left in reality have different value and dignity that it is so important to attribute one or the other to our guests according to the rank they occupy in the social hierarchy. 74 All these uses, which seem today pure conventions, are clarified and take on meaning if one connects them to the beliefs that gave birth to them. Let us go further down into the profane. For many primitive peoples, those in a state of impurity, during mourning for example, may not use their hands, specifically in order to eat, they must be fed by others or they must take food into their mouths like dogs, for if they touch their food with their unclean hands, they would swallow their own death. 75 In this case, a kind of mystical sickness affects both hands at once and paralyzes them for a time. It is an interdiction of the same order that weighs on the left hand, but, since it goes to the very essence of that hand, the paralysis is permanent. This is why, very generally, only the right hand intervenes actively during meals. In the tribes of Lower Niger, it is even forbidden to women to use their left hands when they prepare food, under penalty of being accused of attempted poisoning and evil spells. 76 Contrarily, similar to those pariahs on whom are discharged all impure tasks, the left hand alone must attend to filthy chores. 77 We are here far from the sanctuary, but so powerful is the empire of religious representations that it makes itself felt even in the dining room, in the kitchen and in those places haunted by demons that one dares not name. It seems however that one order of activity, at least, escapes mystical influences, namely that of the arts and industry. Here, the different roles of the right and the left would seem to adhere entirely to physical and utilitarian causes. But such a conception misunderstands the characteristics of ancient techniques, which are completely impregnated by religiosity and dominated by mystery. What more sacred work, for example, among primitives than that of war or the hunt? They involve the possession of special powers and a state of holiness, difficult to acquire, and still more difficult to preserve. The weapon itself is a sacred thing, endowed with a power that alone makes effective the blows delivered to the enemy. Unhappy is the warrior who profanes his spear or sword and dissipates their virtue. Is it possible to leave to the left hand such precious goods? This would be a monstrous sacrilege. One might as well allow women to penetrate inside the warrior camp, which would doom them to defeat and death. It is man's right side that is dedicated to the gods of war, it is the mana of the right shoulder that guides the spear to its target, it is thus the right hand alone which carries and controls the weapon. 78 The left hand however is not idle, it provides for the needs of profane life, which not even an intense consecration can interrupt and which the right hand, strictly dedicated to the work of the warrior, must ignore. 79 During combat, without getting involved in the action, the left hand will be permitted to block the blows of the adversary, so suited is the defensive to its nature. It is the shield hand. The origins of representations of the right and left have often been sought in the different roles of the two hands in combat, which might result from the structure of the organism or from a sort of instinct. 80 This hypothesis, which peremptory arguments refute. 81 Takes as a cause what is an effect. It is not less true that the warrior functions of the two hands have been able sometimes to determine their characteristics and relationships by backlash. Let us imagine an agricultural people, which prefers peaceful work to pillage and conquest and falls back on arms only to defend itself. The shield hand will rise accordingly in collective esteem, while the spear hand will lose a small bit of its prestige. Such is, notably, the case of the Zuni who personify the left and right sides of the body under the species of two brother gods. The first and eldest is reflective, wise, and of good counsel, the second is impetuous, impulsive, made for action. 82 However interesting this secondary development, which perceptibly modifies the physiognomy of the two sides, might be, it should not make us forget the primary religious meaning of the contrast of right and left. What is true in military art is also so for other techniques, but a precious document shows us directly, among the Maori, on what the preponderance of the right in human industry rests. It concerns the initiation of a young girl to the craft of weaving, a serious matter, enveloped in mystery and full of peril. The apprentice is seated, in the presence of the master, both artisan and priest, before two carved posts, which are erected in the ground and form a rudimentary loom. In the right post reside the sacred virtues that make up the art of the weaver and which give effective aid to her work. The left post is profane and void of all power. While the priest recites incantations, the apprentice bites the right post to absorb its essence and consecrate herself to the vocation. Of course, only the right hand enters into contact with the sacred post whose profanation would be deadly to the initiate, and the same hand transversely guides the thread, which is also sacred, from left to right. As for the profane hand, it may only humbly cooperate from afar in the august labor that is being accomplished. 83 Doubtless this division of labor is relaxed when we are concerned with coarser, more profane activities. But it remains the case, as a general rule, that the techniques consist of putting into motion, by a delicate manipulation, mystical and dangerous forces. The sacred and efficient hand alone may take up a risky initiative. The ill-fated hand, if it does intervene actively, will only dry up the well of success and spoil the work undertaken. 84. Thus, from one end of the human world to the other, in sacred places where the faithful encounter their God, as in accursed places where diabolical pacts are concluded, on the throne as at the witness stand, on the field of battle and in the peaceful workshop of the weaver, everywhere an immutable law regulates the attributions of the two hands. The left hand may encroach on the right no more than the profane may mix itself with the sacred. The preponderant activity of the evil hand can only be illegitimate and out of the ordinary, for it would be the end of humankind and everything else if the profane were ever to prevail over the sacred and death over life. The superiority of the right hand is at once an effect and a necessary condition of the order that regulates and preserves creation. Conclusion. The analysis of the characteristics and functions attributed to the right and the left confirms the thesis that we glimpsed through deduction. The obligatory differentiation of the sides of the body is a specific case and a consequence of the dualism inherent in primitive thought. But religious necessities, which render the preponderance of one of the two hands inevitable, do not determine which will be the dominant hand. Why is it that the sacred side is invariably the right, and the profane side the left? According to several authors, the differentiation of the right and the left is explained entirely by the laws of religious orientation and the solar cult. The position of man in space is neither indifferent nor arbitrary. The faithful, in his prayers and ceremonies, looks naturally toward the region of the rising sun, the source of all life. The majority of sacred buildings, in the various religions, are oriented toward the east. Given this fixed direction, the parts of the body are divided up between the cardinal points. The west is behind us, the south to the right and the north to the left. Consequently, the characteristics of the heavenly regions reflect back on the human body. The full sunlight of the south illuminates our right side, while the sinister shadow of the north is projected on our left. The spectacle of nature, the contrast of light and shadow, of heat and cold would have taught man to recognize and oppose his right and his left. 85. One perceives in this explanation the influence of naturalistic conceptions that are now outdated. The exterior world, with its light and shadow, enriches and specifies religion's notions, which come from the heart of the collective consciousness, but it does not create them. Nonetheless, it would be easy to formulate the same hypothesis in a more correct language and to restrict its scope to the point that concerns us, but it would still come up against contrary facts of a decisive significance. 86 In reality, nothing allows us to affirm that determinations of space precede determinations regarding the human body. The one and the other arise from the same origin, which is the opposition of the sacred and the profane. Consequently, they most frequently agree and mutually fortify one another, but they are none the less independent. We must thus seek the line of division which directs the beneficent stream of supernatural graces toward the right side in the structure of the organism. We must not see a contradiction or a concession in the ultimate recourse to anatomy. It is one thing to explain the nature and origin of a force, and another to determine the point to which that force is applied. The slight physiological advantages of the right hand are merely the manifestation of a qualitative differentiation. the cause of which lies beyond the individual in the constitution of the collective consciousness. A nearly insignificant corporeal asymmetry suffices to lead already completely formed contrary representations in the two directions. So, thanks to the plasticity of the organism, social constraint 87 adds to and incorporates in the two opposed hands the qualities of power and weakness, dexterity and awkwardness, which appear in the adult to flow spontaneously from nature. 88. We have seen occasionally in the exclusive development of the right hand an attribute characteristic of humankind and a sign of our moral preeminence. In a sense, this is true. During long centuries, the systematic paralysis of the left hand expressed, like other mutilations, our will to make the sacred predominant over the profane, to sacrifice the desires and interests of the individual to the necessities felt by the collective consciousness, and to spiritualize the body itself in inscribing on it the opposition of values and the violent constraints of the moral world. It is because we are double beings, homo duplex, that we possess a profoundly differentiated right and left. This is not the place to seek the cause and the meaning of this polarity that dominates religious life and imposes itself on the very organism. That is one of the most serious questions that religion and sociology, in general, have to resolve. We should not take it on in a roundabout way. Perhaps we have brought to this investigation a few new elements. In any case, it is not without interest to see a specific problem reduced to another that is much more general. As philosophers have noted 89, the distinction between right and left is one of the essential pieces of our intellectual armature. It seems therefore impossible to explain the meaning and the genesis of this distinction without taking sides, at least implicitly, with one or the other of the traditional doctrines on the origin of knowledge. What debates there were in the old days between the partisans of innateness and those of experience! And what a beautiful clashing of dialectical arguments! The application of an experimental and sociological method to human problems puts an end to this conflict of dogmatic and contradictory assertions. The nativists have won their case. Intellectual and moral representations of right and left are true categories, anterior to all individual experience, since they are tied to the very structure of social thought. But the empiricists were also right, for it is not a matter here of either immutable instincts or of absolute, metaphysical givens. These categories are transcendent only in relation to the individual, placed back into their original milieu, which is the collective consciousness. They appear as natural facts, subject to change and dependent on complex conditions. If, as it appears, the diverse attributions of the two hands, the dexterity of the one and the clumsiness of the other, are in large part the work of the will of human beings, the dream of a humanity blessed with two right hands is not at all chimerical. But from the fact that ambidextrousness is possible does not follow that it is desirable. The social causes that led to the differentiation of the two hands could be permanent. Nonetheless, the evolution that is taking place before our eyes scarcely justifies such a conception. The tendency toward the leveling of the values of the two hands is not, in our civilization, an isolated or abnormal fact. The ancient religious representations, which placed insuperable distances between things and beings and specifically founded the exclusive preponderance of the right hand, are today in full retreat. Supposing that we would derive serious physical and technical advantages from permitting the left hand at least to reach its full development, aesthetics and morality would not suffer from that revolution. The distinction between good and evil, which was for a long time interdependent with the antithesis of right and left, will not vanish in our consciousness on the day the second hand becomes capable of a more effective contribution to human undertaking and can supplement the right hand when needed. If for centuries the constraint of a mystical idea made us unilateral and physiologically mutilated beings, a liberated and far-sighted collectivity will make every effort to show to advantage the energy sleeping in our left side and our right hemisphere and to guarantee, via an agreeable culture, a more harmonious development of the organism. 5. A contribution to a study of the collective representation of death. Robert Hertz 1. Each of us believes we sufficiently understand what death is, because it is a familiar event and because it gives rise to intense emotion. It seems at once ridiculous and sacrilegious to put the value of that intimate knowledge in doubt and to desire to reason about a matter where the heart alone is competent. However, questions are posed concerning death which feeling cannot resolve because it is ignorant of them. Even for biologists, death is not a simple and evident fact, it is a problem presented to scientific investigation. Point 2 But, when it concerns a human being, physiological phenomena are not the entirety of death. To the organic event are added a complex collection of beliefs, emotions, and acts that give death its proper character. We see a life extinguished, but we express this fact in a particular language. It is the soul, it is said, that departs for another world where it will be rejoined with its ancestors. The body of the deceased is not thought of like the corpse of some animal, it must be given specific care and a regular burial, not simply as a matter of hygiene but as a moral obligation. Finally, death opens up a lugubrious period for the survivors during which specific obligations are imposed on them, whatever their personal feelings. For a certain amount of time they must show their grief, change the color of their clothing, and modify the way of their accustomed life. Thus does death present a determined meaning to the social consciousness, it is the object of a collective representation. This representation is neither simple nor immutable, it is necessary to analyze its elements and look for their origins. It is to this dual study that we hope to contribute here. The generally acknowledged opinion in our society is that death comes in an instant. The delay of 2 or 3 days that passes between decease and burial has no other purpose but to allow for material preparation and the gathering of parents and friends. No interval separates the life to come from the one that was just extinguished. As soon as the last breath is exhaled, the soul appears before its judge and prepares to receive the fruit of its good works or to expiate sins. After this sudden catastrophe begins a more or less prolonged period of mourning. At certain dates, and particularly at the end of a year, commemorative ceremonies are undertaken in honor of the deceased. This conception of death, this manner in which the events that constitute and follow it take place, are so familiar to us that it is difficult for us to imagine that they could not be necessary. But facts presented by numerous societies less advanced than our own cannot be arranged in the same framework. As Lafita has already indicated, in the majority of primitive tribes, dead bodies are like a temporary deposit in the grave where they were first placed. After a certain period of time they are given new funeral rites and they receive their due through new funeral obligations. 3. This difference in practices is not, we will see, a simple accident, it expresses the fact that death has not always been represented and felt as it is by us. We will endeavor in the pages that follow to constitute the ensemble of beliefs regarding death and funeral practices of which double funerals are a part. To this end, we will make use first of all of data taken exclusively from Indonesian peoples, and above all from the Dayaks of Borneo for where the phenomena presents itself in a typical form. We will then show that this is not a matter of purely local facts with the help of documents relating to other ethnographic provinces. We will follow the order of the facts themselves in our exposition, dealing first with the period between death, in the normal sense of the word, and the final funeral rites, and then with the final ceremony. The intermediary period. The ideas and practices to which death gives rise can be grouped into 3 principal categories, according to whether they concern the body of the deceased, the soul of the deceased, or the survivors. This differentiation certainly has no absolute value, but it facilitates the presentation of our data. A. The body, the provisional burial. Among the people of the Malay archipelago who have not yet been too profoundly influenced by foreign civilizations, the custom is to avoid transporting the corpse immediately to its final burial site. This can take place only after a more or less lengthy period of time during which the body is left in a temporary shelter. The general rule among the Dayak seems to have been to preserve the bodies of chiefs and wealthy people until the final funeral rites inside their own homes. The body is then placed into a coffin the cracks of which have been filled with a resinous substance. 5. The Dutch government, for reasons of hygiene, forbade this practice, at least in certain areas, but, beyond foreign intervention, quite different causes must have restricted the expansion of this form of provisional burial. The living owe to the dead person who resides in their midst all kinds of attention. This is a continuous funeral vigil which brings, as in Ireland or among French peasants but for a longer period of time, much turmoil and very high costs. 6. More, the presence of a corpse in the house imposes frequently rigorous taboos on the inhabitants, a bother all the more painful given that the long Dyak dwelling often houses the entire village. 7. Therefore this prolonged exhibition of the corpse is today rare. As for the dead who seem not to merit such heavy sacrifice, they are furnished with shelter by leaving the coffin, after an exhibition of several days, either in a miniature wood house, which is raised on posts 8 or on a kind of platform simply mounted by a roof. 9. This provisional burial site is sometimes found in the immediate vicinity of the home of the deceased person, but more often rather far off in an isolated location in the middle of the forest. 10. Thus, the deceased, if he no longer has a place in the great house of the living, at least is in possession of his little home, completely analogous to those which Dyak families live in temporarily. 11. When the cultivation of rice obliges them to spread themselves over a frequently extensive area. 12. This kind of provisional burial, though it is apparently the most widespread on the Malay archipelago, is not the only one in existence. It is perhaps even derived from another, older kind, which is indicated to us in several places, the exhibition of the corpse, covered in bark, in the branches of a tree. 13. On the other hand, instead of exposing the coffin to the air, it is often preferred to bury it more or less deeply, even though it will be exhumed later. 14. But, whatever the variety of these customs which frequently coexist in the same locality and are substituted for one another, the essential element of the ritual is constant. The body of the deceased is provisionally laid, while awaiting the second funeral, in a place distinct from the final burial site. It is nearly always isolated. This waiting period has a variable duration. To consider only the Olo Engaju, some authors note a delay of 7 to 8 months or even a year between the date of death and the celebration of the final ceremony or Tiwa. 15. But, according to Hart-Eland 16, this is a minimum that is only rarely observed. The ordinary waiting period is around 2 years, but it is often exceeded, and one finds in many cases that 4, 6, 17 or even 10-18 years pass before the final honors are given to the corpse. 19. This abnormal postponement to a ritual that is as necessary to the peace and well-being of the survivors as it is to the safety of the deceased person is explained by the importance of the feast which is necessarily connected to it. The latter requires very complex material preparations that alone often take up a year or more. 20. It presupposes considerable financial and material, sacrificial victims, food, drink, etc., resources that are rarely available and must first be collected by the family. More, an ancient custom, still respected by numerous key tribes of the interior, forbids the celebration of Tiwa before the procurement of a freshly severed human head, and this takes time, above all following the bothersome interference of Europeans. But if these exterior serial causes account for the long delays often surrounding the celebration of Tiwa, they are insufficient. 21. To explain the necessity of a waiting period or to define its length. Even supposing all the required material conditions for the final funeral rites are fulfilled, the rites could not take place right after death. It is advisable in fact to wait until the decomposition of the body is complete and nothing more than bones remains. 22. Among the Olo Engaju and certain other Indonesian peoples, this motive is not foregrounded because of the extreme amplitude among them of the funeral feast and the costly, lengthy preparations it requires. 23. But, among other tribes, the obligation to wait, before proceeding to the final rites, for the bones to dry is doubtless the direct cause of the delay, and it limits its duration. 24. It is permissible then to think that normally the period that passes between death and the final ceremony corresponds to the amount of time deemed necessary for the corpse to become a skeleton, but that secondary causes intervene to prolong the delay, sometimes indefinitely. The fact that the state of the corpse is not without influence on the funeral ritual is demonstrated by the care with which the survivors hermetically seal the cracks of the coffin and ensure the drainage of putrid material either directly into the earth or into an earthen vase. 25. Of course, it is not a preoccupation with hygiene, in the sense in which we understand the word, nor even exclusively the concern to ward off foul odors, we should not attribute to these people's sentiments or scruples regarding the sense of smell that are foreign to them. 26 A formula that is spoken several times during the Tiwa shows us the true motive of these practices. The putrefaction of the corpse is here compared to putrefying lightning, for it also threatens the people of the house it reaches with sudden death. 27 If they hold strongly to the necessity of decomposition being completed, so to speak, in isolation, this is because the evil influence residing in the corpse, which is an integral part of the odor, must not spread outside and strike the survivors. 28 And on the other hand, if it is desired that putrid matter not remain inside the coffin, this is because the deceased himself must, as the drying of his bones progresses, little by little be delivered of his mortuary infection. 29 The mystical importance attached by the Indonesians to the disintegration of the body also shows itself in the practices concerning the products of the decomposition. Among the Olo Engaju, the pot in which they are collected is broken during the second funeral and their fragments are placed with the bones in the final burial site. 30 The custom followed by the Olo Manyan is more significant. While the corpse is kept in the house, on the 49th day after death, the pot is detached and its contents examined. If it contains too much matter, a penalty is inflicted. 31 The parents of the deceased have not done their duty. The pot is then carefully fitted anew to the coffin and they remain in the house until the final ceremony. 32 This rite is evidently only a survival. To restore its meaning, it is enough to connect it with practices observed in other parts of the Malay archipelago. On the Isle of Bali, which has however undergone profound Hindu influence, the custom is to keep the body in the house during the long weeks before it is incinerated. The coffin is perforated at the bottom to provide an exit for the humors that are received in a basin which is emptied daily with great ceremony. 33 Finally, in Borneo itself, the Dayaks of the Capoeias catch the liquids produced by decomposition in earthen plates and mix them with rice that the close relatives of the deceased eat during the funeral period. 34 It is advisable to reserve our interpretation of these customs, for we will find them again, more widely spread and complex, outside the area we are studying. We can provisionally conclude that the Indonesians attach a particular meaning to the changes that take place in the corpse. Their representations on this point prevent them from immediately ending funeral rites and impose on survivors specific precautions and observances. So long as the final rite has not been celebrated, the corpse is exposed to grave dangers. It is a belief familiar to ethnographers and folklorists that at certain periods the body is particularly vulnerable to the attacks of evil spirits and to all the noxious influences that menace man. 35 One must thus reinforce its weakened powers of resistance through magical procedures. The period following death displays this critical characteristic to a high degree, therefore the corpse must be exorcised and protected against demons. This preoccupation inspires, at least in part, the various ablutions and rites to which the body is subjected immediately after death, for example the widespread custom of closing the eyes and the other openings of the body with coins or pearls. 36 More, it also imposes on survivors the burden of keeping the deceased company during this dreaded period, to keep vigil by his side, frequently ringing the gongs to keep evil spirits at a distance. 37 Thus the corpse, stricken by a special infirmity, is at once an object of solicitude and fear for the survivors. b. The soul, its temporary stay on earth. Just as the body is not immediately taken to its final resting place, the soul does not arrive at its final destination right after death. It must first undergo a kind of training period, during which it remains on the earth, in the vicinity of the corpse, wandering in the forest or frequenting the places it inhabited during life. It is only at the conclusion of this period, at the second funeral, that it will be able to enter the land of the dead, thanks to a special ceremony. Such at least is the simplest form in which this belief is presented. 38 But the representations dealing with the fate of the soul are by nature vague and variable. We must not seek to impose on them an outline that is too defined. In fact, the most widespread opinion among the Olo Engaju 39 is more complex. At the moment of death, the soul divides into two parts, the Salumpaklio, which is the marrow of the soul, the essential element of the personality, and the Liokrahang or corporeal soul, which is made up of the spirits of the bones, hair, fingernails, etc. 40. The latter remains with the corpse until Tiwa, unconscious and as if numbed. As for the soul properly speaking, it remains alive, but its existence is rather inconstant. 41. Doubtless it reaches, the day after death, the celestial city of souls, but it does not yet have its recognized place there. It does not feel at ease in these high regions, it is sad and as if lost and misses its other half, thus it escapes frequently to return to wander the earth and keep vigil over the coffin that contains its body. The great final feast must be celebrated before the soul, solemnly permitted into the land of the dead and reunited with the Liokrahang, can regain a secure and substantial existence. 42. Similarly, one also finds among the alpharis of central celebs the belief that the soul remains on the earth near the corpse until the final ceremony, tank, but the most general belief is that the soul goes to the subterranean world immediately after death. Nevertheless, it cannot immediately enter the common dwelling of souls, but it must reside outside in a separate house while awaiting the celebration of the tank. The meaning of this representation appears clearly if one compares it to a practice observed in the same tribes. The parents of a deceased infant often desire to keep the corpse with them instead of burying it. In this case, they cannot continue to inhabit the kampung but must build an isolated house at a distance. Thus these tribes attribute their own feelings to the souls of the other world, and the presence of a corpse, during the period preceding the final funeral, can no more be tolerated in the village of the living than in that of the dead. The motive for this temporary exclusion is moreover explicitly indicated. It is that Lamo, God, cannot tolerate the stench of corpses. While this formula may perhaps contain some element of foreign origin, the thought it expresses is certainly indigenous. It is only when the decomposition of the corpse is completed that the newcomer among the dead is supposed to be rid of his impurity and that he appears worthy of admission into the company of his forerunners. 43. However, in certain tribes the priests celebrate a ceremony, a short time after death, that should lead the soul into the other world. 44. But even in this case it does not fully enter into its new existence. During the initial period, it does not have full consciousness of having left this world, its dwelling is shadowy and unpleasant, it is frequently obliged to return to the earth to seek subsistence denied it there. The living, through certain observances, and in particular through the offering of a human head, must soften this painful condition, but it is only after the final ceremony that the soul will be able to provide for its own needs and fully taste the joys offered it in the land of the dead. 45. Thus, despite apparent contradictions, the soul never suddenly severs the ties that attach it to its body and keep it on earth. For as long as the temporary burial site of the corpse lasts. 46. The deceased continues to belong more or less exclusively to the world he has just left. The burden of providing for his needs falls to the living. Twice daily until the final ceremony the Olo Manyan bring his customary meal. 47. Moreover, when it is forgotten, the soul knows well how to take its share of rice and drink. 48. During this entire period the deceased is considered to have not wholly ended his earthly life. This is so true that on Timor, when a Raja dies, his successor cannot be officially named until the corpse is definitively buried, for, until the funeral, the deceased is not truly dead, but simply asleep in his house. 49. But if this transitional period prolongs the soul's prior existence, it does so in a precarious and lugubrious manner. Its stay among the living is somewhat illegitimate and clandestine. It lives in a sense in the margins between the two worlds. If it ventures into the beyond, it is treated there as an intruder. Here on earth, it is an importunate guest whose proximity is feared. As it has no place where it can rest, it is condemned to wander without respite, anxiously awaiting the feast that will put an end to its disquiet. 50. Thus it is not surprising that during this period the soul is considered an evil being. The solitude into which it is plunged weighs heavy on it, and it seeks to drag the living along with it. 51. As it does not yet have the regular means of subsistence provided to the dead, it must steal from its own relatives. In its present distress, it recalls all the wrongs done to it during life and seeks to avenge them. 52. It keeps a harsh vigil over the mourning of its relatives, If they do not fulfill their duties to it, if they do not actively prepare its deliverance, it becomes irritated and inflicts illness on them. 53 For death confers on it magical powers that permit it to carry out its harmful plans. While later, when it has its place among the dead, it will only visit the living on their express invitation. Now it returns of its own volition, through necessity or malice, and its untimely appearances so fear. 54. The soul state, at once pitiful and dangerous, during the confused period through which it passes, explains the complex attitude of the living, among whom commiseration and fear are mixed in variable proportions. 55 They seek to provide for the needs of the deceased and to ameliorate his condition, but at the same time, they remain on the defensive and keep themselves from contact they know to be evil. When, from the day after death, they have the soul led to the land of the dead, it is not clear if they are moved by the hope of sparing the deceased a painful wait or by the desire to rid themselves of his evil presence as quickly as possible. In reality, the two preoccupations intermingle in their consciousness. 56 These fears of the living cannot completely come to an end until the soul loses the painful and disquieting character it takes on after death. C. The living, mourning. Not only are the relatives of the deceased obliged, during the intermediary period, to take all kinds of cares in his regard, not only are they the target of the malevolence and sometimes the attacks of the tormented soul, they are moreover subject to a whole group of prohibitions that constitute mourning. 57 Death, in fact, imprints a new character on the individual when it strikes him. His body, which previously, except in certain abnormal cases, was in the common domain, immediately departs from it. It can no longer be touched without danger, it is the object of horror and fright. We know how much the religious or magical proprieties of things present for primitives a contagious character, the impure cloud, 58 which according to the Olo Engaja surrounds the deceased, pollutes all it touches, that is, not only people and things that have come into material contact with the corpse, but also everything that, in the consciousness of the survivors, is intimately united to the image of the deceased. His furnishings can no longer serve profane uses, they must be destroyed or consecrated to the deceased, or at least made to lose the harmful quality they have taken on through appropriate rites. Similarly, the fruit trees of the deceased and the waters where he fished are the objects of a rigorous taboo. The fruit and the fish, if they are gathered, will serve exclusively as provisions for the great funeral feast. 59 For a more or less prolonged period, the house of the deceased is impure and the river on whose bank it is found is stricken by interdiction. 60 As for the relatives of the deceased, they feel in their persons the blow that has struck one of their own, a ban that separates them from the rest of the community weighs on them. They may not leave their village or make any visits. Those who are the most directly affected sometimes pass whole months sequestered in a corner of their homes, seated, unmoving, doing nothing. Neither must they be visited by people from outside the house, or, if that is permitted, they are forbidden to respond when they are spoken to. 61 They are abandoned not only by other people but also by protective spirits. As long as their impurity lasts, they cannot expect any help from the powers on high. 62 The exclusion with which the relatives of the deceased are struck affects their entire way of life. Because of the funeral contagion, they are changed and separated from other people, they can no longer continue to live like the others. They must not take part in the alimentary regime or the manners of dress, decoration, and arrangement of the hair that suit socially normal individuals and are the mark of the communion to which, for a time, they no longer belong. 63 From this come the numerous taboos and special prescriptions to which people in mourning must conform. 64 If funeral pollution extends to all the relatives of the deceased and all the inhabitants of his house, it does not equally affect all, thus the duration of mourning varies necessarily according to the degree of kinship. Distant relatives, among the Olo Engaju, remain impure only for a few days. 65 Immediately following death, then, after a ceremony during which several chickens are sacrificed, they may reassume their normal lives. 66 But as for the closest relatives of the deceased, 67 The singular nature that affects them does not disappear so quickly or easily. Before they may be completely delivered of the ban weighing on them, a long period of time must pass, which coincides precisely with the duration of the provisional burial site. During this entire time, they must observe taboos imposed by their state. A widow or widower may not remarry, for the bond connecting the surviving spouse with the deceased will only be broken by the final ceremony. 68 Close relatives, in fact, because they are so to speak one with the deceased, share his state, are included in the sentiments he inspires in the community and are struck like him by prohibitions during the entire interval between death and the second funeral. The facts do not always present the typical simplicity in which we find them, for example, among the Olo Ngaju. The often very lengthy delay required by the preparation of the funeral feast would have the effect of prolonging the deprivations and discomforts of mourning nearly indefinitely if the adoption of a fixed and relatively near date did not remedy the situation. 69 It is quite likely, although the fact does not seem susceptible to historical demonstration for the societies we are considering, that a similar reduction of the period of mourning has fairly frequently occurred. Moreover, as Wilkin has shown, 70 the new date, intended to mark the end of mourning instead of the final funeral, need not have been arbitrarily chosen. In fact, the state of the deceased during the intermediary period is not fixed, it undergoes changes that attenuate little by little the dangerous character of the corpse and the soul and oblige the living, at certain dates, to undertake special ceremonies. These dates, which at first constituted for the people in mourning nothing more than stages toward liberation, finally became the time marking the end of their impurity. It is thus that obligatory mourning ends among the Olo Manyan, not as with the Olo Ngaju during the final feast, but from the ceremony of the 49th day. 71. On the other hand, numerous documents present the lifting of the taboos of mourning as coinciding with the acquisition by the deceased's relatives of a human head, and the ceremony which takes place on the occasion of this happy event. 72 But this custom also seems to be the product of an evolution whose principal moments can be defined. Among the Olo Ngaju, the immolation of a human victim, who is decapitated, is, we shall see, one of the essential acts of the funeral feast. 73 Sacrifice is here an indispensable condition of the end of mourning, but it is part of a complex ensemble and is tied to the final funeral. Among the maritime Dayaks of Sarawak, this rite is detached and independent. Doubtless the ulit or taboo that constitutes the mourning only completely ends with the feast of the deceased. However, if in the interval a human head has been obtained and celebrated in the village, the taboos are partially lifted, and it is again permissible to wear adornments. 74 If this process continues, if the practice of the double funeral comes to be abandoned. 75 A successful head hunt, a partially fortuitous event and in any case exterior to the status of the deceased, suffices to ensure the liberation of the survivors. Thus the long mourning of the closest relatives seems tied, among the Indonesians, to the relative representations of the body and the soul of the deceased during the intermediary period. It normally lasts until the second funeral. The divergent customs in which this relation does not appear are in our view due to a later relaxation of the original custom. The idea that the last funeral rites cannot be celebrated immediately after death but only at the end of a more or less lengthy period is not at all peculiar to the Indonesians, nor to this or that specific race. 76 The proof of this is the great generality of the custom of the provisional burial place. Doubtless the special forms that this custom takes are extremely varied, and it is quite likely that ethnic and geographical causes contribute to the dominance in a given cultural area of this or that mode of provisional disposition of the body. 77 But that is a distinct problem we do not want to address here. From our point of view, there is a rigorous homology between the exposure of the corpse in the branches of a tree, such as is the practice in the tribes of Central Australia. 78 Or in the interior of the house of the living, as is found among some Papuans. 79 And several Bantu peoples. 80 Or on an intentionally elevated platform, as is generally done by the Polynesians. 81 And numerous Indian tribes of North America. 82 Or finally the provisional burial which is observed particularly by the majority of Indians of South America. 83 All these diverse forms of the provisional burial site, which in a technological classification would doubtless appear under different rubrics, are in our view equivalent. They all have the same object, which is to offer the deceased a temporary residence while waiting for the natural decomposition of the body to take place and leave only the bones. But certain funeral customs seem irreducible to this general type. Embalmment is intended precisely to prevent the corruption of the flesh and the transformation of the body into a skeleton. Cremation, on the other hand, anticipates the spontaneous alteration of the corpse through a rapid destruction that is more or less total. In our view, these artificial modes of shrouding do not differ essentially from the forms of provisional burial we have enumerated. The complete demonstration of this thesis would take us away from our subject. Let it suffice to indicate briefly here the reasons which justify it in our view. First, let us note that mummification is in certain cases the simple result of temporary exposure or inhumation of the body, due to the desiccating properties of the surrounding soil or air. 84 more, even when the survivors do not at all have the intention to artificially preserve the corpse, they still do not completely abandon it to the process of decomposition. Since the transformation it accomplishes in the body is embarrassing and dangerous at once for the deceased and for those around him, measures to curtail putrefaction in order to diminish its intensity or to neutralize its evil effects are taken. A fire is maintained near the remains of the deceased that is intended at once to ward off evil influences, to warm up the wandering soul and to exercise a beneficent action on the body. 85 which is surrounded with scented smoke and covered with aromatic ointments. 86 from these practices to the custom of smoking the corpse on a trellis. 87 or to a rudimentary embalming. 88 the transition is almost imperceptible. In order to go from spontaneous desiccation that leaves only the bones to the special form of desiccation that transforms the corpse into a mummy, it is sufficient that the desire develop in the survivors to place into the final burial site a body as little altered as possible. 89 The Egyptian funeral ritual is in agreement with the essential characteristics of Indonesian belief and practice. For 70 days, the embalmer fights against the corruption that would like to seize the corpse. It is only at the end of this period that the body, which has become imperishable, will be taken to the tomb, the soul will leave for the fields of Iolo, and the period of mourning of the survivors will come to an end. 90 It seems thus legitimate to consider mummification as a special case derived from provisional burial. As for cremation. 91 It is not generally a definitive act that is sufficient in itself, it calls for an ulterior and complementary rite. In the ritual of ancient India, for example, the remains of the body that subsist after burning must be, along with the ashes, carefully collected and deposited at the end of a variable period of time in a funeral monument. 92 The cremation and inhumation of the calcified bones correspond to the first and second funerals of the Indonesians. 93 Doubtless the very nature of the observed rite causes the indeterminacy of the interval between the initial and final ceremonies and can reduce it to the point that the two sometimes form a continuous whole. 94 But this does not prevent cremation from being a preliminary operation that occupies the same position in the system of funeral rites as temporary exposure. 95 To this external homology corresponds moreover a more profound similarity. The immediate object of provisional burial is, as we will see, to leave time for the drying of the bones to take place. This transformation is not at all in the eyes of the primitives a simple physical dissolution, but rather it changes the character of the corpse, makes it a new body, and consequently is a necessary condition for the health of the soul. Now this is precisely the meaning of cremation. Quite far from destroying the body of the deceased, it recreates it and renders it able to enter into a new life. 96 It concludes therefore with the same result as temporary exposure. 97 Only via a more rapid path. 98 The violent action of the fire spares the deceased and the survivors the distress and danger that is implicated in the transformation of the corpse, or at least it considerably abbreviates its duration by immediately accomplishing the destruction of the flesh. 99 And the reduction of the body to immutable elements that naturally occur in a slow, progressive manner. 100 Thus, between cremation and the various modes of provisional burial, there is a difference of time and means, but not of nature. In all the rites we have studied to this point, the soft parts of the corpse, when they are not preserved by artificial processes, are purely and simply destroyed. They are considered perishable and impure elements from which the bones must be separated, but more complex representations come out in Endocannibalism 101, which consists of the ritual consumption of the flesh by the relatives of the deceased. Certainly the exclusive object of this rite is not the purification of the bones. It is not, as in normal anthropophagy, a refinement of cruelty or the satisfaction of a physical appetite. It is a sacred meal, in which only certain specific members of the tribe 102 may take part, and from which women, at least among the Bimbinga, are strictly excluded. Through this rite, the living integrate the vitality and the special qualities of the deceased that reside in his flesh into their own substance. If the body was allowed to rot away, the community would lose the power that should return to it. 103 But at the same time, endocannibalism spares the deceased from the horror of a slow and ignoble decomposition and brings his bones nearly immediately to their final state. It also assures the flesh of the most honorable burial place. 104 In any case, the presence of this practice does not essentially alter the general type we are seeking to construct here, for after the consumption of the flesh, the bones are collected and kept by the relatives of the deceased for a more or less lengthy period, at the end of which the final funeral will be celebrated. During this time, the soul is supposed to lurk near the bones and the sacred fire that is maintained at its side, and silence is strictly imposed on the close relatives of the deceased. 105 Thus, whatever might be its direct causes, endocannibalism comes to take its place among the various practices observed in order to accomplish the stripping of the bones in the period between death and the final funeral rites. We have seen that the waiting period coincides in a great number of cases with the actual or presumed duration of decomposition. In general, the last funeral rites are celebrated over dried and nearly immutable remains. It thus seems natural to imagine that there is a connection between the institution of the provisional funeral and the representations given birth by the decomposition of the corpse. The final burial place cannot be given to the deceased while he is still immersed in infection. 106 This interpretation is not a gratuitous hypothesis, we find it displayed as an essential dogma throughout the Zendavesta. For the believers in Mazdaism, a corpse is a preeminently impure thing. 107 And innumerable prescriptions have as their object preservation of persons and things belonging to the good creation against funeral contagion. It is an attack on the holiness of the earth, water, and fire to inflict on them the filthy contact of a dead body. 108 It must be relegated to some high and distant place, if possible, inside a stone enclosure. 109 Where carnivorous dogs and birds are known to gather. 110 Vultures and wild beasts are, in the eyes of the Parsis, the great purifiers of the corpse. In its corruptible flesh resides the nasu, the demonic infection. At the end of a year, when the bones will have been completely stripped and dried, the earth that bears them will be pure. 111 And one will be able to touch them without incurring contamination, as Ormuzd explicitly states. 112 It will then be time to place them in an ossuary, their final burial place. 113 Thus, in Zoroastrianism, temporary exposure has as its function the isolation of the corpse, which is held to be dangerous, and at the same time the assurance of purification. But the Avestic texts perhaps only present us with the product of a refined and late theological reflection. We must seek the meaning attached by younger societies to the reduction of the body to a skeleton. Indonesian references have allowed us to see a kind of symmetry or parallelism between the condition of the body, condemned to wait for a certain amount of time before it is able to enter the final burial place, and that of the soul, which will normally only be allowed into the land of the dead after the final funeral rites have been carried out. But in other ethnographic areas these two groups of facts are unified in a more direct manner. It is thus that some Caribs of French Guiana provisionally leave the deceased in a pit, seated in a chair with all his ornaments and arms. They bring him food and drink until the point at which the bones are completely stripped clean, for, as they say, the dead do not go on high until they are without flesh. 114 Similarly, among the Batacudos, the soul remains in the vicinity of the tomb until the conclusion of decomposition, and during this time it troubles the living who approach it. 115 These tribes thus explicitly connect the decomposition of the corpse with their belief in the soul's temporary stay on earth, with the obligations and fears that derive from it. It is not arbitrarily that the final departure of the soul is postponed until the moment when the body will be entirely disintegrated. This representation is tied to a well-known general belief, in order to send a material object or a living being of this world into the other world, in order to free or create its soul, it must be destroyed. The destruction can be sudden as in sacrifice, or slow as in the gradual wearing away of consecrated things that are deposited in a holy site or on a tomb. As the visible object disappears, it will be reconstituted in the beyond, more or less transfigured. 116 The same belief is valid for the body and the soul of the deceased. According to the Anos, death is not a moment's affair. So long as decomposition is not finished, the life and the soul subsist in some measure inside or near the tomb. The soul liberates itself gradually from its earthly tabernacle, and one must be careful to leave it alone during this time. 117 An identical representation appears among some tribes of the American Northwest with more detail. Accordingly, as the dissolution of the corpse progresses, the souls of the previously deceased come nightly to take flesh from the bones and carry it to the house of souls, located at the center of the earth. When this operation is finished, the deceased possesses a new body equal to the old one, except for the fact that the bones remain on earth. 118 But man possesses, beyond the spiritual double of his body, another soul that is mobile and relatively independent. This soul, during its earthly existence, could already on occasion leave the body and exist on its own, and can immediately after death live a separate life. It is precisely its departure that is the cause of the disintegration of the body. However, the old solidarity persists. If the soul immediately reaches the land of the dead, it is not without suffering the repercussions of the state in which the corpse finds itself. In several Melanesian islands, it is believed that the soul remains weak as long as putrefaction lasts. After its arrival in the other world, it remains immobile at first. The magical power it possesses is temporarily numbed. When the stench is entirely gone, the soul recovers its force and activity in increased quantity. It becomes a lindlo, a protective spirit, to which a cult is dedicated by the living. It has ceased to be a man. 119 Perhaps we should take this last formula literally, for the spirits of the dead, or at least a great number of them, are often in Melanesia supposed to inhabit the bodies of different animals, in particular foxes and frigate birds. 120 Death is fully consummated only when decomposition has come to an end. Then and only then does the deceased cease to belong to this world and enter into another existence. It is not surprising that similar ideas can be found in Madagascar, since the people of that island are related to the Indonesians. The Sihanouk believe that while the flesh falls away from the bones, the soul undergoes cruel suffering. If it is able to overcome this, it will continue to live indefinitely as a spirit, but if it succumbs, it must pass into the body of a butterfly. 121 Perhaps some element of foreign origin was grafted onto the original idea. It is nonetheless remarkable that the intermediary period is conceived as a time of trials, and the suffering of the soul is linked to the transformation that takes place in the body. But the most widespread belief among the Malagasy is that the liquids produced by the decomposition of the flesh give birth to some more or less mythical animal that is nothing other than the new incarnation of the soul. They therefore collect these liquids carefully in earthen jars. Sometimes they sprinkle them with cow's blood to better ensure the rebirth of the deceased. So long as he does not return in the species of a small worm, it is forbidden among the Bitsilio to give the remains a burial place and to attend to the work of the fields. 122 It is always in various forms the same notion that reappears. The dissolution of the old body conditions and prepares the formation of a new body that the soul will inhabit from that point on. We must avoid attributing to these diverse representations a generality and an explanatory value they do not have. It would be to fall into the arbitrary to set up this or that specific belief as a universal truth, to affirm for example that the new body of the deceased is always made up of its volatilized flesh. 123 In fact, as we will see, it is frequently the bones that are supposed to serve as material support for the disembodied soul. These opposing representations agree in their essentials. They translate in various ways a constant theme. Two complementary notions appear to make up this theme. The first is that death is not consummated in an instantaneous act, but implies a lengthy process which, at least in a great number of cases, will not be considered completed until the dissolution of the body itself has taken place. The second is that death is not a simple destruction but rather a transition. As it is achieved, rebirth is prepared, while the old body falls into ruin, a new body is formed with which the soul, provided the necessary rites have been carried out, will enter into another existence, often superior to the old one. During this entire period where death is not yet finished, the deceased is treated as though he were still alive. He is brought food, his relatives and friends keep him company and talk to him. 124 He retains all his rights over his wife and guards them jealously. The widow is literally the wife of a deceased man, of an individual in whom death is present and continuous, thus she is regarded during this entire time as an impure and evil being, and she is condemned in a very great number of societies to the abject life of a pariah. It is only at the final ceremony that she will be freed and authorized by the relatives of the deceased either to remarry or to return to the family. 125 In the same way, sometimes, the inheritance remains intact until the day when the deceased truly leaves this world. 126 But the most instructive facts are those concerning the succession of kings or chiefs. The custom of not proclaiming the successor of a chief until the final ceremony, which we had already encountered on the island of Timor, is indicated among several peoples belonging to diverse ethnic groups. 127 One can imagine the dangers to which such an interregnum exposes the societies that subject themselves to it. The death of a chief gives rise to a profound shaking of the social body which, above all if it is prolonged, has vast consequences. It seems in many cases that the blow that struck the head of the community in the sacred person of the chief had as an effect the temporary suspension of the moral and political laws and the unleashing of passions normally contained by the social order. 128 Thus we frequently encounter the custom of hiding the death of the sovereign for a more or less lengthy period. The immediate entourage of the deceased are the only ones to know the truth and they exercise power in his name. For the rest, the chief is only sick. 129 In Fiji, the secret is kept for a period of time varying from 4 to 10 days, then when the subjects, who begin to suspect something and are eager to legitimately be able to pillage and destroy, ask if the chief is dead, the response is that his body is decomposed by now. The disappointed visitors can only leave, they have come too late and have let the opportunity pass them by. The idea that intervenes here, adds the author reporting these facts, is that as long as decomposition is not believed to have sufficiently advanced, one is not truly finished with the deceased and his authority cannot be transmitted to his successor. The hand of the deceased can no longer hold the scepter, but it has not yet let it go. 131 Must wait for the king to be entirely dead before crying, "Long live the king!" If time is necessary for death to be accomplished, so the evil energies it puts into operation will not exhaust their effects in an instant, present within the community of the living, they threaten to claim new victims there. Doubtless specific rites can up to a certain point weaken the dangerous impurity of the corpse. 131 It nonetheless remains the permanent source of a contagious infection. From the provisional burial place emanates an evil influence. 132 That causes the living to avoid approaching it. The fear inspired by the vicinity of the deceased is so intense that it frequently causes veritable migrations. On the Andaman Islands, for example, the natives, after having buried the dead, desert the village and go off far away to set up camp in temporary huts. They will only return to their normal habitations at the end of several months, when the moment arrives to collect the bones and celebrate the final ceremony. 133 The interdiction that strikes the individual while death takes place in him is communicated not only to the place where he is found, but also to things belonging to him. In diverse Melanesian islands, the canoe, trees, and dog of the deceased cannot be touched until the final funeral has raised the mortuary taboo. 134 The institution of mourning. 135 should be connected to the same representations. If funereal impurity is prolonged for a defined period of time, it is because death itself continues up until the carrying out of the final rites and until a tight, obligatory solidarity unites the deceased and a certain number of the survivors. More than that is demonstrated by Indonesian facts, there is an internal bond between the state of the deceased and that of his closest relatives during the intermediary period. 136 This is explicitly indicated by a Maori tradition that tells of the final words of a chief to his son. "For 3 years," he said, Your person will be sacred and you must remain separated from the tribe, for, during this entire time, my hands will be gathering soil, and my mouth will constantly eat worms and filthy food, the sole nourishment offered to spirits in the lower world. When my head falls upon my body and the fourth year arrives, waken me from my slumber, show my face the light of day. When I rise up, you will be Noah, free. 137 Thus mourning is the direct consequence in the person of the living of the state of the deceased. 138. The solidarity that unites the deceased with his closest relatives is expressed in some societies by customs, some traces of which we have already encountered among the Indonesians. These relatives, and particularly the widow, are obliged to collect, either daily or on determined dates, the fluids produced by the decomposition of the flesh, in order to coat their bodies with them or mix them into their food. 139 Those who observe these practices justify them in pleading their affection for the deceased and the sorrow they feel at losing him. But these motives are insufficient in accounting for the rite. In fact, it is often strictly obligatory. The women who it devolves on are threatened with capital punishment if they do not submit themselves to it. 140 It is thus not simply the spontaneous expression of an individual sentiment, but a forced participation of certain survivors of the deceased. Death must be given its part if one does not wish it to continue to rage inside the group. In communing in some way with the deceased, the survivors immunize themselves and they spare the stricken society new evils. Sometimes they hope in this way to assimilate to themselves the qualities of the deceased. 141 Or to absorb the mystic power seated in the corpse. 142 But whether it is through duty or interest, these people live in intimate and continuous contact with death, and the community of the living push them from their midst. 143 This exclusion does not necessarily assume material contact of the living with the corpse. While death is at work, the immediate family of the deceased is a target for the sinister action of hostile powers. In primitive societies, there is no clear distinction between evil and impurity. The affliction of those in mourning profoundly pollutes them. 144 Even their physical integrity is wounded, their bodies are scarcely distinguished from the corpse. People are horrified by my body, says a Hubert in mourning, so my fire is not there with the fires of the others. What others eat, I may not, I do not look at others, so much does my body frighten them. 145 These are truly people of death. 146 They live in the shadows. 147 Themselves dead from the social perspective, since all active participation on their part in collective life would only spread to the outside the curse they carry internally. 148 We have endeavored to bring out the relationship that connects the condition of the soul and mourning to the state of the body during the period preceding the final funeral, but we do not at all claim that the three terms are indissolubly tied and cannot be present individually without the presence of the others. This absolute affirmation would immediately collide with the refutation of the facts, for it is scarcely necessary to state that we find belief in a temporary stay of the soul on the earth and the institution of the prolonged period of mourning in societies without any clear trace of the double funeral. The extent of the waiting period is sometimes fixed in a conventional manner. Thus it is that in different Indian tribes of South America a rope is attached to the immediately buried corpse, the end of which is visible at the top of the tomb. When this rope disappears from rain or wear, it is the sign that the soul of the deceased, until that point present and near the corpse, has finally left for the other world. 149 But most often when the deceased is given the final burial place without delay, it is the representations related to the passing of time itself that impose an end to observances. 150 Death will not be fully consummated, the soul will not leave the earth, and the mourning of the living will not end until a period of time considered complete has passed. This period might be a month or a year. The return of the day will then mark the end of the evil period and the commencing of another life. Frequently the belief in the eminent and sacred character of a specific number makes its influence felt. Doubtless this is how to explain the fact, quite common in the societies of North America, that the duration of the stay of the soul on earth or of its journey to the other world is limited to 4 days. 151 Should we consider these facts as separated and modified fragments of the more complex ensemble we have analyzed? It is rarely possible to settle this question with certainty, but we will be tempted to respond in the affirmative, if it is accepted that a natural connection exists between the representations concerning the dissolution of the body, the departure of the soul, and the state of the survivors during the same period. 2. The final ceremony. The institution of a great feast connected to the final funeral is general among the Indonesians. Under various names it is found in the majority of islands in the Malay archipelago from Nicobar in the west to Halmahera in the east. This feast, which lasts for several days, sometimes as long as a month, 152, has an extreme importance for the natives. 153 It requires laborious preparations and expenditures that often reduce the family of the deceased to poverty. 154 Numerous animals. 155 are sacrificed and consumed in banquets that frequently degenerate into immense orgies. Invitations are addressed for the occasion to all the nearby villages and are never refused. 156 Thus this feast tends to take on a collective character. The costs ordinarily exceed the resources controlled by a single family, and moreover such an interruption of everyday life cannot take place frequently. Among the Olo and Gaju, the Tiwa is generally celebrated for several deceased persons at the same time, the families involved sharing the expenses between them. 157 In other societies, the feast is regularly repeated, for example every 3 years, and is celebrated collectively for all those who died during the intervening period. 158 It therefore directly involves not simply the family of a particular deceased person, but the entire village. The final ceremony has 3 objectives. It must provide the final burial place for the remains of the deceased, assure peace and access to the land of the dead for his soul, and finally relieve the survivors of the obligation of mourning. A. The final burial place. Among the Dayaks of southeastern Borneo, the final resting place of the body is a small house, made entirely of ironwood, often very delicately carved and raised on elevated poles of the same material. Such a monument is called a sandong and constitutes a family burial place that can contain a great number of individuals. 159 And last for many years. There are 2 kinds of such monuments that scarcely differ beyond their contents and dimensions: the sandong rong, intended to serve as the receptacle of coffins containing the dried remains of the dead, and the sandong tulang, of greatly reduced proportions, which holds only the bones wrapped in fabric or enclosed in a pot, frequently after having been previously incinerated. 160 The location of this funeral monument is not fixed. Often the sandong is raised in the immediate vicinity of the house, inside the enclosure protecting the village. 161 Often too it is built rather far away, on land specially dedicated to the family. 162 These 2 types of final burial place are not peculiar to the Dayaks of the southeast. They can be found among other tribes in Borneo itself and on other islands. 163 Perhaps it is correct to link them all to more primitive forms that are also found in the same family of peoples. The sandong tulang seems to derive from the custom, still in force among the tribes of the interior of Borneo, consisting of simply enclosing the remains of the dead in the trunk of an ironwood tree which is hollowed out for that purpose. 164 And the sandong rong is doubtless a modification of the custom, widespread in the Malay archipelago, of finally placing together the coffins containing the bones in cavities in rocks or in subterranean caverns. 165 This variety in the types of final burial place. 166 is moreover secondary for us. The essential point is that in the majority of cases the final burial place has a collective or at least familial character. In this, it clearly contrasts with the provisional burial place where the corpse is, as we have seen, generally isolated. The moving of the remains, after the final ceremony, is thus not a simple changing of location. It performs a profound transformation in the condition of the deceased. It causes him to depart from the isolation into which he had been plunged since death and reunites his body with those of the ancestors. 167 This appears clearly when one studies the rites observed during the course of the second funeral. The remains of those for whom the feast is celebrated are taken from their provisional burial place and brought back to the village, to the sumptuously decorated house of men, or to a house specially built for that purpose. 168 They are placed there on a kind of catafalque. 169 But before this must take place an operation that one author argues is the essential act of this feast. 170 The bones must be carefully washed. 171 If, as sometimes happens, they are not completely bare, the flesh that is still attached to them must be stripped away. 172 Then they are wrapped in new, often precious covering. 173 These rites are far from insignificant, in purifying the body. 174 In providing it with a new attire, the living mark an end of one period and the beginning of another, they abolish a sinister past and give the deceased a new and glorified body. 175 With which he will be able to enter with dignity into the company of his ancestors. But he does not depart without receiving solemn farewells and having his final days of early existence filled with all possible glamour. As soon as the coffin is laid on the catafalque, among the olo engagé, the widow or widower comes to sit right beside it. You are still with us for a little while, the deceased is told, then you will go off toward the pleasant land where our ancestors dwell. They try to satisfy the deceased by placing near the bones the sacred vases and the most precious treasures of the family, which he had enjoyed in life and which guarantee him an opulent existence in the other world. 176 Among the alferes of central celebs, dancing takes place around the remains of the deceased for the month preceding the feast. Then, when the guests have arrived, priestesses take into their arms the wrapped bones and, singing, parade around with them in the feast house for 2 days. In this way, we are told, the living receive the deceased among them for the last time and testify to the same affection they showed them during life, before finally taking leave of their remains and their souls. 177 If the place of burial is distant and near the river, as is frequently the case among the olo engagé, the coffin is laid in a brilliantly decorated boat, while the priestesses and the relatives of the deceased take their places in a second boat. When they have arrived at the sandong and the bones have been placed therein, the priestesses dance around the monument and pray to the souls of those already buried there to welcome the new arrivals. Is it truly a prayer? In reality, this dance and these chants by their own virtue provide the material act that has just taken place with its meaning and its full effectiveness. They cause the deceased to enter the community of the fathers, as his bones have just been reunited with theirs in the sandong. The living now depart with the sentiment of being freed from the deceased, while they arrived silently, to the sound of funereal music, they return to the village gaily, singing and drinking. 178 This contrast marks well the meaning of the second funeral. It concludes the somber period where death dominated and opens a new era. The feelings experienced by the living, after these rites, regarding the bones are different than those inspired by the corpse during the preceding period. Doubtless the bones are still invested with a character that makes overly intimate contact with them seem dreadful and leads to the establishment of a rather great distance between the house of the dead and the living. 179 But henceforth it is no longer the sense of repulsion and disgust that dominates, but rather that of a respectful confidence. It is believed that a beneficent influence emanates from the bone house that protects the village against evil and aids the living in their undertakings. 180 It is sufficient that these representations and sentiments develop and become more precise for a veritable cult of the remains to be constituted, which gives rise to a serious modification in the nature of the final funeral. In fact, particularly concerning chiefs or great individuals, the high regard for the virtue of their remains and the desire to be assured of their blessings leads some tribes to provide them a permanent place in the very house of the living. In the Malay archipelago, it is nearly always the head alone that enjoys this privilege. 181 It is the essential part of the body and the seat of the powers of the deceased. After having decorated it, they place it inside the house or in a small nearby niche. On certain occasions, it is offered food and anointed with some special liquid. It is part of the sacred treasure of the family and assures its prosperity. 182 Thus the remains of the dead are not always finally gathered in the common burial place with those of their fathers, but this transformation of the rite does not seriously alter its meaning. The very existence of a cult of remains presupposes the idea that there is no absolute continuity between the collectivity of the living and that of the dead. In returning to take up a place in the domestic hearth as venerated and protective ancestors, these distinguished dead re-enter into communion with the family, but too celebrated and powerful to lose themselves in the mass of the dead, they receive a place of honor, in proximity to the living, and the cult which is henceforth dedicated to them strongly defines the change that the final ceremony performs in them. If the second funeral is anticipated for its favorable effects on both the deceased and the living, The accomplishment of this rite is none the less painful and fearsome due to the intimate contact it entails with the very core of the funeral infection. 183 Thus numerous tribes, either following a spontaneous evolution or as caused by foreign influences, have come to spare themselves the worry and the risks of this ceremony. Some have thus advanced the celebration of the feast ode to the deceased and made it coincide with the immediate funeral, which becomes final. 184 Elsewhere, the feast has retained its original date, but only traces of the old custom of the changing of the burial place remain. Thus those of the alfaras of central celebs who have become Muslims no longer exhume the corpses, they limit themselves, during the final ceremony, to clearing the weeds from the tomb, removing the small house that covered it, and leaving at the site new bark clothing. 185 And provisions for the great journey the soul must complete. 186 If ever these survivals fade away, it will be forgotten that one of the essential objects of the final ceremony was the transfer of the purified bones from the temporary depository to a final and collective burial place. b. The entry of the soul into the abode of the dead. Parallel to this action that is carried out on the material remains of the deceased, a funeral service is celebrated that changes the condition of the soul. Its anxious agitation must be ended by solemnly bringing it into the society of the dead. This is an arduous task that presupposes powerful aid, for the route leading to the other world is sown with dangers of all sorts. 187 And the soul will not reach the end of its voyage unless it is led and protected by some powerful conductor of souls, such as Tempon Tellen of the Olo Engaja. 188 In order to assure the soul of this indispensable assistance, priests and priestesses, who are gathered by the family of the deceased, recite lengthy incantations accompanied by drums. 189 They must first travel beyond the clouds to invite heavenly spirits to descend to the earth where the souls await them. 190 They calmly arrive and, instigated by the prayers of the relatives of the deceased, go to work filling their boat. They seat there not only the souls of the dead, but also those of the animals sacrificed for the feast and those of all the treasures that were displayed there. To the sound of drumming and gunfire, the boat, captained by Tempon Tellen, begins its rapid journey. 191 As the conclusion of the drama approaches, emotion becomes more intense. Those in attendance listen silently, while the main officiant is in the grip of a real frenzy, his features contorted, foaming at the mouth, and bathed in sweat. He seems to identify himself with Tempon Tellen, whose attributes he bears. He sees the dangers that threaten his boat, the whirlpool of fire it will have to cross. Finally the cry of triumph resounds that soothes those present. 192 They are saved, and the land of the dead has been reached. The souls debark, they begin to dance around their new home, they congratulate themselves, the day of our victory has come. Here we are, led by Tempon Tellen far from the earthly shore where the spears of men are gathered. We see the wealthy city where gold gleams. Then, after eating the hearty meal brought to them during the feast, they bring forth their slaves. 193 Who dress them, oil their hair, and blacken their teeth, and their hearts rejoice. Then the ancestors, who have lived for a long time in the land of the dead, assemble and come forth to welcome the new arrivals. 194 However, the new souls are not yet completely re-established. A new voyage, and a special chant, 195 are necessary in order for the souls of the bones, hair and nails, reawakened after a lengthy torpor, to reach the heavenly city in their turn and rejoin their master. Then the work is done, the shade has taken flesh again, the exiled and wandering soul now has a fixed place among its fellows. 196 The precarious existence it has led since death is succeeded by an opulent life. 197 That seems to indefinitely perpetuate the splendors and the enormous abundance of the funeral feast itself. In brief, after this final test, the soul is emancipated, saved. 198 If we believe the missionary Braches, this description of the voyage of the soul and the heavenly city is merely a fable capriciously invented by the Saichapomp priests. At bottom, for them as for all the Dyaks, the soul is attached to the corporeal remains and resides inside or nearby the sandong. 199 In fact, there is a close tie between the receptacle of the bones and the city of the dead. It is the soul or the spiritual substance of the bone house and the brilliant accessories surrounding it that will, after undergoing a transformation, constitute in the sky the home and the treasures of the deceased. 200 The magical chants merely translate into the language of myth the observances carried out with respect to the bones. But this translation is not a deceptive fiction. Doubtless, the only consolation of the Dyak is to think that one day he will be reunited with his fathers. 201 But that reunion, which, with respect to the deceased, is the essential object of the final ceremony, is brought about at once via two different paths, the depositing of the remains in the familial burial place and the entry of the soul into the collective abode of the dead. The two events are interdependent and equally essential. The rite furnishes the representation with a material support, while the imagination prolongs and completes that which is only indicated by the rite. The soul does not enter the heavenly city in order to enjoy eternal rest there. Immortality belongs no more to the inhabitants of the other world than to those of this one. For 7 generations, the soul remains in the heavens, but each time it reaches the end of an existence, it must die to be subsequently reborn. 202 After the 7th death, the soul redescends to earth and enters a mushroom or a fruit, preferably one near the village. Should a woman come to eat this fruit or mushroom, the soul will enter her body to soon be reborn in human form. But if the fruit is eaten by certain animals, a buffalo, a deer, or a monkey, the soul will be reincarnated in the form of an animal. Should the animal then be consumed by a man, the soul will return after this detour to the realm of human beings. 203 If on the contrary the fruit or the animal dies without being eaten by any person, the soul then disappears for good. 204 Except in this final case, which seems rare among the Olo and Gaju, we see that the soul is destined to wander the cycle of deaths and rebirths endlessly, and that its stay in the heavens, among the ancestors, is only a stage separating two earthly incarnations, whether human or animal. Death is thus for these peoples not a singular event, occurring only one time in the history of an individual. It is an episode that is repeated indefinitely, that simply marks the passage from one form of existence to another. In ending the suffering of the soul, the final ceremony removes every reason it had nurtured since death for evil disposition toward the survivors. Doubtless it remains true, even after the great funeral feast, that the dead belong to another world and contact with them that is too close is dangerous for the living. 205 However, in general, souls leave their relatives in peace once the latter have accomplished their final duties toward them. 206 This negative formula is in many cases insufficient. Between the community of the living and that of the dead there are conspicuous relations and an exchange of positive duties. 207 In certain Indonesian societies, a veritable cult is rendered to the appeased souls, which then come to take up a place, near the domestic hearth, in a consecrated object or a statue of the deceased that they animate. Their presence, duly honored, guarantees the prosperity of the living. 208 Thus the act that reunites the soul of the deceased to those of the ancestors sometimes gives it the character of a tutelary divinity and causes it to solemnly return to the heart of the family home. 209 C. The liberation of the living. The rites under consideration to this point had as their immediate object the well-being of the deceased. If they benefited the living, this was only by consequence of that primary effect. But we observe during the course of the funeral feast a series of practices none the less important, which have as their direct object the ending of the mourning of the relatives of the deceased and their reintegration into the social community. 210 From the first day of Tiwa, after a banquet at which only women have taken part, one of them prepares 7 small packets of rice for the souls of the deceased and 7 others for the evil spirits. At the same time, she pronounces a formula that clearly reveals the meaning of this act: I leave here your nourishment. By this, I break all resistance, all that is impure, all the evil spirits, all the evil dreams, and I put an end to all tears. 211 This offering signals that the time has come for the living to separate from the deceased and for the uneasy atmosphere that has surrounded them during mourning to be dissipated. This is only the first indication of a theme that will be reprised many times during the course of the feast. In the very chant of the priestesses that is to lead the souls to the heavenly city, the living, and particularly the relatives of the deceased, take the most important place. During the entirety of the incantations, the priestesses carry in the folds of their garments, Like small children. 212 The souls of the givers of the feast, every time they rise to the heavens to call the good spirits to their aid, they bring their protégés with them. Moreover, a sort of fascination attracts the souls of the living toward the regions above. One must be careful to recall them by name if one does not wish them to remain in the other world to which they have followed the deceased. 213 But these spiritual voyages are not carried out in vain. The priestesses never fail to bring the givers of the feast to the attention of the spirits. Rise, they call to the most powerful among them, squeeze the body. 214 Of this one here to chase evil away from him, remove the stench that petrifies like the thunderbolt, dissipate the impure cloud of the deceased, reject the destiny that humiliates and causes life to recoil. 215 It is not enough to kill the adversity. 216 That oppress the living, Tempon Tellen must, in sprinkling their bodies with a revivifying water, regenerate them. 217 And assure them a long life, he must give them the powerful charms that provide wealth, success in business, and the brilliance of glory. 218 Naturally the priestesses carry out at the same time the acts their chants impose on or attribute to the heavenly spirits. 219 And these rites, oral as much as manual, work a profound change in the persons of the survivors. 220 Delivered from the evil that had possessed them, they will return to normal life with a fresh provision of vital and social power. 221 But in order for the living to be healed of their impurity, a sacrifice is required, preferably one that, in the eyes of the Dyaks and the majority of Indonesians, is endowed with an irresistible effectiveness, the burning of a human victim whose head has been cut off and preserved. 222 One entire day, during the Tiwa, is dedicated to this essential rite. Prisoners or slaves, whose souls have previously been taken away by a magical operation, are chained to the sacrificial stake. Collectively the male relatives of the deceased carry out the function of sacrificers, dancing and leaping around the victim and striking him randomly with their spears. The screams of pain are greeted by joyous outcries, for the more cruel the torture, the happier the souls in the heavens become. Finally, at the moment when the victim falls to the ground, he is solemnly decapitated amidst an intense joy. His blood is caught by a priestess who sprinkles the survivors with it in order to reconcile them with their deceased relative. The head will either be left with the bones of the deceased or fixed to the point of a stake raised near the sandong. 223 Certainly, the funeral sacrifice is not intended solely to free the family of the deceased from their taboo status. Its functions are as complex as the object of the feast in which it is the decisive act, and the mystical fury of the sacrificers, at the same time as it desecrates the living, gives the soul of the deceased peace and beatitude and, doubtless, regenerates his body. 224 Among these changes in state consummated at once by virtue of the sacrifice, the liberation of the people in mourning is only the most apparent and that which most directly interests the survivors. 225 All religious ceremony must be followed by certain rites, which emancipate the participants from the dangerous character they have acquired and render them capable of re-entering the profane world. These rites take on a particular importance during the funeral feast, to the point of constituting sometimes a second feast, distinct from and succeeding the first. In fact, the danger that is entailed during a ceremony such as the Tiwa is particularly intense. Doubtless is it beneficent in its consequences and constitutes a kind of victory over evil, but, on the other hand, it touches the kingdom of death and obliges the living to make intimate contact with evil forces and with the inhabitants of the other world. Thus the relatives of the deceased and, along with them, all who have taken part in the funeral are required to purify themselves. They bathe in the river. To increase the effectiveness of this bath, they sometimes mix the water with the blood of animal sacrifices, and when they return to the shore of the river, the priestesses, who follow them in boats, remove malignant influences from their bodies with the aid of burning torches or consecrated brooms. 226 Finally, if all the rites have been precisely observed, the living are cleaned of all pollution and freed from the mortuary contagion. The carrying out of these latter practices to solemnly reintegrate into society those who were excluded from it by mourning is not delayed. They are made to exchange the clothing they wore for new apparel that conforms to custom. They wash their bodies, the men buckle on their handsome swords, and the women put on again their finery. A great banquet, to which the guests contribute their part, and joyous dancing indicate the raising of the ban which weighed on the close relatives of the deceased. They are henceforth free to mingle with others and to resume the ordinary train of life. 227 We can see that there is a complete parallelism between the rites that lead the deceased, washed and dressed in new clothing, into the company of the ancestors and those that reintegrate his family into the community of the living, or rather, it is one and the same liberating act applied to two different categories of persons. The societies with which the preceding study was concerned belong to a relatively advanced type of civilization. One barely encounters more than traces of totemism. Yet a religious system that so profoundly affects the organization and the life of societies wherein it predominates should obviously make its mark on beliefs related to death and the beyond, and consequently on the funeral ritual. It is thus of a particular interest for us to define the nature of the final burial in a society wherein totemism exists in the form of a living institution. The observations of Spencer and Gillen of the tribes of Central Australia bring us the necessary information. Let us recall briefly the belief on which totemic organization is based in these tribes. Each currently existing totemic group takes its origin from one of several ancestors, 228 half human, half animal, who emerged on the earth in very ancient times. These ancestors wandered the tribal territory in all directions, stopping at certain locations to make camp and practice their sacred ceremonies. Finally, they sank again into the earth. But they did not entirely disappear, for in each place where they had stayed or where some of them had died, 229, they left behind them their souls and a certain number of other souls they carried with them, thus forming in their passage a multitude of spiritual colonies attached to some determined natural object, a tree or a rock for example. These were the souls that through their successive rebirths constituted the human totemic group as well as the eponymous species. 230 For each living member of the tribe is only the temporary reincarnation of either a specific ancestor whose name he bears, in some cases 231, or one of the souls emanating from him. 232 Among the Benbinga, about 1 year after death, 233, a messenger, sent by the father of the deceased, goes to gather together other groups of the tribe. He carries with him a bone from the arm of the deceased, painted red and ritually covered. This sacred object renders his person inviolable, and no one to whom he is presented can prevent himself from following him. Once the strangers have arrived and communion is established between them and their guests by appropriate rites, the true ceremony begins. During the evening and the entirety of the following night, sacred chants related to the totemic ancestor of the deceased are sung. The next morning, the individuals belonging to the group of which he was a member decorate themselves with the symbol of their totem and execute the rhythmic movements accompanied by chants that make up the majority of totemic ceremonies. Finally, the bones, which were brought to the consecrated ground the previous day by the father, are deposited in the interior of a hollow trunk, on the exterior of which have been painted representations of the totem of the deceased. The coffin is taken to the branches of a tree that overhangs a pond and will not be touched again. The place is sacred at least for a certain time and women cannot approach it. 234 The final ceremony of the Warramunga 235 is distinguished from the preceding one by several notable characteristics. Firstly, the essential rites of the final burial are carried out not over all of the bones 236 but over one of the arm bones, which was set aside and carefully wrapped. Here we see a phenomenon of substitution of the part for the whole which occurs frequently, and the choice of the radius bone is undoubtedly explained by the tight connection that is supposed to exist between it and the soul of the individual. 237 Moreover, the final funeral rite always takes place immediately after the end of a series of ceremonies connected with the ancestor of the totemic group to which the deceased belonged, or at least of a group of the same phratry. 238 In one of the cases observed by Spencer and Gillen, the final burial place was to be given to a woman whose totem was the great mythic serpent Walunqua. For 26 days, the radius bone of the deceased had been solemnly returned to the camp and left in the care of the women charged with watching and weeping over it. The end of the long sacred drama, which reproduces and repeats the essential actions of the ancestor from his emergence from the earth to his final disappearance, was awaited. 239 As soon as this last act was completed, the women brought the radius bone still wrapped to the place of the ceremony. 240 With a single hatchet blow, Man smashed it to pieces 241 and deposited the pieces in a small grave he had dug himself near a drawing in the earth which evoked the serpent in the process of penetrating into the earth, leaving behind it the souls of its descendants. 242 The grave was then covered over with a flat stone. This rite indicates that the time of mourning has passed and the deceased has been rejoined to his totem. It is a significant detail that the same word in the Warramunga language describes the final burial place of the radius bone, the totemic drawing, and the act by which the various ancestors descended to the earth. 243 Thus each individual finally returns to the bosom of his totem, and his death blends into that of the ancestor of whom he is the reincarnation. Death, which the final ceremony consummates, is not annihilation, as the ancestor in disappearing left behind his soul. It will be the same for the descendant in whom that soul lived for a while. This belief is found not only among the tribes discussed here, but also among the Arunta who definitively bury the corpse immediately after death. 244 At the expiration of the intermediary period, during which the soul haunted the place of the grave or the camp of the living. 245 It goes to rejoin the other souls of the totem, to the very place where it lived in the time of the ancestors and where it always resided in the intervals between its incarnations. 246 On the condition of the disembodied soul and its mode of existence, we naturally only have rather vague clues. However, it is said that in the eyes of the Australians, such a spirit is a very real personage. His image intermingles with that of the ancestors who gave birth to the totemic groups. Like them, it possesses powers very much greater than those of the current, living members of the tribe. 247 And while it generally uses them for good, one must nevertheless beware of offending it through excessive familiarity. Like the ancestors, but only at night, the spirits roam the country, camping in certain locations, carrying out their ceremonies, which, according to the Arunta, they sometimes reveal to privileged individuals. 248 Since the ancestors, at least some of them, present the appearance of the animal whose name they bear. 249 One might expect to see the soul, once death was accomplished, take its place with the appropriate body in the sacred species. Remarkably, the belief that death is a transformation of the human individual into an animal, according to the totem to which he belongs, is not indicated in the Australian tribes. 250 But it is found in other societies to the point that some authors have seen in this the very basis of totemism. 251 And it is sometimes clearly manifested in the nature of the final funeral rites. Thus, among the Borora, each individual is supposed to become a particular animal after death, generally a certain species of parakeet, and one of the essential acts of the final ceremony consists of the ritual decoration of the denuded bones. During the sacred dances and chants, these are completely covered with the feathers of this parakeet. 252 The meaning of the ceremony connected to the final burial appears clearly here. It is a matter of giving the deceased a new body for the new existence into which he is entering. The return of the soul to its primitive condition is not final in the eyes of the Australians. One day, it will enter into the body of a woman in order soon thereafter to return to human existence. 253 The delay that takes place between death and this rebirth is indefinite. It seems to depend exclusively on the decision of the soul and the opportunities offered it. 254 However, it is reported that, among two very distinct tribes, a minimal interval exists. According to the Arunta, the reincarnation cannot take place before the bones themselves have turned to dust. For the Nanji, it will take place once the rain has washed and purified the bones. 255 Doubtless, we should not attach too much importance to these particular representations, which moreover are not very coherent, but it seems that a connection exists between the state of the bones and that of the soul. The latter will not be able to regain a place among humankind until the whole of the present body has disappeared. In any case, whatever the date, the reincarnation is normal and anticipated, and the rite by which the death of the individual is identified with the death of the ancestor results at least indirectly in the conserving of the souls possessed by the totemic group and the consequent rendering possible of the perpetuity and integrity of this group. If we compare the final ceremony as it appears among the Central Australians with the Indonesian funeral feast, we are struck by the similarity between these two forms of the same institution. Not only are both concerned with ending the mourning period of the close relatives of the deceased 256, but concerning the deceased himself the object pursued in both is identical. Like the Dyaks, the Warramunga seek through the final funeral rite to definitively consummate the separation of the deceased from the living and to assure his entrance into the communion of sacred ancestors. Like the Dyaks, the Warramunga do not consider that new existence eternal. The liberation of the soul makes possible and prepares the way for an ulterior return of the individual into the group he has just left. Alongside this profound concordance must be noted certain differences. The idea of the reincarnation seems more accentuated and closer among the Australians than among the Indonesians, and consequently the society of the dead appears in the case of the former perhaps less consistent and autonomous. Instead of gathering in a common village, the souls are found spread across the tribal territory in a certain number of specified centers. 257 Finally, correlatively, we do not find among these latter tribes the collective burial site of bones. 258 The reunion of the deceased with their ancestors operates here in a mystical fashion, which perhaps is explained by the vague character of the Australian totemic group. 259 Though the placing of the bones of the deceased with those of the ancestors does not exist among the Central Australian tribes, it nonetheless generally constitutes one of the essential acts of the final ceremony. The Ossuaras, whose existence is attested by numerous ethnographers, most often belong to the family or the clan. 260 In life, one lone house; in death, one lone tomb, goes a Malagasy proverb which expresses a widespread and profound feeling. 261 The Choctaws considered it criminal and sacrilegious to mix the bones of a relative with those of strangers, for those of the same bone and flesh should be reunited. 262 This is why so many peoples believe the greatest evil that can befall an individual is to die far away and be forever separated from his relatives. The greatest effort is made to bring his bones back to the land of his birth and to join them to those of his fathers. 263 It seems that the group itself would be diminished if it permitted one of its own to be definitively cut off from communion with it. The ritual of the reunion of the bones becomes clearer, as Brinton has demonstrated. 264 If it is compared to the custom, widespread in America, of reassembling the bones of animals killed in the hunt, the frequently explicit reason for this practice is that the bones contain the souls of the animals and one day they will dress themselves again in their flesh and repopulate the prairies. Human bones are the object of the same belief. They contain the seed of a future existence. 265 And must therefore be carefully protected in trust as an assurance of the persistence of the group. The ossuary of the clan is the common resting place where the ancestors are gathered and, at the same time, the reservoir of souls from which the descendants will emerge. But the collective ossuaries are not all familial, and the second burial sometimes has a scope that surpasses by far the limits of the domestic group. The cavern of Atarup, in the region of the springs of the Orinoco, of which Alexander von Humboldt has provided a celebrated description, contains around 600 skeletons, enclosed in baskets or in earthen urns. It was the tomb of an entire vanished people. 266 Similarly, a great number of burial mounds and bone pits that are found in different regions of the United States seem by their proportions to have served as final burial sites for extended communities. 267 And this conjecture is confirmed by various historical accounts. It is thus that each of the four nations that composed the Huron Confederation had the custom of periodically gathering the remains of the dead in a common pit. This ceremony, celebrated every 10 or 12 years and called the Feast of Souls, was, we are told, the most dazzling and solemn of all the actions of the savages. Each family in due course exhumed the remains of those of its members who had died since the last feast. The bones were cleaned of any flesh that was still attached to them. 268 Dressed in new clothing and decorated with porcelain necklaces or garlands, then, after a domestic ceremony. 269 Everyone prepared to travel to the central rendezvous, often very distant. This funeral convoy was not without danger, for the desiccated bones, which were called by the name of souls, were a fearsome burden that could cause the carriers a pain in the side for the rest of their lives if they did not frequently take the precaution of imitating the cries of the souls, which greatly comforted them. The final rite was celebrated in the midst of an enormous crowd. The chiefs, in the name of the deceased, proceeded to a general distribution of presents of which the strangers invited to the feast received a large share, for it was considered important to cause them to admire the country's magnificence. 270 We find here, in a striking form, a phenomenon that we have already noted among the Indonesians. The final ceremony always presents a pronounced collective character, and it presupposes a concentration of the social body upon itself, but in this case it is neither the family nor even the village, but rather the nation that intervenes directly to reintegrate the deceased into the social communion. 271 This act thus takes on a political significance. 272 In grouping together all of their dead, the various domestic and local groups who make up a larger entity become conscious of, and consequently maintain, the lines that connect them, in constituting the society of the dead. The society of the living regularly recreates itself. However, secondary causes can modify the nature of the second funeral. The bones of the deceased are generally invested with a sacred and magically potent character. They are warm with spiritual power. 273 Thus there is cause to fear that enemies might violate the familial tomb in order to put the energy stored in the bones to their hostile plans. Such a profanation would constitute the worst calamity for the family. 274 On the other hand, one can hope that by keeping the remains of the deceased close by one assures oneself a precious source of beneficent forces. These fears and hopes sometimes lead to the final burial, consisting of bringing the bones into the familial home. 275 Or distributing them to the relatives of the deceased, who will wear them on their persons. Thus, on the Andaman Isles, it is rare to encounter an adult who does not wear at least a necklace of human bones. This is not a simple ornament, but a defense against the undertakings of evil spirits. 276 Contact is sometimes still more intimate, for various South American tribes cremate and pulverize the bones during the final ceremony in order to rub them on their bodies or swallow them with drink. The explanation given by some Indians is interesting. Since they believe the soul resides in the bones, they hope, in consuming them, to revive the deceased inside themselves. 277 Very frequently, as in Indonesia, the second funeral is the occasion for a service designed to provide the soul with peace and beatitude. There is a tight connection between the soul and the bones. 278 And the rites intended to purify, decorate, vivify, and finally lead the latter into a consecrated place have their counter effect on the condition of the soul. Moreover, special incantations or rites of a dramatic character tend directly to cause the soul to escape from the grip of death. The ceremony carried out to this effect by the Mabiag Islanders is particularly instructive. The soul, during the initial period which followed its arrival in the land of the dead, remained a kind of insubstantial shadow. The soul of a friend, previously deceased, welcomed and hid it. Then, on the first night of the new moon, it was introduced by the same friend to the community of other souls. These others would strike the new arrival on the head with their masses of stones. The new arrival then became a true spirit and was subsequently instructed in all the secrets of the other world. In witnessing this transformation, which is naturally played out on earth by individuals disguised as spirits, the relatives and friends of the deceased lament, for, they say, he is being educated and is now a true spirit who will forget all of us. 279 Thus it is at this moment that the separation between the deceased and this world is definitively consummated, and it is so true that natural death had not sufficed to break the bonds that held him here below that, to become a legitimate and authentic inhabitant of the land of the dead, he must first be killed. Although the word is not pronounced, we are dealing here with a veritable initiation, and, just as the secrets of the group are not revealed to the young man until he overcomes the imposed trials, so too the deceased cannot pass from his miserable state to one of happiness, and he cannot be promoted to the rank of true spirit until he has been killed according to the rite and then reborn. We consequently understand why the great voyage of the soul is generally conceived as difficult and perilous, why the priests or medicine men responsible for guiding the soul are obliged to strain with all their force toward the desired goal, why finally those in attendance await the result with anxiety. It is not that the group truly doubts final deliverance. In their eyes, the established rite possesses an irresistible effectiveness, so long as it is punctually followed. But this very anguish and these arduous efforts are necessary, in the same manner that there can be no initiation without sufferings being inflicted and overcome, the imaginary trials that the soul encounters on its route toward the heavens constitute a veritable sacrament that regenerates the deceased and opens the other world to him. The final ceremony thus profoundly transforms the condition of the deceased. It awakens him from his troubled sleep 280 and makes him fit to live a well-situated social life again. It makes a father of a wandering shadow. 281 This transformation does not differ essentially from a true resurrection. In myths and tales, where the collective imagination has free rein, the two phenomena are often intermingled. A breath or a revivifying splash of water suffices to provide bones with flesh and spirit. 282 The dead arise and grasp once again the thread of their interrupted existence. But in real life, one is forced to accept irrevocable fact. However intense their desire, humans do not dare to hope for a death like that of the moon or the sun, which plunge into the shadows of Hades only to rise again in the morning, endowed with new vigor. 283 Funeral rites cannot completely cancel the work of death. Those who have been touched by it will return to life, but this will be in another world or under a different species. The soul is not always required to undergo a period of training in the land of the ancestral spirits before it can re-enter the body of an infant. Sometimes reincarnation takes place immediately at the conclusion of the funeral period. 284 And often one of the souls, the one which is directly connected to the body, can migrate without any determined waiting period to the breast of a woman and return to the world. The date of this supposed transmigration seems to depend solely on the birth of an infant into the family to which the deceased belonged. 285 This is what stands out in the rule followed in the transmission of the name. 286 Among various peoples, and particularly among the Eskimos, when an infant is born, he is given the name of the last person deceased in the village or that of a long-dead relative. This ceremony causes the name that had until then remained in the vicinity of the corpse to enter into the body of the newborn. This, according to one author, is called the reincarnation or resurrection of the deceased, and it assures his soul peace. At the same time, it relieves the mourning of the relatives of the deceased, who see the return in a new form of those they had lost. The infant is in fact the living incarnation of the individual whose name he bears. He is supposed to inherit the latter's talents and represents him at feasts for the dead. 287 So long as he has not begun his new existence, the name of the deceased should never be spoken. 288 This prohibition is also found among the Chinook, but it comes to an end with the final funeral. 289 In fact, the imposing of the name of the deceased on the newborn is equivalent in a sense to the final ceremony. Like the latter, it pacifies the deceased and returns him to life, putting an end to the funeral perils and taboos. 290 We have seen that in Indonesia the feast which ends the funeral rites at the same time relieves the survivors of the obligation of mourning. This fact is constant. The contents of the rites may vary, but the general meaning is fixed. The relatives of the deceased are unburdened of the dangerous propriety that misfortune had attached to them, and they receive a new body. 291 As normal life requires, they separate themselves definitively from the deceased and the evil powers. 292 In order to return with full rights into the world of the living. 293 The institution of the second funeral, whose meaning and generality we have attempted to show, frequently undergoes a marked regression. 294 In certain societies, there remain unequivocal traces of the original custom. The dean, for example, at a certain time after death open the sarcophagus that contains the remains of the deceased. They limit themselves to looking at the remains, without daring to run the risk and the pollution implicated by contact with the corpse. After a meal has been offered to the souls, the tomb is closed forever. 295 Among other peoples, the final rite consists of trampling on the tomb. 296 Or of sealing it by erecting a funeral monument. 297 Only then does the deceased enter into full possession of the dwelling that until then he had merely occupied. In other cases, even these remnants are not found. The feast no longer has any object other than to end the funeral period. 298 To put an end to the period of mourning, or to definitively provide for the well-being of the disembodied soul. But these functions, in their turn, are removed from the final ceremony or lose their importance. We have seen that there is a tight solidarity between the body and the soul of the deceased, If the true funeral takes place immediately after death, there is a natural tendency to assure the health of the soul from this moment. On the other hand, mourning has changed its nature and meaning. It no longer is a matter of the survivors marking their participation in the present state of the deceased, but of expressing a sorrow that is considered obligatory. Thus, the duration of mourning no longer depends on ideas concerning the deceased, it is entirely determined by causes of a domestic or social order. Moreover, there is no longer a need for special rites to free the relatives of the deceased, they re-establish themselves at the expiration of the prescribed period. Thus impoverished, the final ceremony is no longer anything more than a simple anniversary service, which has no other object than to render supreme honor to the deceased and commemorate his death. 3. Conclusion. It is impossible to interpret the collection of facts we have presented if one sees death as an event of a merely physical order. The horror the corpse inspires does not come from the simple recognition of the changes that take place in the body. The proof that a simplistic explanation of this kind is insufficient is that, at the interior of a single society, the emotion provoked by death varies extremely in intensity according to the social character of the deceased, and in certain cases it can be altogether absent. At the death of a chief or of a man invested with a great amount of dignity, a veritable panic takes hold of the entire group. The corpse possesses such a contaminating quality that, among the Kaffir, the entire kraal must be immediately deserted, and even enemies do not wish to stay there. 299 By contrast, the death of a stranger, or of a slave, or of an infant 300 will pass nearly unremarked, will raise no excitement, and will be the occasion for no ritual. 301 It is thus not as the extinction of an animal life that death gives rise to beliefs, emotions, and social rites. Death does not limit itself to putting an end to a bodily existence that is visible to the living, it destroys with the same blow the social being grafted onto the individual physique, to which the collective consciousness attributes a significant importance and dignity. The surrounding society constituted this being by true rites of consecration and put in play energies proportionate to the social value of the deceased. His destruction is equivalent to a sacrilege. 302 Which implicates the intervention of forces of the same order but of a negative character. The work of God can be undone only by God himself or by Satan. 303 This is why primitive peoples do not see death as a natural phenomenon, it is always caused by the action of spiritual influences, whether the deceased brought misfortune on himself through the violation of some taboo or an enemy killed him with incantations or magical rites. 304 Ethnographers who report this general belief see in it a gross and persistent error, but we should instead consider it as the naive expression of a permanent social necessity. In fact, society communicates to the individuals who compose it its own character of permanence. Because it feels and desires itself to be immortal, it cannot normally believe that its members, and above all those members in which it is incarnated and with which it identifies itself, are destined to die. Their destruction can only be the effect of an evil machination. Doubtless reality brutally contradicts this prejudice, but the contradiction is always received with the same movement of indignant stupefaction and despair. Such an attack must have an author on whom the fury of the group can be discharged. Sometimes the blame is laid on the deceased himself. What reason, ungrateful one, did you have to abandon us? And he is summoned to return. More often the closest survivors are accused of culpable negligence. 305 Or evil spells, the witches must at all costs be discovered and executed, or finally curses are poured out against murderous spirits, such as among the Nagas who threaten them with their spears and challenge them to show themselves. 306 Thus, when a man dies, society does not only lose an individual, it is affected in the very principle of its life, in its faith in itself. We must read the descriptions given us by ethnographers of the scenes of furious desolation that take place following the death throes or after expiration. Among the Warramunga, for example, men and women rush headlong to the dying person, forming a compact mass, howling and atrociously mutilating themselves. 307 It seems the entire community feels lost, or at least directly threatened by the presence of antagonistic forces, the very base of its existence is shaken. 308 As for the deceased, at once victim and prisoner of the evil powers, he is violently rejected from the society, carrying with him his closest relatives. But this exclusion is not final. As with death itself, society refuses to consider it as irrevocable. Because it has faith in itself, a healthy society cannot accept that an individual who was a part of its own substance 309 and on whom it had imprinted its mark could be lost forever. Life must have the final word. In diverse forms, the deceased will escape from the throes of death to return to the peace of human communion. This deliverance and reintegration constitute, as we have seen, one of the most solemn acts of collective life in the least advanced societies we can find. And when, closer to us, the Christian Church guarantees resurrection and life to those who will fully enter it, 310, it merely expresses in a rejuvenated form the promise every religious society implicitly makes to its members. It is simply that here what was the work of the collectivity itself, enacted through adapted rites, becomes the attribute of a divine person, a Savior who, through his death sacrifice, has triumphed over death and liberated his followers from it. The resurrection, instead of being the effect of a specific ceremony, is an effect of the grace of God, postponed for an undetermined period. 311 Thus, wherever we situate ourselves in religious evolution, we find the notion of death connected to that of a resurrection and exclusion followed by a new integration. The individual, once he has experienced death, will not simply return to the life he left. The separation was too profound to be immediately abolished. He will be reunited with those who, like him and before him, left this world to go to the ancestors. He will enter into that mythical society of souls that every society constructs in its own image. Yet, the celestial or subterranean city is not a simple reproduction of the earthly one. In reforming itself beyond death, society emancipates itself of external constraints and physical necessities that here on earth constantly conflict with the flight of collective desire. Precisely because the other world exists only as an idea, it is free of all limitations, it is, or can be 312 the realm of the ideal. There is no longer any reason why, in the happy hunt of the beyond, game cannot be eternally abundant, or why every day of the eternal life cannot be Sunday for the Englishman thirsty for psalms. Moreover, in certain societies, the manner in which earthly existence is ended is a kind of defect. Death spreads its shadow over this world, and the very triumph the soul has achieved over it opens an infinitely more beautiful and pure life to it. 313 Doubtless these notions do not appear at first in a clear and defined form. It is above all when religious society is differentiated from domestic and political society that death appears to free the believer from carnal and temporal misfortunes. That, here on earth, kept him separated from God, it brings him, regenerated, into the communion of saints, the invisible church that is worthy of immediately surrounding the Lord in heaven from whom it proceeds. But, in a shrouded and unclear manner, the same conception is present, from the beginning of religious evolution. In rejoining the fathers, the deceased is reborn transfigured, raised up to a superior level of force and dignity. In other words, death, in the eyes of the primitives, is an initiation. 314. This formulation is not a simple metaphor. If death is for the collective consciousness the passage from the visible society to the invisible, it is precisely analogous to that in which the young man is extracted from the society of women and infants and introduced into that of adult men. This new integration, which gives the individual access to the sacred mysteries of the tribe, also implies a profound change in his person, a renewing of his body and his soul which allows him to acquire the necessary moral and religious capacities. The similarity of the two phenomena is so fundamental that this change is very often brought about by the figurative death of the aspirant, followed by his rebirth into a superior life. 315. It is not only initiation that should be compared to death as it is represented by the collective consciousness. The close relationship existing between funeral rites and rites of birth or marriage is often noted. 316 Like death, these two events bring about an important ceremony wherein joy is intermingled with a certain anguish. In all three cases, one must be cautious of mystical perils entailed and undergo rites of purification. The similarity of these practices expresses a profound analogy. Marriage brings about a dual change in state. On the one hand, it separates the bride from her clan or family in order to introduce her into the clan or family of her groom, and on the other hand it causes her to pass from the class of young girls to that of married women. As for birth, it accomplishes, for the collective consciousness, the same transformation brought about by death, but in reverse, the individual leaves the invisible and mysterious world that his or her soul inhabited and enters into the society of the living. This transition from one group into another, real or imaginary, always presupposes a profound renewing of the individual, who is marked by rituals such as the imposition of a new name and the changing of garments or way of life. This operation is also always conceived as filled with risk, for it implies the putting into play of necessary but dangerous forces. The body of the newborn is no less sacred than the corpse. 317 The veil of the bride and that of the widow are of different colors, but they nevertheless have the same function, which is to isolate and separate a fearsome being. 318 Thus death is not primitively conceived as a unique fact without analogy. In our civilization, the existence of the individual seems to hold to the same tenor from birth until death. The successive stages of our social life are weakly marked and constantly allow us to perceive the continuous thread of the individual life. But less advanced societies, whose internal structure is massive and rigid, conceive a person's life as a succession of heterogeneous phases, with determined contours, each one corresponding to a defined and more or less organized social class. 319 Consequently, each promotion of the individual implies passage from one group to another, an exclusion, that is, a death, and a new integration, that is, a rebirth. Doubtless these two elements do not always appear on the same plane. According to the nature of the change that takes place, it is sometimes the one and sometimes the other on which the collective consciousness focuses and which determines the dominant character of the event, but they are at bottom complementary. For the social consciousness, death is but a specific species of a general phenomenon. It will now be simple for us to understand why death was for a long time conceived as a transitory state with a certain duration. All change in the state of the individual as he passed from one group to another implies a profound modification in the mental attitude of society with respect to him, which is accomplished gradually and requires time. The brute fact of physical death is not sufficient to consummate death in human consciousness. The image of the recently deceased is still a part of the system of things of this world. It detaches itself from that system only little, by a series of internal wrenchings. We are not able to think of the deceased as dead all at once. He is too much a part of our substance, and we have put too much of ourselves into him. Participation in the same social life creates ties that cannot be broken in a day. The evidence of the fact is assailed by a contrary flood of memories and images, desires and hopes. 320 It will impose itself only little by little, and only at the conclusion of this prolonged conflict will we consent and believe in the separation as something real. This painful psychological process is expressed in objective and mystical form in the belief that the soul only progressively breaks the ties that bind it to this world. It will be able to find a stable existence only when the representation of death takes on a clear and peaceful character in the consciousness of the survivors. Between the persistent image of a man similar and familiar to us and the image of an ancestor sometimes venerated and always distant 321 the opposition is too profound for the second to immediately substitute itself for the first. This is why the idea of an intermediary state between death and resurrection, 322 during which the soul is supposed to liberate itself from funeral impurity or the sin that remains attached to it, imposes itself. 323 If therefore a certain amount of time is needed to banish the deceased from the land of the living, this is because society, shaken by the shock, must little by little regain its equilibrium. 324 And because the dual mental labor of disintegration and synthesis presupposed by the integration of the individual into the new world takes place in a kind of molecular manner that requires time. 325 It seems that society cannot for long become conscious of itself and the phenomena that constitute its life except in an indirect manner, after having been in a sense reflected in the material world. The infection which for a time takes hold of the body manifests in a perceptible form the temporary presence of evil powers. 326 The gradual destruction of the old earthly body, which prolongs and consummates the initial attack, concretely expresses the state of confusion and anguish in which the community finds itself as long as the exclusion of the deceased is not completed. On the other hand, the reduction of the corpse to essentially unchangeable bones, over which death will have no further hold, appears as the condition and the sign of final deliverance. Now that the body of the deceased is like those of the ancestors, it seems there are no more obstacles to prevent the entrance of the soul into communion with them. The tight bond that connects the representation of the body and that of the soul has frequently been noted 327, and with good reason. This mental connection is necessary not only because collective thought is at its origin concrete and incapable of conceiving a purely spiritual existence, but above all because it presents a profoundly propulsive and dramatic character. The group needs acts which fix the attention of its members, orient their imagination in a definite direction, and suggest belief to everyone. The material on which collective activity will act after death and which will serve as the object of rites is naturally the body itself of the deceased. The integration of the deceased into the invisible society will not be fully effected until his material remains are reunited with those of his fathers. The action exerted by society over the body confers a full reality on the drama it imagines concerning the soul. 328 Thus the physical phenomena that constitute or follow death, though they do not alone determine collective representations and emotions, contribute to giving them the definite form they manifest, they bring to them a kind of material support. Society projects its own way of thinking and feeling onto the surrounding world, which in return fixes them, regulates them, and limits them in time. The hypothesis we have just presented seems confirmed by the fact that in the very societies where the practice of double funerals predominates, certain categories of individuals are intentionally excluded from the normal funeral ritual. This is the case first with infants. The Olomanyan place those under the age of 7 years in a coffin that will not be changed and that they bring to the family tomb on the very day of death. A sacrifice on the following day is sufficient to permit the soul to enter immediately, purified, into the city of the dead, and the mourning of even the father and mother lasts only a week. 329 But the most common custom among the Dyaks and the Papuans seems to be to enclose the bodies of small infants in the interior of a tree, or to suspend them from the branches. 330 The idea which determines this practice is clearly revealed by the Dyaks of Kyutai. They believe that men come from the trees and must return to them. Thus when a Bawan woman gives birth before term or when she is tormented by nightmares during the pregnancy, she may refuse the infant and return it to the tree it left too early or in a worrying fashion. 331 They obviously have the hope, attested to explicitly by other peoples. 332 That the soul will soon be reincarnated anew, perhaps in the breast of the same woman, and will re-enter the world under more favorable auspices. Thus the death of infants brings about a very weak and nearly immediately completed social reaction. Everything takes place as if, for the collective consciousness, there was no true death in this case. 333 And in fact, since infants have not yet entered into the visible society, there is no reason to painfully and slowly exclude them from it. Since they have not truly been separated from the world of spirits, they return to it directly. 334 Nearly without the need to put sacred energy into play and without the necessity of a painful period of transition. The death of a newborn, at most, is an infrasocial phenomenon. Since society has not yet put anything of itself into the infant, it does not feel harmed by its disappearance and remains indifferent. Among various Australian tribes, the elderly who, due to their advanced age, have become incapable of participating in totemic ceremonies and who have lost their fitness for sacred functions are buried immediately after death, instead of being exposed on a platform until the complete desiccation of their bones has taken place, as is the case for other members of the tribe. 335 Because of the weakening of their faculties, they had ceased to take part in social life. Their death merely consecrates an exclusion already completed in fact. 336 And to which others have become accustomed. 337 Finally, the type of death also determines rather numerous exceptions to the normal ritual. All those who die violent or accidental deaths, women who die in labor, the drowned or lightning struck, and suicides are often the object of special rites. Their corpses inspire the most intense horror and are gotten rid of precipitately, and their bones will not be reunited with those of other members of the group who died a suitable death. 338 Their souls will wander forever on earth, troubled and wicked. 339 Or, if they migrate to another world, it will be to a separate village, sometimes even in an entirely different region than that inhabited by the other souls. 340 It seems, at least in the most typical cases, that the transitional period is indefinitely prolonged, and death is without end for these victims of a particular curse. 341 In cases of this type, it is not the weakness of emotion felt by the collectivity, but on the contrary its extreme intensity and abruptness that opposes the carrying out of normal funeral rites. An analogy will clarify this phenomenon. Like death, birth, as we have seen, unleashes dangerous energies which cause the infant and the mother to be struck by taboo for a time. Generally, these energies progressively dissipate, and the liberation of the mother of a newborn is possible. But if the event takes place in a particular manner, for example if twins are born, then this birth is a death, according to the instructive expression of the Ba-Ranga 342, because it excludes from normal life those who seem fated. It touches them with a sacred character too strong for any ritual to ever efface and plunges the entire community into terror and dismay. 343 Similarly, the sinister way in which certain individuals are torn from this world forever separates them from their relatives. Their exclusion is definitive and irremediable. For it is the final image of the individual, as he was when death struck him, which is imprinted the most strongly on the memory of the survivors, and this image, unique and charged with a special emotional content, will never be entirely erased. Thus it is in vain to wait a certain period of time to reunite the deceased with his ancestors, since the reunion is impossible, the waiting period is meaningless. Death will endure forever because society will forever have the same attitude of exclusion toward these accursed individuals it took toward them from the first. The interpretation we propose thus allows us to understand at once why, in a given society, the double funeral is practiced and why in certain cases it is not. Let us summarize briefly the results of our investigation. For the collective consciousness, death in normal conditions is a temporary exclusion of the individual from the human community, which has the effect of sending him from the visible society of the living to the invisible society of the ancestors. Mourning is in its origins the necessary participation of the survivors in the mortuary state of their relative. It lasts as long as the state itself. In the final analysis, death as a social phenomenon consists of a dual and painful labor of mental disintegration and synthesis. It is only when this labor is completed that society, returned to a state of peace, can triumph over death. 6. Saint Bess, Study of an Alpine Cult. Robert Hertz 1. Every year, on the 10th of August, at the bottom of a valley on the Italian side of the Graian Alps, a devoted and joyous crowd assembles high on the mountain, at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. It is the feast of Saint Bess, the guardian of Caen and the Soana Valley. This feast offers to the rare foreigners who witness it a picturesque and poetic spectacle. In the interior and around the little chapel, huddled against a steep rock, the motley pilgrims crowd. The vivid colors of the costumes of canaves cut through the gray of the rocks and the monotonous greenery of the meadows. As soon as the procession and service have ended, lively groups spread out in the vicinity, and, while eating, drinking, and singing, they rest after the hard climb of the morning. Nevertheless, their noisy revelry barely troubles the silence and peace of the immense Alps, except for a few hours and within a scope of a few meters. But neither the grandeur of the scenery or the singular charm of the solemnity can cause the historian of religion to forget the problems posed by the feast of Saint Bess. What meaning do the faithful give to their annual presence in this place and to the rites that they carry out here? And, beyond the perhaps illusory explanations given by the believers themselves, what is the force that assembles every year in this solitude, at the cost of a painful climb and often a long voyage, a whole crowd of men, women, and children who come from the neighboring valleys and even from the Piedmontese plain? The simple observation of the feast provided no sufficient response to these questions. It was the starting point of a rather long and multifarious investigation. First, it was necessary to interrogate, or rather to allow to speak at their ease, a large number of the simple folk devoted to St. Bess. 2 Several educated persons who know the region well, having been born there or long-time residents, kindly responded to the questions I addressed them. 3 Finally, if St. Bess has until now not been the subject of any monograph, one can at least glean some indirect information on the subject in the historical and hagiographic literature. 4 From these three sources I have drawn the information that is put into operation in the present work. The milieu of St. Bess. Before we penetrate into the sanctuary of our saint, let us take a quick look at the country surrounding it and the people who have frequented it for many generations. Mount Fotenio, where the faithful of St. Bess assemble every year, is situated in the mountains that dominate the upper Soana Valley, that is, at the eastern extremity and on the southern slope of the Gran Paradiso chain. In this location, the formidable wall that separates the Dora Baltea and Orco basins drops to a level of around 3,000 meters, and several passes that are fairly easily crossed, at least during the warm season, permit travel from the Con Valley, tributary of the Aosta Valley, to the Soana Valley, which descends toward the Piedmontese plain. But these passages are rarely used today by anyone other than a few mountain climbers and the people of Con who attend the feast of St. Bess. 5. We know little about the ancient inhabitants of this part of the Alps. They emerge from the night of prehistory only in the 1st century BC. Classical authors describe to us, under the name Solici, a cluster of pastoral tribes, pillagers, and warriors, who occupied the mountainous region between the Dora and the Orco and who posed an unrelenting resistance to the invasion of their would-be civilizers. Their devastating incursions into the rich Cisalpine country provided the Romans with the opportunity to intervene in a region important for its geographical location and mineral riches. But it was only at the time of Augustus, at the conclusion of nearly 150 years of battles, after the foundation of 2 colonies at Iberia and Aosta and after the exterminating campaign of Terentius Varro, that the Solici were obliged to accept the law of the conqueror. Then, under Roman peace, the people of the plain, attracted by the iron and copper deposits of these valleys, settled on the mountain as a conquered land and taught the ancient inhabitants of the soil to speak Latin, from which the existing dialects are derived. 6 But when Roman power foundered, the influence of the teachers from the plain slackened and the mountain tribe fell back into isolation and oblivion. It did not escape from this isolation before the 14th century. We know that the Soana Valley was one of the principal centers of the savage Jacquerie that was known as the Dujanagio. As in the time of the Solici, the mountain birds of prey swooped down on the opulent countryside, they ransacked the harvest and burned the castles to put an end, it was said, to the extortions and the usurping inclinations of the lords. 7 But it was in vain that at the dawn of the New Age, the men of the mountains tragically manifested their will to remain their own masters. As a strong state constituted itself in the plain by a peaceful and slow, but sure, penetration, it extended little by little its domination all the way to the high valleys of the Alps. It is remarkable that the most salient historic manifestations of this people were acts of aggression or defense against the people of the flatlands. One might say that the Highlanders felt, at certain times, the need to avenge themselves on the privileged plain dwellers for the unluckiness of the alpine environment. Not long ago, the formalities of drawing lots gave way, every year, in the plazas of Pont, to genuine arranged battles between the men from the highlands, wearing felt hats, and those of the lowlands, wearing berets. Though today it has taken more harmless forms, the conflict nonetheless continues. In the eyes of men of the Soana Valley, men from the plains are still foreigners who are called by a special name, Marate, and toward whom is harbored if not hostility at least mistrust. They feel the need of a moral occlusion so intense that they have created a special jargon that not even their closest neighbors understand. 8 Of course, the small mountain society cannot live, as it would like, entirely turned in on itself, with no relations with the outside. It is obliged to seek from the plain, by pillage or commerce or emigration, the complement of the meager resources procured for them by the mountain. But, even when they offer their products or their hands to masters of the plain, the Highlanders make every effort to abandon nothing of themselves. The numerous Saône Valley inhabitants who work in Paris during the winter restrict themselves to the same profession, glazier, and, as much as possible, they live together, forming small enclosed and homogeneous villages at the interior of the great city. Moreover, if the men are tempted to let themselves be broached by city influences, the women, who never leave the valley, are there to react and maintain the rights of custom. Thus, from one end of history to the other, the same struggle is pursued, sometimes muffled, sometimes violent, between the little alpine tribe that, by force of cohesion and tenacity, defends its menaced autonomy and the great society of the plains, which desires to impose on the highlanders its ideas and laws. The obstinate particularism, gregarious instincts and impassioned attachment to local tradition, which characterizes above all the worshippers of Saint Bess, explains how, in spite of contrary influences, they have preserved until today their habits of thought and life that are several centuries old. 9. As soon as one penetrates into the Con Basin, one believes one has been transported back to the Middle Ages. Women, nearly without exception, still wear the costume of their ancestors, with their hair pulled to the back by a pointed bonnet and fringe cut over the forehead, their glass bead necklaces and large collars, their stiff bodices and short and improbably distended skirts, their hieratic allure and their slow gait. They seem, on feast days, so many sacred images descended from their niches. The majority of houses are still made of wood. People most frequently sleep in the stable because it is warmer there in winter and out of fear that something will happen to the animals. The economy is almost entirely pastoral. All their riches consist in large and small livestock, and in the pastures that nourish them. The nature of the country and the rudimentary state of technology imposes an exhausting labor on the men and above all on the women. The latter do the field work. One sees them bringing to the barns of the village from afar crushing loads of hay that they carry directly on their heads. Bread is cooked in the home with the family wheat, once every year. Despite the purity of the air, the state of health is bad due to execrable conditions of hygiene, but the people of Con have their own theories regarding the fevers that kill many young people. They were brought, this year, by the large black clouds that rise from the valley. These few scattered features will perhaps suffice to give some idea of the social and mental state associated with the cult we will study. 10 Our description will range from the most fixed and constant elements to the most fluctuating and variable. We will examine successively the role played by Saint Bess in the present life and ritual practice of his worshippers, the organization of the cult devoted to him, and finally the legend that explains and justifies the current devotion by past events. 2. The worship of Saint Bess. If you ask the people of this country who Saint Bess was, when he lived, and what he did, you will quite often obtain only vague and incoherent responses. But regarding the present action of the saint, they will all respond with unanimity and precision. Saint Bess is a saint with great powers who has done many miracles. His name excites in them above all not intellectual curiosity but feelings of tender veneration, gratitude, and hope. To praise their great patron, they will tell you stories, each one surpassing the next, where his power manifests itself brilliantly. Some are taken from everyday life and concern close family members. Someone's sister is sure to have been healed by Saint Bess alone of an old and incurable disease. Someone else's child, who went to the feast of Saint Bess dragging along on crutches, left them in the sanctuary. Other stories confine themselves to the marvelous world of fables. A man from the mountains could not escape from a serpent who held him prisoner. He vows to pray a novena in honor of Saint Bess and at once the serpent flees. What the saint has done for so many others he will certainly do for us as well, if we worship him as we should. Anyone with a favor to ask should attend the feast of August 10th. Anyone who has been touched or menaced by evil makes a vow to Saint Bess. He vows to go to the feast the following year or even for the following 9 years. Evil unto him if he does not keep his vow, for some misfortune will befall him. But if he is firm in his devotion, his expectation will not be disappointed. The power of Saint Bess is not limited to this or that specific grace. He is a saint powerful for all protection. He is invoked against human and animal diseases and also against the spells of sorcerers, for there are still some very evil ones in the valley. However, according to some, there is an order of things that is more specifically among the attributions of Saint Bess. As the images represent him with the features of a warrior, he is especially the patron of soldiers. None among them, if he must leave for war or simply for the barracks, fails to make his way to the feast and to bring back a stone of Saint Bess that he will carry constantly. This is why the people of Caen, who have taken part in many wars from those of the empire up to the African campaign, have never died, so far as one can remember, on the field of battle. Nonetheless, since the institution of obligatory military service, the principal task of the warrior saint is not protecting the faithful from bullets and steel, but rather to exempt them from being soldiers altogether. Young men going to draw lots have only to make their way to the Saint Bess ceremony, they will not go to the regiment. 12 But this tendency Saint Bess has to specialize in military affairs is, we will see, a secondary phenomenon that is perhaps peculiar to Caen. The river of graces, which the patron of the two valleys pours out on his worshippers, has its source in a specified point in the country, which is the theatre of the annual feast. The chapel of Saint Bess is as though fused to the side of a great schistic block, an enormous natural monolith, which rises isolated in the middle of the pastures and whose face forms a vertical wall or even overhang of some 30 meters in height. 13 Atop this rock, which is called the Mount of Saint Bess, is a cross and also a small oratory. It is in this place that the faithful come every summer to draw on the precious virtue that helps them defeat the evils of life. Although the saint exerts his effective protection over his people during the course of the entire year, it is only on the day of his feast that he communicates to the faithful assembled around him the gift of his power. Doubtless one can, through a vow, advance this salutary outpouring of grace, but the vow, far from exempting one from visiting the sanctuary, achieves it in advance and renders it imperiously obligatory. It is on the 10th of August that debts contracted with the saint during the previous year are paid. 14 It is on the 10th of August that one comes to refresh the stock of grace for the new year. In all feasts, everyone has his part. The saint has his, the faithful theirs. In the first place, Saint Bess receives from his visitors the tribute of their presence. The greater the number of pilgrims, the more beautiful is the feast and the more it honors the saint. Moreover, the pilgrimage itself is equivalent to a real sacrifice. It is not a small affair to take away from the good season, which is so short in the mountains, 1 or 2 days to be dedicated not to work in the fields but to the cult of the saint. To reach the chapel coming from Caen, one must spend 8 or 9 hours on an often uncomfortable road and ascend a pass of more than 2,900 meters. 15 From Campiglia, the closest village, it is a 700-meter climb, or 2 hours by a rough path, whose stages are marked by little chapels. Some even add to the merit of the climb by doing it barefoot. The pilgrims, who assemble for the feast, confronting bad weather and fatigue, have thus brought to the saint, by the simple fact of their coming, the precious offering of their time and pain. The celebration of the Mass in the little chapel that is sumptuously decorated and brilliantly lit renews and increases the sanctity of the place. The priest's sermon exalts the greatness of Saint Bess, his glory and power, at the same time as it recalls the worshippers to their duties. But the central action of the feast is the procession. In good order, the entire community of the faithful leaves the chapel, grouped according to sex, age, and religious dignity. They re-enter only after having made a tour of the mount, that is, a complete circuit of the rock, going, of course, from left to right and reciting all the prayers of the Rosary. 16 To add to the luster of the ceremony, the parish of Campiglia, on the territory on which the sanctuary is situated, lends to Saint Bess all kinds of banners and holy images, but these are only accessories. On the other hand, the procession includes 2 essential elements. These are, first, the 2 feuillasses, 17 ornaments composed of ribbons and material of dazzling colors, mounted on a wooden frame and nearly completely covering the faces of the young girls who carry them on their heads. These feuillasses, which today are considered trophies of Saint Bess, in the past contain the consecrated bread, which was distributed after the procession. 18 Second, and above all, there is the massive statue of Saint Bess, dressed as a Roman soldier and holding the palm leaf of the martyr in his hand. 4 or 8 young men carry it on their shoulders with compunction and contemplation, as it should be for people vested with a heavy but honorable and meritorious mission. Is it not right that the benefit of this ritual promenade should go above all to the hero of the day, to the Master of the Mount, to the glorious Saint Bess himself? Once returned to the chapel, he alone receives the adoration of the faithful, who prostrate themselves before his statue and devotedly kiss its feet. Besides these personal and liturgical services, the faithful send or bring to the sanctuary an offering levied against their goods. The Sunday preceding August 10th, in all the parishes that take part in the feast, after the Mass a collection, known as a picking in con, is made and the yield is added to the chapel's wealth. But many of the faithful prefer to bring their own in-kind gift which they vowed to make to the saint. Each offers to the sanctuary from his most precious possessions, this one a cow or a sheep, that one her best dress, even her wedding dress. 19 It is true that the sacrifice is not definitive. At the conclusion of the service, the prior who presides over the feast auctions off all the objects offered to the saint. If the pilgrim really values the gift he made, nothing prevents him from regaining full possession of it, provided he pays the auctioned price. 20 This ingenious procedure allocates the essence, that is, the monetary value, of the offering to the saint while permitting the member of the faithful to buy back the beloved object of which his devotion had temporarily deprived him. Give the essence in order to keep the substance, is this not, in the final analysis, the very formula of religious sacrifice? The assembled people, the rites, and the procession, the pious offerings bring the energy of the saint that emanates from the sanctuary to its highest point and put it into full activity. Before giving themselves over unreservedly to the joy of being together and gaily feasting, the faithful set their hearts on collecting themselves their part of the feast, in drawing on that source of abundant and living grace that offers itself to them. The consumption of the consecrated bread, which formerly was carried in the foyers and distributed after the procession, incorporates in their own flesh the good effects of the ceremony. Some men and women, it appears, rub their backs against the rock to heal themselves of their pains or their sterility. 21 But it is necessary, besides, to bring back to their homes visible pledges of the saint's protection, which will spread out and prolong the effectiveness of the feast during the entire year. At the chapel door several merchants have set up shop and spread helter-skelter sweets, cream pastries, and articles of devotion. People purchase from them small images of the saint, crude paintings, or medals, which are like the small change of the great statue of the sanctuary. In the olden days, when the cross atop the rock was made of wood, people went up to scratch it in order to collect a bit of dust, which they used later in case of sickness. The faithful of today do not have this resource, for the old cross, knocked down by a storm, was replaced by an iron cross. But they have a still more direct and surer means for remaining in communion with the saint. We have seen that the chapel of Saint Bess is an integral part, so to speak, of the great rock which overlooks it. Behind the altar, an erected ladder allows one to reach the very heart of the mountain. The faithful climb up here and prick the rock with their knives, to detach small fragments that they will piously take back home with them. These are the stones of Saint Bess. They are considered relics of the saint. In ordinary times, one simply keeps them in the home in the manner of a talisman, but in cases of special danger, in war for example, they are carried on one's person. If a family member is ill, the stone is placed in water that he is made to drink, or he is even made to swallow a few grains. 22 It is a sovereign remedy, but, according to the expressions that come frequently to the mouths of the faithful, one must not joke with this, one must have faith and confidence. When, once the feast is finished, the assembly dissolves, when the pilgrims return in small groups to their scattered hamlets, carrying with them a few fragments of the great rock, all imbued with its virtue, one could say that Saint Bess himself descends with them toward the inhabited regions and, dispersing himself without being lost, he will take up residence for the following year in each of the homes wherein he is adored. The feast brings profit thus at once to the patron saint and to the faithful. It exalts the prestige of the saint, it maintains and increases the honor of his name and the brilliance of his sanctuary. Without the feast, it would be as if Saint Bess did not exist and he would quickly lose his place on earth. As for the faithful, they bring back from their visit to the mount a bit of the fortifying and protective saintliness that is necessary for them to live their hard lives. Just as the deep valleys exhale toward the sky a warm, soft vapor that, after being condensed on the side of the mountain, falls back over the valleys in fecund drops, so the humble parishes send toward the venerated sanctuary the life-giving breath of their devotion which, transfigured at the holy place, comes back to them in a rain of benedictions. 3. The community of Saint Bess. The longevity of the sanctuary and the feast of Saint Bess is assured by a small society that includes 5 distinct parishes, Campiglia, Ronco, Valprato, Ingria, and Caen. It is said that these 5 parishes have a right to Saint Bess. They have all contributed in the past to the erection and then the growth of the chapel, and they continue to contribute to its upkeep and improvement. Each one takes a turn 23 at the burden, or rather the honor, of giving the feast, of ensuring its material organization and success, of naming its principal actors, who are on the one hand the carriers of the fouillaces and the saint and, on the other, the prior. 24 This last individual is a layman, qualified by his devotion and his fortune. His mission is to ensure the good order and the brilliance of the solemnity, to collect the offerings and place them in the treasure, to proceed to the auction of the gifts made to the saint, to pay the cantors and the musicians, and finally to entertain the priors of other parishes and all attending priests. It seems at first glance that there could be nothing more tranquil and harmonious than the life of this little religious confederation, all of whose members appear strictly equal. But this is an illusion. A more attentive observation reveals, among the worshippers of Saint Bess, friction, ambitious conflicts, and struggles sometimes sly, sometimes violent, and sometimes even bloody. The simple difference of geographical position has as an effect the determination of differences of rank between the 5 associated communes. Clearly, Caen, which is situated on the other side of the Grayan Alps, is in a much less advantageous position with respect to Saint Bess than the other 4 parishes, which are located in the Saône valley where the sanctuary is located. But Caen belongs not only to another fluvial basin but also to another religious and political region. While the Saône valley, as for all of Caneves, under the jurisdiction of Piedmont, is part of the Diocese of Iveria and takes part in the Italian language and civilization, Caen belongs to the Duchy and the Diocese of Aosta, which is still held by historical bonds several centuries old to the French language and culture. 25 Between the people of Caen and the other worshippers of Saint Bess, then, there is a profound moral separation, they are nearly foreigners one to another. This separation is not attenuated, as often happens at borders, by frequent commercial exchange. If economic relations were active in the past between the Caen and Saône valleys, they are non-existent today. The people of Caen pass over the mountain wall that borders their basin only to come to the chapel of Saint Bess. They are not even concerned to descend to Campiglia. 26 So at the feast they feel a little out of their element and isolated, out of fear of being ridiculed. The women of Caen do not on that day put on their peculiar Sunday clothing, they do everything possible to go unnoticed. 27 It is therefore understandable that the people of the Saône valley consider their associates from the other side of the mountains a bit as intruders. Let them come, if they like, to pray to Saint Bess, but as so many other pilgrims, as individuals, they will not imagine they can direct our feast, administrate our sanctuary, and carry our saint. Do we muddle around trying to lay down the law in the numerous holy sites in which the Aosta diocese glorifies itself? It is above all the people of Campiglia who nourish such thoughts. If they dream of ejecting Caen from the community of Saint Bess, it is perhaps because in so doing they hope to undo the primary obstacle to their preeminence or even to their exclusive domination over the sanctuary. It is a fact that Campiglia, despite its small population 28, enjoys a particular prestige in the Saône valley. It is said that it is the oldest commune of the valley, and the first Christian parish from which all the others were evangelized. Moreover, as the people of Campiglia live in the shadow of the sanctuary, they feel united with the saint by particularly intimate connections, and they tend to consider him as their own pardon saint. Many men of Campiglia bear the name Bess. It is true that when they emigrate, which is frequently the case, they seem rather embarrassed by their name, which the calendar ignores and which smells a little too much of the rural. They take another name 29 as if to express the change in their uprooted being. But, when they return to Campiglia, they easily return to the protection of the saint, who is at once their personal patron and the protector of their little country. Finally, through the force of circumstances, the other communities were led to entrust the custody and care of the sanctuary to the nearest church and to rely on it for the ornaments and accessories of the feast. And it is thus that Campiglia came to consider the chapel of the Mount as a simple dependency of their parish, and to conceive the desire to convert the mortgage they have over St. Bess into an actual and total seizure of control. But will they succeed? They have tried several times in the past and they have met their match. The people of Caen, the first in line, have seemed little disposed to abandon the rights that come to them from their ancestors. Let us listen to one of the heroes of these Homeric struggles, an old man of 77, who, after having practiced for a long time the trade of mason, filled his retirement years by caring for bees. I was showing him one day the photographs I had taken of the sanctuary and the feast. "Ah, Saint Bess," he said smiling, "I got a nice stabbing there." I was surprised. To explain, I'll have to go well back into the past. And he recounted to me the legend of the saint, which, as we will see, attributed an important role to the people of Caen in the origin of the cult and thus grounds their rights in the feast. Then he came to times closer to ours, though still undetermined. One year, when it had become necessary to enlarge the chapel, the rector of Campiglia, to make his parishioners more enthusiastic for the task, promised them as the prize for their difficulty that from then on at every procession 2 of the 4 carriers of the statue would be from Campiglia. The year after, the feast passed to Caen. When the young people of Caen picked to carry the statue attempted to lift it to their shoulders, the people of Campiglia opposed them, pleading the promise of their priest. There was an argument and soon a fight. Inside the chapel, it was turmoil and confusion, people pushing in every direction. It was like a field of wheat blown by a storm. Already the knives were gleaming. The priests and priors had a lot of trouble calming the tempers, but that year the procession did not take place. The following years, the people of Campiglia kept quiet and the feast took place as usual, but when, 5 years later, it was Caen's turn again, we were quite resolved to maintain our right. So that year we elected 8 strong, strapping fellows to hold the rods of the statue. I was among them. In the chapel, the fuss began again and, during the entire procession, the people of Campiglia assaulted us violently. We had to take great care not to allow the statue to overturn. During the brawl, the people of Ronco, Valprato and Ingria buoyed us up by crying "Curaki, Cognice, si tenin bone, noi autri soma pers 30, courage, people of Caen, if you don't hold on, we too are lost." It was during the course of that fight that I was stabbed in the right thigh, which did not prevent me from finishing the task. When we finally arrived at the door of the chapel, the people of Ronco, Valprato and Ingria felt pity for us, saying, "Look at the poor people of Caen, how they are sweating. Poor Saint Bess. Was it worth the bother to come take up residence so high and so far from men, in the deserted mountain, just to be mixed into the tumultuous disaccords of his worshippers? Should we pity him, or rather should we congratulate him for having worshippers so ferociously envious to serve him? In any case, we admire the sharp tenacity of the people of Caen to defend the honor of their commune and the moral patrimony received from their fathers. That time, the resolute attitude of the men of Caen got the better of the claims of the people of Campiglia. The Bishop of Iveria, before whom the matter was taken, decided, in order to do right in a reasonable measure by the imprudent promise of the priest, that the people of Campiglia could from then on raise as many banners as they liked at each procession, but, As for the fouillasses and the statue of the saint, these would continue to be carried, following custom, by each commune as its turn came. This wise proclamation did not put an end to the debate. We have to believe that the people of Campiglia renewed their efforts to encroach on the rights of the people of Caen, for the feast was the occasion for new battles, so much so that the government decided to send several police officers every year. Sobered by this external intervention and perhaps tired of the fight, the faithful of Saint Bess decided several years ago to have peace, and to reform the secular constitution which governed them. From that point on, the carriers of the saint would no longer be named in succession by the diverse communes, the honorable function would be awarded each year to the highest bidder without consideration of parish. Thus, for 10 or 20 francs according to the year, everyone could purchase his part of the holy task. A dangerous innovation which, while providing the chapel with a new source of revenue, introduced a principle of dissolution into the ancient community. Of course, the people of Campiglia did not fail, every year, to outbid their competitors, in such a way as to monopolize all the poles of the precious statue. They are too proud, it was said, to allow their Saint Bess to leave. One can without being too rash predict the direction that will be taken by the evolution thus begun. The old local culture, which made up the natural atmosphere of Saint Bess, is already seriously broached. It will not resist much longer the invasion of people from the towns with modern ideas and mores. If the passions of the past calmed, it was because the faith gave way. When the king comes to Caen for the wild ram hunt, or when the weather is bad, the band of Caen natives who traverse the mountain to go to the chapel for the feast is sometimes reduced to only the prior of the parish. 31 The people of Campiglia will no doubt in time realize their dream, but, when they become the sole masters of the sanctuary, it will have lost much of its price. Saint Bess will no longer be at risk of being struck or dropped to the earth during a scuffle. The honor of carrying him will no longer be argued, who knows even if the task will still attract any bidders. The statue will become very heavy for shoulders that the faith no longer fortifies. Mount Saint Bess will offer to the people of the valley a tourist site, where one will go on the 10th of August for a picnic and a little dancing without really knowing why one goes. 32 The possibility to do as so many of his followers and leave to establish oneself in the town will remain for the saint. The cathedral at Iveria is a sure retreat for him. But who will recognize, in this well-dressed city dweller, lost in the crowd of official saints, the ancient host of the wild rock? Saint Bess of the mountain will no longer exist. He will not outlive by much the old local organization, of which his sanctuary was the centerpiece and which so bizarrely overlapped natural barriers, political borders, and the orderly structure of the church. For Saint Bess in the plain. The name of Saint Bess is not well known in the Christian world. Beyond the region surrounding the sanctuary at Mount Fotenio, he is known and honored only in the little township of Ozina and in the see of the diocese to which the Soana Valley belongs, at Iveria. This town brags of possessing the relics of the saint. It has devoted a very popular cult to him, for at least several centuries 33 and raised him to the dignified status of co-patron saint of the diocese. But the official and local cults seem completely isolated from one another. The feast of Saint Bess of the Plain takes place not on August 10th, but on the 1st of December, during a period of the year when the Saint Bess of the mountain would be quite prevented from receiving visitors due to the snow that covers the sanctuary at that time of year. 34. The discordance of feasts and nearly complete autonomy of the mountain cult might make us suppose that we find ourselves here in the presence of two different saints, who share only a name. But it is rather difficult to accept that two Saint Besses could be found in such a restricted area, when the entire church acknowledges no others with that name. Moreover, the ecclesiastic authorities of the diocese declare that the protector of the Soana Valley and the patron saint of Iveria are one and the same. 35 But of these two cults, the one urban and official, the other rural and a bit irregular, which gave birth to the other? Is Saint Bess a child of the mountains adopted and magnified by the city? Or is he rather a great individual of the city who did not disdain to go take up a place, in order to make a few rude Highlanders happy, in the little chapel atop an enormous rock? According to a very scholarly and insightful Italian historian, P. Savio, the Ivorian cult of Saint Bess is likely indigenous and traces back to the first centuries of Piedmontese Christianity. 36 But this hypothesis, which rests solely on the consultation of texts relating to Ivoria and, as the author acknowledges, is not supported by any positive proof, seems hard to reconcile with the current diffusion of the cult of Saint Bess. If the propagation of the cult took place, as Savio seems to claim, from the center to the periphery of the diocese, why did it move only in one direction? Why did the people of Ozina and the Soana Valley, and they alone, adopt as their direct guardian the glorious co-patron saint of the entire diocese? And above all, if the Highland community took their knowledge of Saint Bess from the Ivorian Sea, how did the cult implant and perpetuate itself in Caen, which from the 12th century at least, has belonged to the bishopric of Aosta 37 and has no relationship to Ivoria? These difficulties disappear if one accepts the inverse hypothesis, according to which Saint Bess, native of the mountains, propagated himself first from Campiglia to Ozina, and then from Ozina to Ivoria. Now, this hypothesis is grounded, according to a tradition, unknown at Caen but very vibrant in the Soana Valley, where its earliest literary expression goes back to the 15th century. 38. According to this tradition, the body of Saint Bess has laid for a long time in the little chapel embraced by the mount, where the faithful of the region came to adore him, when, in the 9th century, two devout thieves from Monferrato resolved to seize him and carry him back to their country. 39 They placed the precious remains in a sack that was carried by a mule. When they arrived at Ozina, where they were to spend the night, they told the innkeeper, to avoid raising suspicions, that the sack contained only lard 40 and they left it in the corner of a room. But, while they slept, the innkeeper, passing by that room, saw that the sack was entirely illuminated. Seeking the cause of this mysterious light, he opened the sack and perceived the body. Persuaded that it could only be the relics of a great saint, and well determined to keep them for his commune, he put the remains in a safe place and replaced them in the sack with ordinary bones taken from the cemetery. We do not know what became of the two thieves from Monferrato, but the mule returned immediately to the Mount Sanctuary. 41 The inn that accommodated the relics was transformed into a chapel, from which was derived the current church of Ozina, still dedicated to Saint Bess. For a long time, the sacred body remained in that place, encircled by the devotion of the people of Caneves and working numerous miracles. But at the beginning of the 11th century, Arduino, the king of Italy, desired to enrich the cathedral of Ivoria with that treasure and ordered it transported there with great ceremony. 42 The voyage did not take place without incident. According to my Soana Valley subjects, who are doubtless here echoing the tradition of Ozina, in leaving the village, the carriage bearing the relics would no longer advance. In order to get it moving again, it was necessary to remove one of the saint's little fingers, which remained at Ozina. According to Baldissano, who relies on an Ivorian tradition, before arriving at its goal, while on the bridge over the Dora River, the sacred body once again stopped its vehicle. The citizens of Ivoria had to vow to place it in a crypt underneath the main altar of the cathedral. Instantly the extraordinary heaviness of the relics disappeared and Saint Bess took up residence in his new domain. The Bollandist scholar who tells this story, following Baldissano, strongly reprimands the poor canon for having complacently welcomed these wretched popular traditions, Populars Traditionculas. 43 How did he not perceive their historic implausibility, immorality, and hateful consequences? For the substitution by which Providence so badly compensated the zeal of the pious thieves was to have as a consequence the adoration at Monferrato of common human remains as if they were relics. These doubts of an enlightened consciousness were as foreign as possible to the legendary hagiography of the Middle Ages, from which our account is taken. There is nothing more common in that literature than the theme of the theft of relics. 44 Or the episode of the transport interrupted by a prodigious resistance of the holy body. 45 The intervention of King Arduino is scarcely suitable to enhance the credit of this material from popular sources. Italian historians of our time still love to salute a champion of Latin independence against Germanic tyranny in this restless Marquis who Italian counts, to frustrate imperial domination, invested twice with a precarious royalty and who was twice excommunicated as a murderer of bishops. All the more reason that legend has taken hold of this Piedmontese Charlemagne in order to make him a national hero and attribute to him the honor of all that is good, great, and holy in the region. 46 The town of Iberia, which was, thanks to him, promoted in the first years of the 11th century to the rank of capital of Italy, is only settling a debt of gratitude in taking the origin of the cult it devotes to Saint Bess back to Arduino. 47. But it would be an abuse of critical method to refuse to acknowledge the base in reality hidden under these inconsistent fictions. In a general way, such common stories, which refer to the invention or transport of relics, prove nothing by themselves concerning the authenticity or even the existence of the relics in question, but they do educate us very precisely about the localization and mutual dependence of the centers of the cult. In this sphere, the fancy of the makers of legends cannot easily run free, as is the case concerning mythical or distant events, for it is subject here to the proof of present data and above all to the jealous control of local passions and sensitivities. If the town people had been able to convince the peasant and highland worshippers of Saint Bess that the object of their crude devotion derived from the city, they doubtless would not have failed to do so. As it was impossible, they contented themselves with claiming possession of the entire holy body for their cathedral, leaving Ozina the consolation of a little finger and the Soana Valley Sanctuary the honor of having originally sheltered the relics of the saint. The Highland shepherds would be ill-mannered to protest against a repartition, which, though it deprived them of the body of their guardian, gave them an essential role in the constitution of the sacred treasure of the diocese. One might be surprised that a religious center of the importance of Iberia should be reduced to searching so far away and so late for the required relics, but the case of Saint Bess is not exceptional. None of the three patron saints who specifically guard the city and diocese of Iberia and whose relics are preserved in the cathedral is indigenous to Iberia. Each of the three sacred bodies was, according to ecclesiastical tradition, brought from elsewhere at a relatively recent date. The body of Saint Tegulus, who was ignored until the end of the 10th century, was discovered, it is said, by the bishop Saint Veermund in a place some distance to the north of Iberia and transported to the cathedral a little before the relics of Saint Bess. 48 As for Saint Sabinus, former bishop of Spoleto, his relics were not brought to Iberia until the middle of the 10th century, in a time when tight relations united the dukes of Spoleto and the marquises of Iberia. 49 If political reasons caused the people of Iberia to adopt a foreign bishop as their principal patron saint, it is likely that considerations of the same kind were not alien to the choice of their co-patron Saint Bess. The political horizon of Iberia in the Middle Ages was strictly restrained, on the one hand, by the wall of the Alps, and on the other, by a circle of powerful neighbors, Vercelli, Monferrato, and the county of Savoy. Only Caneves, the rich agricultural region which stretches to the west at the edge of the mountains, could offer Iberia the complement of resources and force it urgently needed. So the dominant preoccupation of Iberian politics from the 11th to the 14th century was always the extension of its influence over Caneves, the warding off, by war if need be, of rival pretensions, the pacification of the incessant fighting of local lords, finally the unification of them all in a federation under the hegemony of Iberia. Moreover, the bishops of Iberia spared for themselves, in the labyrinth of fiefdoms and sub-fiefdoms that was Caneves, direct possessions from which their influence radiated out over the entire country. 50 Thus, we see, in a charter from September 15, 1094, Count Hubert of Caneves made a gift to Bishop Ogier and to the canons of Saint Marie of Iberia of several pieces of land that belonged to him, and specifically including Ozina. 51 At a time when religion and politics were intimately tied together, when the main temporal power of the territory of Iberia was that of the bishop. 52 Where the community of the cult was the most effective social bond, Iberia could not have manifested its will to attach itself to Caneves more energetically than in giving a place of honor in its cathedral to the saint whom the people of this region honored with a fervent devotion and whose sanctuary was found on the land of the bishop. It is quite likely that the naturalization of Saint Bess at Iberia goes back to that period. It precedes and prepares that solemn act of March 15, 1213, by which the Counts of Caneves became citizens of Iveria Perpetualiter and undertook to defend the cause of the city in peace and war. 53. But to be able to play a role in the politics of Iveria, it was first necessary for Saint Bess to descend from his mountain and take up residence in the heart of Caneves. He could not have chosen a better placed site than Ozina. This township, as it is described by Casales, is located at the center of a fertile, commercial area. It is surrounded by a nearly unbroken ring of hamlets and villages. It controls a bridge over the Orco, which is of capital importance for transport over a large region. Finally, it is located at the juncture of three great roads, one of which leads to Iveria, another to Vercelli and Monferrato, the third to Turin. 54 Highways, which are like knots in the social circulation, have always been intense sources of religious life. Now, among the human stream that crisscrossed at Ozina, there was one element that emerged, every fall, from the small enclosed Soana Valley and headed towards the industrial centers of Monferrato and Vercelli. 55 In that first stage of their migration, still full of Saint Bess, the Highlanders must have talked of his name, his power, and his blessings to those who gave them lodging. As often occurs, in the struggle for supremacy, it is the rudest, most singular god who wins over his more ordered but dull competitors. And thus it was that, as tradition correctly states, the old inn at Ozina was set apart for the cult of Saint Bess. 56 By the force of providing hospitality to the migrants from the mountain, the countrymen of Caneves appropriated their patron saint. Thus, the hypothesis according to which Saint Bess of the mountain came all the way to Iveria in passing through Ozina is in agreement with the current spread of the cult, the evidence of tradition, and the facts of history. The Alpine Pastoral Chapel, the Church of the Rich Plains, the Cathedral of the town, these three dwellings of Saint Bess mark the successive stages of his development, which allowed him to escape confinement in an obscure little valley and come to take up a modest but honorable place in the normal society of saints. V. The Legend of Saint Bess. We have been able to describe the devotion to Saint Bess and the organization of his cult in more or less disregarding the legend that warrants them. So true is it that religious practice is in large measure independent of the reasons that are supposed as its basis. It is not that there is a shortage of these reasons for the faithful, they are furnished abundantly by the teachings of the Church and popular tradition. In the official legend of the diocese 57, Saint Bess is presented as a martyr who ennobled the region with his precious blood after having undergone extraordinarily cruel trials. He was a soldier in the Theban legion, which was slaughtered in 286 on the order of the Emperor Maximian. Having escaped, Bess went looking for shelter in the mountains of the Soana Valley. From there, he instructed the inhabitants of the valley, and above all the people of Campiglia who were the first to receive the beneficent influence of the gospel, in the faith. But the pagan soldiers, eager to spill Christian blood in satisfaction of their emperor, launched in pursuit of Saint Bess and succeeded in finding him among the rocks of Mount Fotenio. 58 Here is how they came to find him. Some Highland shepherds had roasted a sheep stolen from the herd of their master. Having met Bess in the area, they invited him to take part in the banquet. But he refused to eat a sheep that he knew to be stolen, and he began to vehemently reproach them for their culpable action. The shepherds, fearing they would be denounced to their patron, or irritated by his reprimand, or more likely moved by their hatred of the Christian faith that Bess was not ashamed to profess, 59 threw the apostle from the heights of a rock. The terrible fall did not kill the saint. 60 But during these events the soldiers who had been pursuing him arrived on the scene. As they recognized Bess and affirmed that he insisted in professing faith in Christ, they savagely stabbed him. Some claim, the narrator adds a bit disdainfully, that after having been thrown from the rock, Bess fled the Soana Valley and took up residence for a time in the nearest mountains of the Dora Baltea, that is, on the Con side. It was here that the martyrdom would have taken place. 61 In any case, it is certain that the faithful, and especially those of Campiglia, devoted to the glorious martyr, recovered his remains and buried them in a hollow of a rock. On his tomb was raised the little chapel which, after various transformations, still exists and is visited by numerous pilgrims every year on the 10th of August. 62. Such was the glorious career of Saint Bess, as the priests recite in their homilies and as, it seems, one can read it in books. It would be astonishing if that legend, consecrated by the church and the printing houses, had not penetrated to the faithful. In fact, it seems unanimously accepted in the Soana Valley, which is situated, we have seen, under the direct authority of the metropole of Iveria. 63. But it is not the same in Caen, for that parish escapes the influence of Iveria, and the ecclesiastical authorities of Aosta doubtless worry themselves rather little over a saint who is not within their province. Barely a few people of Caen recite more or less exactly the official legend, in the manner of a learned lecture that the student recites with great effort. Moreover, the legend presents in their telling some variations. They all tell of the saint dying from his fall from the mount. The pagan soldiers thus do not intervene. Moreover, in this telling, Bess stayed in Caen before he went to inhabit the heights of the Soana Valley. Finally, it is not known what happened to his body, and the people of Caen seem little concerned by this fact. These alterations or corrections draw together the official legend and the popular tradition, the latter of which is much more widely spread among the simple faithful of Caen. According to the popular tradition, Saint Bess was a shepherd who led sheep to graze around the mount. He himself always remained at the summit of the rock. He was a holy man, a true man of God. All his labor was dedicated to prayer. 64. His sheep were the fattest of all and always stayed close to him, such that he never had to chase after them. Two other shepherds of the same mountain, jealous in seeing Bess's sheep, always the most handsome, raised themselves, threw him from the top of the mount. 65. Several months later, this was in the middle of winter, close to Christmas, some people from Caen who were passing by spied a flower at the foot of the rock that grew up completely straight through the snow and that was marvelously brilliant and beautiful. Astonished by such a rare sight in that season, they went looking for others. When they had removed the snow at the site marked by the miraculous flower, they found the corpse of the saint, intact. In its fall, the body had left an imprint on the rock at the very spot where people still go looking for stones of Saint Bess. This is why a chapel was erected on this site and people go in devotion every year. Caen has the right to the feast, since it was the people of Caen who first discovered the saint's body. This is the idea that nearly all people of Caen, despite sermons and pamphlets, still hold today of the life and death of Saint Bess. If one remarks to them that this story does not accord with the teaching of the Church, most of them seem troubled and do not really know what to say. If one insists and asks them why, in the images and medals they all have in their possession, this shepherd is represented with the characteristics of a warrior, they respond either that they do not know or they say, "It's true, he was still a young man, he did his military service." They generally seem completely indifferent to the disagreement that exists between the figure of the saint as he is presented by the Church and the representation provided by local tradition. A few, however, more careful about logic, have found a way to reconcile the two competing images. When the Christian soldier, fleeing his persecutors, came seeking refuge above Campiglia, he played the shepherd and kept sheep. Thanks to this metamorphosis, the legendary hero can become someone else all while remaining himself, an easy, economical process that the popular imagination does not hesitate to resort to in order to fit together the disparate representations. But, whether it is linked to the local legend or not, the image that figures in the paintings and statues lives its own life and acts back upon worship. By dint of seeing the shepherd Saint Bess in military garb, many people of Caen have taken to thinking that he must have been interested above all in the business of soldiers in the field, or of insubordinate conscripts. It is not surprising that the people of Caen have remained so obstinately attached to the popular legend of Saint Bess. They are at home here, among Highlanders, while in the environment of Emperor Maximian, the Theban legionaries and the glorious martyr, they feel out of their element and constrained. They experience respect for but little sympathy with an account where the lead role is taken by a foreigner come from the plain to instruct and lecture them, and where the shepherds play the role of miscreants, thieves, and murderers. How much more lovable is the other Saint Bess, simple child of the country, the best shepherd of the best herd one ever saw on the mountain. What strong and varied emotions are given birth by the various paintings that make up the legend. First, there is the idyllic, charming image of the shepherd always at prayer, surrounded by the blessed flock. Then comes the somber drama, the villainy of the envious, the pitiful end of the poor Bess. But what pride and rapture when our people find the marvelous flower! And what a joyous assurance to tell oneself that the divine shepherd, as he fell, was as if encrusted in the rock, to stay there eternally present among his favorites, for this first miracle is the stock and guarantee of all those others the saint accomplishes daily or for which one hopes. The official legend teaches the faithful the origins of their faith, it recalls some to the duties of a good Christian, that one should not do wrong to one's patron or grumble against one's priest. Useful lessons, certainly, but which go wrong in being merely lessons. The other legend, their legend, takes hold of their entire being and transports it to another world at once familiar and sublime, where they are themselves, yet transfigured and ennobled. From these two traditions, one learned and edifying, the other naive and poetic, the oldest is certainly the second. The first, in fact, brings us no original facts about Saint Bess. The part of the account belonging to it in its own right consists of generalities so poor and so banal that they could just as well apply to a crowd of other saints. 66 Saint Bess is not truly, for the Church, anything more than one unit among a legion of others. He has as his own only his name. The sole characteristics that are a bit specific in the official legend are borrowed from the oral tradition, not without having retouched them in the Church's manner. The local image of the saint, after being reflected in the consciousness of the educated, returns to his point of departure, corrected and deformed. 67. Let us recall the sole theme developed in the popular tradition: a blessed shepherd is thrown by jealous rivals from atop a rock, in which he imprints his sacred character. This theme reappears in the other legend, but in another place and another form. First, it seemed inadmissible to the authors of the new version that Bess be placed on the same level as his executioners and that he got the better of them only by the beauty and docility of his flock. For the people of Con, saintliness is a singular power, which comes from an intimate communion with the divine world and manifests itself through temporal effects. For the scholars of Iberia, saintliness is a spiritual and moral virtue, which supposes a definite religious qualification. The mediocre and envious shepherds became hardened sinners. In revolt against their spiritual director, the exemplary shepherd became a victim of the duty professionally incumbent on ministers of the religion. In the second place, it was necessary that Saint Bess not die from his fall, because his death, in order to have all its sanctifying virtue, had to be an authentic martyrdom. The fall from atop the mount becomes thus a simple episode which explains, though it is hard to say how, that the pagan soldiers were able to put their hands on their victim. Finally, in the learned legend, the rock from which the saint was hurled is not the Mount of Saint Bess, it is an ordinary rock. The chapel wherein the feast of August 10 is celebrated was raised near another rock, in the hollow of which the body of the martyr had been deposited. In fact, for the Church, the sole saintliness, which does not come directly from God, comes from the remains of men who perfectly realized the Christian ideal. The mount had the right to be sacred only on the condition of having served, at least for a time, as the tomb of a martyr. More, the official legend has its center of perspective, not at Con or Campiglia, but at Iberia. It desires, above all, to exalt the glorious co-patron saint of the diocese and justify the cult the see renders to the relics preserved in the cathedral. From there, it became necessary to detach the saintliness from the mount and to concentrate it in the body of the saint, for the rock remains eternally fixed in the same place, but the body, real or supposed, is mobile and can quite well serve as a vehicle for beneficent energy, if one day it pleases powerful masters to enrich their sacred treasury. All the interest of the people of Con, on the contrary, is concentrated on the mount. Once the body of Bess, in engraving itself into the rock, impregnated it with his virtue, it can disappear without any great inconvenience. It is the rock, from then on, that is the true body of the saint. is it not the rock that inexhaustibly dispenses to the faithful the beneficial relics that are the stones of Saint Bess? Thus, just as the devoted thieves, it seems, stole the body of the saint to carry it to the plain, so the pious arrangers transformed a simple shepherd into a Theban legionnaire and attributed his death not to envious comrades but to pagan soldiers of Caesar. Should we condemn them from on high for having done violence to the local traditions upon which they worked and substituted for the true image of the saint a fiction that suited them better? This would be to apply quite badly the rules of historical criticism. The people of Iberia have not subjected Saint Bess to a treatment different from that to which we still subject Highlanders attracted to large cities. In adopting him as their co-patron saint, they imposed on him the garb and the personality that seemed decent to them. If it is true that words change their meaning when they pass from the country to the city 68, why should the name of Saint Bess not have assumed a new meaning, more abstract and conventional, in the mouths of his new followers? Popular tradition is neither more nor less true than the other. From the moment that all the essential elements of the cult find themselves transposed into an ideal plan that suits the intelligence and the heart of believers, the two legends try in vain to contradict or diverge from one another. They are equally legitimate for the different milieu that accept them. The history of this Theban legion, whose cult, originating in Saint Maurice-en-Velay, was propagated all along the routes that descend the Alps in Switzerland, in the Rhenan country, in Burgundy, in Savoy, in Dauphine and in Italy, is curious and quite instructive. Saint Eucharius, who wrote around 150 years after the horrible massacre would have taken place, gives the names of only 4 martyrs, but he affirms that the 6,600 Christian soldiers who made up the legion all perished in the fields of Agaunum, with the possible exception of 2 among them, Ursus and Victor, who would have been martyred at Soleure. 69 11 centuries later. Baldissano, who was apparently much better informed, could reproach Saint Eucharius for showing himself too reserved or too miserly with Theban blood. At the call of the Piedmontese canon, a crowd of little saints dressed as legionnaires, and Saint Bess among them, had risen from the bottom of the Alpine valleys and the Italian countryside and claimed to parade under the banner of Saint Maurice, the glorious patron saint of the House of Savoy. Perhaps, if he had not had such a robust faith, Baldissano would have been a bit concerned by the multitude of his heroes. 70 All things considered, the Thebans, who would have escaped collective massacre to undergo martyrdom in isolation in distant places, came to perhaps exceed the entire manpower of the legion, as it was defined by Saint Eucharius. 71 It is true that a bit of erudition dissolves this doubt. It is enough to call for reinforcement from the 2 Theban legions of whom Saint Eucharius does not speak, but who are known to the Notitia Dignitatum, the Thebans, who with their evangelism and their blood illuminated and sanctified innumerable parishes, originated in reality from 3 legions, all 3 Christian, all 3 persecuted by pagan emperors. 72 But, when one thinks that each of these apostles were pursued by the soldiers of Caesar, one is frightened to think that the principal occupation of Roman armies, around the beginning of the 4th century, must have been to hunt Thebans spread throughout the Rhone and Rhine valleys and in all the recesses of the Italian Alps. Moreover, inspection of the roll of the legion permits surprising findings. Several names appear here a large number of times, 73, and above all, the majority of Thebans have no proper, individual names. They are identified by their attributes or functions. 74 One sees represented here numerous bearing the names Candidus, Exuperius, Victor, Adventor, Salutor, or even Defender, who protect their faithful against avalanches and floods. 75 One might say that the Theban legion is a legion of local gods and personified epithets. 76 Also, the period of luxurious growth and multiplication was to be followed, for the companions of Saint Maurice, by a period of entrenchment and sweeping cuts. A first decimation took place around the middle of the 18th century, when the Bollandist Father Cleus declared he strongly suspected that a good number of martyrs presumed to be Thebans had usurped their titles. 77 But the 19th century was to be more cruel. A Catholic historian reduced the Legion of Saint Maurice to the restrained proportions of a vexillatio or a poor auxiliary cohort. 78 In vain a German scholar would have saved the 4 martyrs named personally by Saint Eucharitus. 79 This last corps of survivors was attacked in its turn. 80 And Father Delihaye sees no reason not to place the Passion of the Agaunum martyrs in the category of historical novels. 81 Saint Bess was one of the first victims of this new massacre of the Theban legion. Already, Father Cleus, after having called the account of Baldissano an eminently incredible story, Historiam inter primus fabulasam, expressed the opinion that, at least from ancient and certain witnesses, it would be necessary to erase the name of Saint Bess from the list of soldier martyrs. 82 The only response that came from Iberia was to quote a legend found in a manuscript breviary, preserved in the archives of the cathedral and dated from 1473. It is unlikely that this document, posterior by more than 1,000 years to the events it recounts, could satisfy the requirements of the Bollandists. 84 And cause them to go back on their intention, manifested in 1875, to present Saint Bess in the Acts of the December Saints not as a Theban martyr, but indeed, as a bishop of Iberia. 85 If truly Saint Bess was the predecessor of Saint Veermund and the poet Ogier, one must acknowledge that the Highlanders of Caen and the Soana Valley singularly altered the true physiognomy of their patron. But Father Savio has no difficulty demonstrating that the historical identification, proposed by the Bollandist of the 18th century and provisionally maintained by his successors, rests on no serious foundation. 86 It is true that Ugelli, in his Italia Sacra, after having stated that the cathedral at Iberia possessed the relics of the glorious martyr Saint Bess, causes to appear in the series of bishops of the diocese, around 170, a certain Bessus whom Bergamens mentions in his chronicle as a saint. 87 Now, this chronicler, in his book published in 1485, tells us simply that the residents of Iberia have a great veneration for the relics of Saint Bess, a bishop of their town. 88 It must be acknowledged with Father Savio that this tardy and vague testimony, which gives no chronological indication, in no way proves the existence of a bishop by the name of Bess during a period of the Church of Iberia, arbitrarily fixed by Ugelli, for which we have no historical facts. 89 The sole conclusion permitted by the text of Filippo Bergamens is that in 1485, i.e., 14 years after the first known printing of the legend of Saint Bess, Theban martyr 90, the adopted co-patron saint, who came 2 or 3 centuries before from an episcopal land, was considered at Iberia, at the very least by some of the faithful, as an ancient bishop of the city. This version, doubtless flattering to the vanity of Iberia, subsisted until the 17th century, where we see the Canon de Herdanus placed side by side, in an inventory of the relics of the cathedral, the body of Saint Bess, 3rd Bishop of Iberia and Confessor, and the body of Saint Bess, martyr of the Theban Legion. 91 A very strange split, when one imagines that the church at Iberia had only ever honored a single Saint Bess, whose feast fell on the 1st of December. But the legend of the Theban martyr was soon to impose itself on all, and, when in 1591 the glorious leader of the Legion, represented by part of his relics, emigrated with great pomp from the abbey at St. Maurice to the cathedral at Turin, he found 2 of his former soldiers, Bess and Tegulus, to receive him at the door of the Church of Iberia, in the form of 2 painted panels. 92 Today, thanks in part to Baldissano's book, the image of Saint Bess, Theban martyr, has so completely supplanted that of Saint Bess, Bishop of Iberia, that the faithful of the diocese would without a doubt experience no emotion to see the name of their co-patron saint disappear from an expurgated list of their former bishops. The adventure of Saint Bess is not encouraging for the shepherds of the mountain tempted by the honors of the plain. After having drawn him to them, the men of the town dressed him suitably, without even agreeing among themselves. Some put in his hand the cross of the bishops, others the glaive of the legionnaire and the palm leaf of the martyrs. When the latter had succeeded in making their preference prevail, other citizens came along who, like the shepherds jealous of the legend, threw him from the summit of his glory where he had been perched. And now, after so many avatars, the historical personality of Saint Bess appears quite problematic and wavering, since, even in the small society of his first followers, two disparate traditions have been able to persist to the present day. Neither one nor the other of them tells us anything of the true identity of their common hero, but both cast a vivid light on the habits of thought and the moral tendencies of the profoundly different groups wherein they were constituted. In the small, closed circle of his native land, Saint Bess is a shepherd, tightly attached to the steep rock that dominated the high pastures, foundation of the riches of the land. Surrounded by his fat and docile sheep, he fully incarnates the idea the Highlander still today holds of piety and earthly happiness, a shepherd full of faith, who places all confidence in God and whose sheep, by consequence, raise themselves. But, when Saint Bess migrates to Iberia, among the learned canons of the cathedral, he must radically transform himself if he wants to continue to incarnate the ideal of his adorers. He is, on the one hand, a soldier, who fights in his rank in a holy militia, under the orders of a powerful leader. He is, on the other, an apostle, who confronts the worst suffering and death itself for the defense, propagation, and glory of the faith. The relative divergence and impermeability of the two legends of Saint Bess measures the full distance, moral more than physical, that separates, even today, Caen and Iberia. Here, a small society of rough and simple Highlanders, devoted to their animals and persuaded that the highest virtue consists of abandoning oneself entirely to the care of God. Down there, a circle of churchmen, nourished by a bookish culture, more erudite perhaps than judicious, very desirous of enlightening and lecturing the illiterate villagers, animated finally by priestly and centralizing preoccupations. 6. The origins of Saint Bess. The local cult of Saint Bess poses three distinct problems to the historian. 1. How do we explain the special organization of the community around the sanctuary and, specifically, the participation by Caen in a feast of the Soana Valley? 2. Why does this cult have as its focus a steep rock on the mountain, to which is linked the name Bess? 3. Where finally does the belief in a mysterious and custodial power that shines out from the sanctuary over the whole region come from? The two legends that are current among the Highlanders offer to each of these problems two different solutions, equally satisfactory for the faithful to whom they are addressed. But we, who live in another spiritual atmosphere, cannot be content with one or the other of these traditional explanations. Is it not possible to conceive of a third, which would account for the same facts without bringing into play any forces other than those that, according to current opinion in our time, are at work in history? This is what we will attempt successively for each of the three problems we presented. We have seen that the organization of the cult of Saint Bess contradicts or ignores the regular divisions of the Church, since it overlaps two dioceses. Among the 5 communes who have rights over the feast, there is one which enjoys a kind of primacy that it aspires to convert into exclusive domination. The 4 others are in a subordinate and precarious position. This is the case, quite particularly, of Caen, whose participation in the feast is considered an intrusion by the people of Campiglia and seems in fact a paradox. We are tempted to explain this singular organization in imagining that Saint Bess was at one time the patron saint of a community, established not far from the sanctuary, that would later have segmented into several fractions. These fractions, which became independent, continued to participate in the cult of their ancient protector, with differences of rank corresponding to their greater or lesser distance from the center of the cult. This hypothesis is verified with respect to Valprato, Ronco, and Ingria, for we know with certainty that the parish of Campiglia gave birth, by a series of successive dismemberments, to the 3 other parishes of the Soana Valley 93 as the population of the valley took on a less exclusively pastoral character and the center of economic life tended to draw nearer the plain. But how can we accept a kinship relation or common origin between the population of Caen and that of Campiglia, when we see them separated one from another by a thick wall of mountains and a still more formidable moral border? But, as geographers well know, it is a gross error to imagine that the mountains are always and everywhere barriers between peoples, made to divide and not to unite, while valleys are necessarily the easiest and oldest routes of communication. Downstream of Khan, the valley narrows and becomes a tight gorge with steep faces. In the time before a road had been cleared through this pass, or when it was blocked, it was infinitely more difficult to penetrate into the Khan basin in coming up directly through the Aosta Valley than in crossing the passes from the Soana Valley. It was indeed this route that the first inhabitants of Khan must have taken, if one believes the still quite vibrant tradition that is unanimously accepted in the country. All agree in affirming that their forefathers emerged into the valley from above, coming from caves. For a long time, it is said, the shepherds of Campiglia restricted themselves to leading their animals from the other side of the mountain to graze in the summer there in the rich pastures of Chavanassa. But, one day, deciding to winter there, they founded the village of Khan on the flat ground of Piana Cresta, situated several kilometers upstream from its current location and, consequently, much closer to St. Bess. It was only after many years that the little colony from Campiglia migrated into the St. Ars meadows where today the chief settlement of the valley stands. But it took a long time for the new swarm to completely detach itself from the mother hive and live autonomously. Khan was nothing more initially than a part of a commune, a simple hamlet, with no church or cemetery. To pray, the inhabitants went up into the heights from which they could hear the sound of their beloved bells, and the dead, for their long sleep, returned to the consecrated land where they had left their ancestors. More material ties continued to connect the people of Khan to their distant origins. All their economic relations were with Canaves. Is not one still shown, it seems, at Cuorn, a little Piedmontese township, the Khan marketplace, that is, the place where the people of Khan came to sell their cheeses? We have good reason to believe this tradition is the legendary expression of historical facts, for it is confirmed by several indications that seem convincing. 94 And it is a fact that, from the point of view of physical type, customs, and dress, the inhabitants of Khan make up, in the Aosta Valley population, a completely isolated little island. 95. But, as time has passed, the boundaries of human groups have tended to shift and to merge into the natural boundaries. When routes of communication were cleared or re-established along the length of the valley, the economic and religious life of Khan became more and more oriented in the same sense as the flow of its river. A new population from Savoy, attracted by the good pastures and the iron mines, came to merge into the ancient population that had come from the Soana Valley. While Campiglia submitted more and more to the influence of Piedmont and was pulled into the orbit of Iberia, Khan became a direct dependency of the Diocese of Aosta, so much so that soon nothing remained of the attachments, moral or temporal, that had long tied the former emigrants to their native country. However, one sole tie did remain, which to this day nothing has been able to break, not the length and difficulty of the voyage, nor the attraction of new, more sparkling and easily accessible sanctuaries, nor even the hostility of the people of Campiglia who treat their ancestors from other valleys as intruders. This tie, stretched but not broken, is the religious tie, the fidelity of the people of Khan to their ancient patron saint. Saint Bess needed a singular power of attraction and cohesion to hold in check the scattering forces that have tended to break up the little society of his adorers. What then is the true nature of this source of such intense and persistent devotion? We have seen that the legends, popular or half-learned, of Saint Bess have as their principal object an explanation of the mysterious virtue attributed to the mount. Both seek, under different symbolisms, to make the saintliness of a divine man penetrate, in a more or less intimate manner, into the heart of the rough stone. The true base of the cult, even in our day, is the belief in the sacred character of the rock, around which the whole cult gravitates. Is it not likely that, in very ancient times, this fundamental belief was not yet hidden in the layers of representations which came successively to cover it, and that it then showed directly on the surface in the consciousness of the faithful? Certainly, the ancient inhabitants of a great part of Europe have practiced rock cults. 96 It is likely that they did so, as so many primitive tribes still do, in full good faith, without feeling the need to justify their belief in their own eyes, without seeking with full force to make the power of a venerated rock of ideal perfection emanate from a holy man. It would be simple to support this supposition with a crowd of examples taken from primitive societies. Point 97. But what good is it to go looking on the other side of the world what we can have in hand without leaving the soil of France? In 1877, in the deep Pyrenean valley of l'Arboust, Piet and Sacquez were able to observe, nearly intact, this cult of rocks against which several councils fulminated from the 5th to the 7th century. These authors heard honest old men emotionally express their great faith in sacred rocks, which people of the valley went to touch with veneration to obtain fertility for the fields and fecundity for human couples. Here, the rocks are still the immediate and avowed object of devotion, or, if one has the need to concretely represent their power, it is in the form of special spirits, half angel, half serpent, that inhabit sacred rocks. According to Piet and Sacquez, the priests of the l'Arboust Valley, as it was already stipulated by the Council of Nantes in 658, rigorously fought this persistent paganism. They had sacred rocks destroyed secretly and scattered afar their smallest fragments, at the risk of provoking riots among their parishioners, who were scandalized by such sacrilege. Point 98. In general, and above all in the Alpine region, the Church adopted a less rigorous attitude with regard to venerators lapidum. It has not raised the holy rocks, but simply topped them with a cross, flanked them with a small chapel and associated them in one manner or another with the beliefs of the Christian cult. Point 99. If we could leisurely compare the cult of Saint Bess with that of numerous other saints of the region who are worshipped and celebrated in the immediate vicinity of a rock, we would note, on the one hand, an astonishing steadiness in ritual practice, as well as in the elementary representations implicated by it, and, on the other, a nearly infinite diversity in the legends that are supposed to explain the existence of the cult and define the saintly being to whom it is addressed. So many sanctuaries, so many different justifications for a worship everywhere and always similar. Here, themes, which will be familiar to us, of a fatal fall or burial site are utilized, but elsewhere, a sainted bishop, finding the doors of Iveria closed, falls asleep on the rock, which still bears the impression of his body. Point 100. The stone is sacred because the Theban Valerian gave his oratory on it and left the imprint of his knees. 101. While that one is because the Theban Soliator underwent martyrdom here and watered it with his blood. Point 102. If two rocks are the destinations of the most frequent pilgrimages in Piedmont, it is because, in one, Saint Eusebius long ago hid his miraculous Black Madonna. 103. And, in the other, a devout worshipper from the country, at the beginning of the 18th century, hollowed out a niche in which she placed a statue of the Holy Virgin. Point 104. But how can we accept that such specific and contingent causes could have given birth to such a general and constant effect? How can we see in these explanations anything other than superficial and variable translations of the fundamental ancient belief that saw in certain rocks the seat and the center of a divine force? 105. Perhaps some will reproach us, not for that conclusion that will appear too evident to them, but the roundabout routes we have taken to arrive there. Since history is mute regarding Saint Bess, since legends, poor, recent, and contradictory as they are, have no documentary value, since ultimately the only certain fact we possess about Saint Bess is his name, why did we not ask, straight off, this name to reveal to us the true identity of the supposed Theban martyr? Surely this method would have been more direct and rapid, but would it have been more certain? So many handsome constructions, based in the resemblances of names, have lamentably collapsed, so many erudite legends have wound up rejoining the popular legends they were intended to replace, that we would have to be quite audacious to base a religious theory on the etymology of a divine name. Point 106. However, at the end of this study, we would not wish to push prudence to the point of dodging the enigma of the name of Bess, when this mysterious name is an essential element of the cult we are trying to comprehend. But let it be well understood, from the beginning, that our etymological hypothesis adds nothing to the force of our other conclusions, from which, on the contrary, it borrows whatever value it might have. The name Bess 107 is encountered rather frequently either as a family name or as a place name in the center and the south of France, in Switzerland, and in Italy. But, as a first name, it is completely unused. In antiquity, one finds it only a very small number of times in inscriptions of Illyrian provenance. 108 In the Middle Ages, it seems Bessus is found as the diminutive of Berdericus. 109 But it is certain that outside the diocese of Iveria, Bess does not exist as a name of Christian baptism, and even inside the diocese the people of Campiglia are nearly the only ones to take the name of their patron saint. Still, as we have seen, a kind of modesty leads them to adopt another name when they leave their native land. To explain this rather suspicious name, a few historians have supposed that the true Saint Bess was originally from either the Thracian Bessi 110 or the Piedmontese district, which is still today called La Bessa. 111 History retained no memory of this individual, other than the ethnic designation by which he was known. Such a hypothesis is not at all absurd, but it is entirely arbitrary, and it seems rather difficult to accept that a bizarre and impersonal name, with no attachment to the land where the cult developed, was able, in the absence of any historic tradition, to serve as the core of several legends and as the term of a very fervent and tenacious local devotion. Let us try another method, which does not oblige us to freely imagine behind this name, which is not a name, an individual without historical personality. Since everything in the legend and in the ritual practice leads us toward the Mount of Saint Bess, center of local devotion, point of departure of the cult of Ozina and Iveria, let us see if the name of Bess might indicate some attribute of the great sacred rock that rises among the mountains. 112. The name Mont de la Bichat is frequently encountered in the canton of the Grisons to indicate the high sheep pastures or the peaks that dominate them. 113 Bichat is the plural of the masculine name Bess, which the majority of Romance linguists link to the Latin bestia. In the language of the shepherds of the mountain, the general term took on a restricted meaning and indicated preeminent beasts, that is, livestock, and in particular sheep. 114 In Soana Valley dialect, by virtue of the rules of local phonetics, the term corresponding to the Romansh Bess would have the form Bess. But we are not reduced to making an imaginary name intervene for the needs of our cause. If, in the current dialect of the valley, Bess no longer exists in the proper sense of beast or sheep, 115 it is still employed in a figurative sense, it is a nickname applied to simple-minded people. 116 The strange similarity of this unflattering designation and the name of their patron saint is doubtless of some importance in the haste with which people of Campiglia named Bess rebaptize themselves when they descend into the plain. But perhaps there is here more than an awkward coincidence. The designation Mont Bess 117 Mount or Rock of the Sheep, perfectly suited an eminence located in the middle of the alpine pastures and presented to us by legend as always surrounded by sheep. Besides, when the word Bess, for unknown reasons, ceased to be used by the people of the valley in the sense of sheep, 118 it became a proper name, free of any vulgar connections, and it was able to serve as the nucleus of 2 or 3 different mythic personalities. The Rock of the Sheep saint became first a shepherd of exemplary sheep, then a missionary, thrown from the heights of the mount for refusing to eat of a stolen sheep, and finally a bishop of Iveria. Only that latter legend, which was formed in the atmosphere of the city and which reduces, for us, to 2 words and a date, has lost all memory of the primitive meaning of the name, which indicated the holy stone, dear to the shepherds. 119. I should say that this demonstration, considered in isolation, has not at all appeared convincing to the perceptive linguist with a will to examine it. Millet acknowledges that the Latin bestia could have been the source of the Soana Valley word meaning sheep, but, he adds, phonetic possibility is not proof. We could not say it better, and if I knew the name of Bess only through literary texts, I would certainly take care to avoid testing its etymology. But the study of legends, the diffusion of the cult, and above all the observation of local religious practice singularly restricts the field of possible hypotheses and perhaps adds some convincing value to a simple phonetic possibility. Does the proposed etymology seem less rash to qualified judges like Millet when it is supported with a collection of facts that are not linguistic but religious? But even if this hypothesis and any other of the same type should be unacceptable and undemonstrable, even if we had to consider this singular name as that of an entirely unidentified saint, which served to Christianize the local cult of a sacred rock, our conclusions would nonetheless remain. The Holy Rock, after having been worshipped for so long for itself, was later worshipped because it bore the imprint of a model shepherd or because it sheltered the remains of a Christian martyr. But across the centuries, it was, at bottom, always the holiness of the rock itself, represented in diverse ways, that attracted the pious crowd of pilgrims toward these heights. Whence then came this diffuse holiness of the mount? It is unbelievable that the dimensions of this mass of rock, the relative singularity of its location or its form could suffice as an explanation of a devotion so tenacious and rich in moral meaning. We must look elsewhere and along the same path that has already allowed us to comprehend the changes the organization of the feast and the contents of the legend have undergone and are still undergoing. If it is true that the contingent and variable elements of the local cult of Saint Bess are in direct relation with the natures and tendencies of the different groups of followers, if they are determined in the final analysis by the changing structure and composition of the social milieu, we can only admit that the most profound and essential element of the cult, which has remained until now unchanged throughout the vicissitudes of history, also finds its ground in some condition of collective existence, as fundamental and permanent as that very element. This necessary condition is that which allowed the little tribe of Saint Bess to persist until today and maintain its original features despite contrary nature and powerful forces tending to dissolve it. It is the faith this obscure Highland people had in him and his ideal, his will to survive and overcome the passing failures or hostilities of men and things. The divine principle, maintained and utilized by worship, has certainly in all times been, as legends express in their way, not inherent but external and superior to the inert rock, which it animates in incorporating itself there. If men of today, despite all obstacles, persist in coming to re-immerse and fortify themselves beside the mount, it is because their forefathers, for generations, here left the best of themselves and installed their successive conceptions of human perfection. It is because their distant ancestors had already made of this eternal rock, which survives all storms and is never completely covered by the snow, the emblem and the hearth of their collective existence. The people of Caen were not incorrect then when, in the shadows of winter, they saw a dazzling flower, which illuminated the thick fog and melted the snow around it, shine forth one day near the mount. But they did not know that this marvelous flower had sprung from the deepest soul of their ancestors. It is their highest thought, their most vivid hope that took root at the flank of the rock, rising among the nourishing pastures. It continues, from on high, to enlighten and warm hearts frozen by the suffering, anguish, or worry of everyday affliction. Men of the city, let us not exult too much in the future disappearance of these vulgar superstitions. For centuries, Saint Bess has taught his followers to raise themselves, if only for a few instants, above the restricted horizon of their everyday lives, to joyfully place on their shoulders the heavy burden of the ideal, to retain finally, even in hours of distress, the faith and confidence that are stronger than evil. In passing on to them small pieces of his substance, the small stones emanating, every year, from the immense rock, he makes them understand, in the sole concrete language they understand, that each of them gets his force and courage from a superior being that encompasses all individuals, present and yet to come, and is infinitely more vast and durable than them. When the holy rock becomes a profane rock, completely naked and material, who will be there to remind the people of the valley of these truths, which are as solid as the stone of the Mount of Saint Bess? Conclusion. Perhaps it was superfluous to dwell at such length on village stories of a little saint hidden in a recess of the Alps. But sometimes the least known saints are the most instructive. And, if it is true that the religious life of a people manifests its most profound tendencies, the cult of Saint Bess has at least the interest of helping us penetrate into the consciousness, so distant and closed, of the people of the mountain. Moreover, Saint Bess, however limited his domain, is not confined to one or two alpine valleys. One finds him transplanted to the capital city of a vast diocese at Iberia, where he has been honored for several centuries with a very popular cult. Yet, by common consent of all well-informed critics, the personality of the Saint of Iberia is a mystery that we have tried in vain to clear up by searching through episcopal archives or inspecting belated and contradictory texts. Have we been more fortunate in taking as the center of our perspective not the sumptuous cathedral of the city but the humble chapel of Mount Fotenio? If this effort has resulted in anything, even partially, we should conclude from it that hagiography, in every case where circumstances present themselves, would do well not to neglect the precious research instruments that are a good pair of shoes and an iron walking stick. Moreover, the local cult of Saint Bess permits us to study in particularly favorable conditions the formation of a religious legend. Nearly everyone agrees today that we must see the life of saints as the product of two distinct forces, the inventive spontaneity of the people and the reflective activity of the editors. The criticisms, which work to recover the truth of history in the jumble of legend and are concerned above all to purge the belief of the faithful of all accidental elements, are generally quite severe for the popular legend and the writers who echo it. Even in the quite measured and nuanced book of Delihaye, the collective imagination is rather la folle du logis, 120, which intervenes only to jumble dates, confuse names, magnify and alter events. 121 These scornful judgments are justified, if they concern people who have been taken from a state of mythological innocence into a semi-cultured state from which they have begun to write history. But would it be legitimate to appraise childish imagination on the basis of the more or less fantastic historical compositions of students in elementary school? What is more, as the anonymous author of legend does not hold a pen, we are obliged most often to conceive of the popular account according to the literary version given it by the redactor. But by what signs can we identify that the latter, in this or that part of his work, is merely recording the findings of the people and that he is indeed the echo of the popular voice? 122 Such checking is generally impossible, because the term of comparison is lacking. Even oral traditions from our countryside, when they are in strict agreement with the Christian cult, are so impregnated with representations of clerical origins that it is indeed chimerical to consider them popular. Yet, it so happens that by a rather rare good fortune, a part of the faithful of Saint Bess has preserved in a pure state the original tradition on which was exercised the work of the lettered. In this privileged case, where it is possible for us to compare the model and the copy, the popular legend seems to us, certainly, as though indifferent to historical truth and Christian morality, but it does not aspire to them, because it moves along a completely different plane of thought. On the contrary, in its domain, it is perfectly coherent and adapted to its milieu. On the other hand, we see the drafters of the diverse literary versions recast and knead the oral tradition with an eye to making it fit into the frame of the Christian system. If the official legend of Saint Bess violates good sense, logic, and the truth of the facts, the fault lies not with the people, but with their correctors. Assuredly, it would be rash to immediately attribute a general scope to the results of this comparison, but the test permitted us by Saint Bess should warn us against the temptation to consider hagiographical texts as the faithful expression of the popular beliefs on which they are based. 123. Finally, it is quite possible that the observation of an Alpine cult reveals to us very ancient forms of the religious life. The mountain, as we have frequently noted, is a marvelous conservatory, always on condition that the flood of the plain has not yet submerged it. The Italian Graian Alps are, in this view, a blessed land. They form a kind of storeroom where the ibex, extinct in the rest of the Alps, are found in vast herds and the rarest alpine plants abound. In the pastures that surround the sanctuary of Saint Bess, the edelweiss is nearly as common as the daisy in our meadows. The sociologist is here not less favored than the zoologist or the botanist. As, in the Alps, primitive rock sometimes emerges from the load of more recent stratifications that cover it elsewhere, one also here sees, in a few islands and for a short time still, the most ancient civilization of Europe appear. At the bottom of deep valleys, beliefs and ritual gestures are perpetuated for several millennia, not in the form of survivals or superstitions, but in the form of a true religion, which lives its own life and appears in the light of day under a transparent Christian veil. The principal interest of the cult of Saint Bess is doubtless that it offers us a fragmentary and slightly overloaded but still clear and very vivid image of prehistoric religion. Appendix. While this article was being printed, I was able, thanks to the indefatigable kindness of my friend P.A. Farine, to become acquainted with the most ancient literary text relative to Saint Bess, Theban martyr. The canon Mr. Bajo, a very distinguished Ivorian scholar, was kind enough to take the trouble to copy for me the lessons of the manuscript breviary of 1473, to which allusion was made above. As, to my knowledge, this document has never been published and it might serve as a check on the conclusions formulated above, I believe it necessary to reproduce here the text transcribed with care by Mr. Bajo. 124 I will limit myself to indicating in footnotes some comparisons with the printed versions of the legend, which manifestly all derive from the text of these lessons. Beatus Bessus ex thebiorum agmanibus inclito martyrio coronatus, exemplo agni mitissimi inter lupos maliut occidiquini, occidir, lanieri quam repercutera. Nam de turbine fermentium et hostilium gladiorum stupendo miraculo libratus et ad valum swanum productus, et ibi antra deserti inhabitans, et per mirabiles abstinentias, angelicam vitam docens perstiti, proprii corporis hostium iterato domino oblaturis. In illa itac solitudina martyr Christi Bessus occultatus est, pain lacrimarum et aqua sapienti recreatus et usque ad montem de oreb mensum s eterni conviori martyrio promerent pervenit. Nam dum pastors quidem spiritu diabolico instigati in partibus illis furtivane oviculum pro idulio miserabili preparasent et bessum ibidem repertum ad s furtive gustum quo magis eorum facinus celerent instantius inviterent, iscub sisteret, solus arguerit et tain profanum idulium exeriret, verity miseri homines et nefandi latrines et homicide ne forte ipsos ditigiret, statum ut lupi rapaces in ipsum ferocius iruens cruda liter mace rant laniant nicer festinant ac dimum derupi. Prominentus scupulo, proiciens, proter su innocenti et justitiae observantium permerunt. 125 Quad autem aplarisque dissiter 126 Quad mortem evadens valum predictam hic lassus et ferro societas ingreditor, ibique Caesareanis militibus in Spilonia 127 Gladio iugulatur, ad magnam dei gloriam et sancti sui coronum, pi potest et probabiliter declarari, et dici quad sanctus hic societas sanguine ex precipiti collis Ioni, dei nutu militum pagan orum, hune, et alios Christianos ubique. Persquentium. Jugulundum gladio fuerit reservatus, quia cum fide martyrum in passionibus subicta inveniator glabet creatura, sola mala voluntate accepta, mors gladii, a militia voluntatis immediate producta, in sancto isto et aliis martyribus pro Christo morientibus ultima foot pena declarans quad solemn voluntatis perversitas est creaturae contractaria. Verum quia dominus custodit omnia ossa sanctorum, quibus dam fidelibus de monte ferreto hominibus martyrii loco et martyri revelato statum de honorando corpor dignitas est inspirare. 128 Qui reperta corpor et indicio celitus sibi dato ferentibus illudcum exultatione et gaudio, dum ad villam nomini Eugenium hospitalandi causanact perveniunt, ac in domo hospitus abjecto studios corpor, illis et cunctus iam sapere depressus, soli hospiti visio angelica ostenditur non tessenda. Nova enim lux illi orari visa est, dum tota domus resplendentibus luminibus et mira ndis fulguribus ex circumiacent divino lumen circa martyrem divinitas illustrator et non minus odoris fragrantia et suavitate quam lucis irradiatione perfunditur. Tanto viso miraculo hospite stupefacto et tanto pignari ac spirituali oro repertu, cum tremori et reverentia occultato, alia qui in peregrin orum sacco pro vicario pia delusion imposido collidoque argumento hospite suos nes capientura comite anti lo cm surgery et remir ad propria resumptus arsena instantius compellente, dimum tantum visionum usque predicante fama et devotion diffusa, ecclesia ibidem in eius honorum construitur, ubi sacrum corpus cum reverentia sepellitur. Audiens autem celebra nomen basi et famam sui patrocini apud Eugenium divinus gratias declarari, illustris rex Itali Ardunus, corpus mart iris unicum episcopo ad civitatem regem, eporiam, decrevit adducere. Sed, statum ut pedes portantium eius alva mitigerunt, sic sanctus hic mox ut dilatus est ad pontum civitatis, stitit immobilis nec virtud hominum et multorum bovum penitus moveri potuit, nisi primo tosius clari voto decile brando super corpus ejus divino mysterio, quo pacto dei nutu facil lime ad majorum ecclesiam est dilatum et cum maximize solemnius et gaudius tumulatum. 129.